Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see what I want to do when you forget me.
Okay.
I'm going to look at you. One day you get Mama Musi na mwame to go. Aga na mwamu jelumba. Owe butike. Aga nilu ne butilo wane mo. Ata mwake ya dika kwa ya jomba.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún èdè, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè, wá fi jóye ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́.
subramia. Baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, ejemo, anamana. Wana mejemo, ejemo, anamu. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndemmo. Egu mawego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndemmo. Egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de bugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga book.
And there it is right there. Since I was born and now that I am getting old. So so there it is. So good day to you. Good to have you. Good to be in your company. The weekend starts here. The weekend starts here and the weekend starts now. Pardon me. Pardon me. I'm not quite sure. I've got a frog in my throat. The weekend starts here and the weekend starts now. But this wasn't the anticipation that you had. So let me just address it frontally. We advertised I advertised and trailed a different sort of session that we're having now. I made the promise that Dele Farotimi was coming to join us, but clearly he's not here. So firstly, apologies for that. And then secondly, why? It's not from want of trying. He spent a good 30-40 minutes trying to get into the studio. He spent a good 30-40 minutes trying to get into the studio, but absolutely categorically no success. I was constantly on the phone to himself and his personal assistant, and they tried all manners of tricks to get into the studio, but just to no success. But there's a reason for that. The reason why he wasn't able to get into the studio is not too far from this headline. So the reason why Dele Farotimi was not able to get into the studio to come and interact with you is not too far from this headline. Telco confirms major cut in subsea cable in Red Sea as internet disruptions hit Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, others. So this is exactly why he was not able to get in. So Telco confirms major cut in subsea cable in Red Sea as internet disruptions hit Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, and others. So that was what happened. But Dele Farotimi did send a voice note he sent a voice note to you guys just so you can appreciate the effort he was making to try and get in. So let's listen to it. It's only about 20 seconds, but he sent a voice note.
Sure, you can share this with him. This is where I am. Safari wouldn't open. I've tried everything I could. Nothing, none of the networks in the house would appear to be working. Not my MTN, not the house Wi-Fi. There's nothing I can do, and I'm getting frustrated with this. I don't need this stress, please. I'm stopping now.
So there it is right there. He's tried everything that he could. But for reasons of that headline that I just shared with you, he wasn't able to get in. But not to worry. So it's not, we are holding him in abeyance until we can rearrange. He's coming fairly shortly, but unfortunately not today. But he is coming fairly shortly. So we'll make the arrangements tomorrow, and then I'll make the announcement as to just what has been agreed. But apologies from Mr. Farotimi. He did want to come and spend time with you, but alas, Nigeria happened. It wasn't even Nigeria that happened this time around. It was the deep sea cable that happened. I wonder if it was sabotage. Who knows? And by the way, a lot of people are not getting, like I sent some money to somebody and they couldn't get, they didn't get the bank alert, so they couldn't even confirm if they got the money or not. I'm not quite sure what sort of experiences you're having. But a lot of disruptions within the system in Nigeria for reasons of for reasons of this headline. So there it is. Nevertheless, we'll have our usual session, and we kick that session off with this. We kick the session off with the We kick the session off with this. Chief of let me see. Did I want to? All right, yes. I want to share that as well. So let me move it here. All right. All right. Let's kick it off. So we kick it off with this. Chief of Defense Staff asks EFCC to track funders of terrorism in Nigeria to end insecurity. So I wonder if that's not the first thing they should have started from 1999 or whenever this thing kicked off. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, not Mustafa, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, has called on the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the FCC, to track terrorism funding in the country. This, he said, was one of the main means to curb terrorism globally, whilst urging EFCC to help in tracing funds related to terrorism. So I'm not quite sure if EFCC especially needs to do that, because of course, under the Buhari administration, we got a list of the funders of terrorism from the Middle East. The Emiratis, they've already done that heavy lift, and they handed the list of names to Abubakar Malami. So what happened to that list of names? So if you start from there, maybe you start to achieve some sort of success. Not once have they ever paraded somebody as a big shot within that terrorism space. And this is something that's been going on for the better part of 20, going on 30 years. Chief of Defense Staff asks EFCC to track funders of terrorism in Nigeria to end insecurity. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, has called on the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to track terrorism funding in the country. This, he said, was one of the means to curb terrorism globally, whilst urging the EFCC to help in tracing funds related to terrorism. A statement on Friday by the Director of Defense Information, Brigadier General Tukur Gusau, stated that the CDS spoke when the executive chairman of the EFCC, Olukayode, visited him in Abuja. Yes, essentially we get the gist of that, but the totality of it and nonsensity, the totality of that and nonsensity, if you want to enter terrorism in Nigeria, if you want to end terrorism in Nigeria, you can fairly easily. It's just essentially just the smallest of efforts being made by any of these security forces will address that. A lot of these terrorists, a lot of these kidnapping for ransom, they actually transact the money electronically. So a lot of the ransoms are paid electronically. So what level of investigative whatever do you even need to trace that? So it's just a nonsense. They just make all these sound bites in the newspaper, and that's pretty much the end of that. So that's pretty much the end of that. Let me go to this space. This space now speaks to this thing that we have always wanted to run our country down, up and down the world. This is if this happened in Nigeria, what sort of response do you think it would have elicited? Okay, let me just play you it. If this had happened in Nigeria, what sort of response do you think it would have elicited?
This is a broken down train in London. It's one of the newest trains, and now it's broken down. I'm sure if this happens in Nigeria, we'll be the first one to go online. Oh, look at what Buhari has done. Look at what Tinubu has done. But here we are. It happens everywhere. It's just that our perspectives are just wonderful. We need to change the narratives, Nigerians. It happens everywhere.
All right, we need to change the narrative, Nigerians. It happens everywhere. So that was a brand new train. You heard that guy say that. Imagine if that had been the Lagos-Ibadan rail service that broke down in the middle. The whole of the internet would have gone aflame. That they gave $1 million. And this is in London, UK. And people just waited quietly for things to be resolved. It never went beyond this guy. He's not a reporter. It's just a passenger waiting to board the train who just happened to be Nigerian, and he captured that moment in time. It never made any headlines because they know routinely trains will stop, trains will break down, and then of course that will be resolved and things get moving. But if that had happened in Nigeria, woe betide. It is Tinubu. He has done and you know the rest of it. All right, let's go on from there to Sheikh Gumi and back to the narrative of terrorism. Yes, Sheikh Gumi. Let's listen to this.
Happening now, especially we are seeing that these bandits are getting more and more vicious. Before they don't do what they do now, they are heading to softer targets, as the military man has said. We can only attribute that to the kinetic approach, which is overemphasized. When we hear even politicians talking about the non-kinetic, but nothing is done about to overcome these people. Let me give you an example. Now we are fighting bandits. They are anonymous. They are phantom. How can you fight somebody you don't even know? We said, let's go in, let's know them, let's map them out. Map them means know who they are, where they belong, and what are. All this intelligent information is virtually not there. How can you know somebody from satellites, from drones? And the harsh, high-handed approach to the matter is what is making it worse. Now they are kidnapping small children, and they are threatening death, which they don't do before. So I think what you need to do is really go back to the drawing board and truly be non-kinetic.
Shigumi, it's not the first time that you'd be volunteering yourself, to intervene in getting abducted persons, including students, back to their families. A lot of people would actually say, look, this whole idea of negotiating with them seems to be counterproductive, and that's why they're gaining more and more confidence and, go into the schools and abduct as many as 200 students. Now you say, look, how do you deal with people that are unknown largely? How do you gain access to those people to the extent that you're able to negotiate with them? And what gives you the confidence that when you step in, they will actually, let this abductees go?
When the victims of the train attack a committee was set by the military then in the former government, and they were able to contact them. The same way, journalists have been able to contact them. They are not there, difficult to contact, but what you don't know is they are foot soldiers. You need a program, just like you have for the Niger Delta, a program which will bring them out of their forest. We're trying with the premise of educating them, giving them health care, giving them peaceful life. This is how you entice people to.
You know, I object to this approach on so many levels. So I object to this approach on so many levels. Firstly, these people they have killed so many people, and then a sort of response to that is to reorient them, reprogram them, and feed them back into society. And once these people have tasted blood, they can never really live any sort of a normal life ever again. These are not people that are going to go and learn to be a mechanic. When they kidnap somebody, they get 10 million, their share of it. They go and lodge in an hotel in Kaduna and carry prostitutes until the money runs out and they do it again. Then you want to tell him to go and become a farmer. You want to go and tell him to become, is never going to be of any productive use to society. Any of these people, they are never, ever going to be of any productive use to society. So that's the first thing. But the second most important thing is they have killed so many people. So what's the repercussion for that? What's the justice for the families that have been, that's been ravaged and savaged? So all of this pata cake approach. And my biggest objection is to this guy on the screen, this Sheikh Gumi, who throws agbada all over the banditry and savagery that is going on, almost threatening the state that more will come if you don't pay up. Why has this guy not been picked up? That's the biggest question. You see, we operate a feudal system in Nigeria. We don't operate a democratic system. Actually, it was when I was researching our guest that I came across that when he was saying it in some sort of space. We operate a feudal system. We don't operate anything that purports to be democracy. Because with the feudal system, there is absolute impunity and immunity at the topmost end of it, and then cascading the foot soldiers of the impunity and immunity, they get a bit of that too. But then the bulk of us, we're just the hoi polloi, is the mass that can be trampled on and brutalized. And the very identity of that, the poster boy of that narrative is this guy right here. Or the poster narrative of that submission is this narrative being presented here. Here is a situation where near 300 people have been kidnapped, and this guy, quite calmly, nonplussed, not at all bothered, is issuing subtle threats against the nation state that is going to get more vicious. And we've seen him in the company of these people, by the way. Remember that clip when he was in this forest space surrounded by these bandits as they hung on to his every word. And yet, this guy traverses the landscape. He even has security details looking after him. Instead of being next to Nnamdi Kanu in a room somewhere. It's unbelievable stuff. It's unbelievable stuff. But there it is. If somebody like this is not in some sort of custody, we're not fighting anything that purports to be a fight against terrorism.
To avoid violence and militancy. But when you continue dropping bombs, in fact, petrol bombs, destroying roggers, killing children and women, so they will find no sympathy and empathy on our own children. This is it. An eye for an eye. This is what is happening. So we have to change our tactics. We have to change our style. What we have been doing has not been productive, but what we think is if we can have a channel where we can have a dialogue with them and understand them and promise them what we can do, and I think that is a better way, just the way that so many people were released.
So that is Sheikh Gumi issuing his subtle threat, as he often
yes. First of all, what's happening now, especially we are seeing
All right, so that's Sheikh Gumi issuing his subtle threats as he often does. Let's go on to this one. This is the shape of politics to come. El Rufai trying to wiggle his way back into favor. Fresh permutations as ex-Governor El Rufai meets Fani Kayode. Photos emerge. So it's more the photos than anything else. The former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El Rufai, has paid a courtesy visit to the former Minister of Aviation and one of the spokesperson of President Bola Tinubu's Presidential Campaign Council in the 2023 election, Fani Kayode. Fani Kayode announced the visit of the outspoken politician to his residence in a tweet on Friday. Let's do that again. That's not reading well. The former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, has paid a courtesy visit to the former Minister of Aviation and one of the spokesperson of President Bola Tinubu's Presidential Campaign Council in the 2023 election, Fani Kayode. Fani Kayode announced the visit of the outspoken politician to his residence in a tweet on Friday, March the 15th, sharing pictures of their moments whilst describing him as an irrepressible force in Nigerian politics. El-Rufai was instrumental in the 2023 presidential election and the victory of President Tinubu in particular. However, when he was screened, the Senate rejected his ministerial nomination, citing security concerns. However, his visit to the former minister was historic, as the duo were rarely seen together in public, not to talk about visiting each other at home. Also, the visit was when many politicians were already talking about the 2027 election, even though the elected officials in the 2023 elections were yet to spend up to a year in office. So this is I don't actually think this is the politics of 2027. I think this is the politics of now. And this is El-Rufai getting bored and needing something to busy himself with. So speak to Oga. In the tweet, Fani Kayode said, the former governor of Kaduna State and the former minister of the FCT, Madam Nasir El-Rufai, in my Abuja home this afternoon. We discussed crucial national issues and had a fruitful and productive meeting. Malam is an irrepressible force in Nigerian politics and has been one of its primary movers and shakers for the last 23 years. So it's really just to put out the picture. So look at that. This is I'm not quite sure how short. It must be 5'1" or something. This little midget from Kaduna State. Look at how Fani Kayode draws over him. But I think it's really the picture more than anything else that they're looking to send out as a signal to the space. So, Daddy, I want to come home. Essentially, what El-Rufai is saying. Daddy, I want to come back home. So we were caught up in this, so we might as well read it out as a news headline. Telecommunication companies confirm major cut in subsea cable in Red Sea as internet disruptions hit Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, others. Just a few paragraphs from this. I wouldn't even bring you this, except, of course, as I said, it affected our guests being able to get into the studio. There were multiple major submarine cable cuts in the Red Sea on Thursday, which resulted in severe disruptions in Nigeria and some African countries, including Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and Liberia, as well as South Africa. The damage disrupted internet services in the affected countries. The affected submarine cables come from Europe and pass through the east coast of Africa. It had a deep cut in the sea, and the cut affected other submarine cables connected, such as the West African one, etc., etc. Banks, payment systems, schools, organizations, agent banking outlets that had their internet services connected to main one submarine cable, etc., etc., were affected. So anyway, so that's just to give you then some of the details of what led to this session are taking a different turn. So let's go from there to another one. So let me play you this. This is a throwback. This piece now is a throwback. This next one is a throwback to before the elections, but everything being said here is still in play. Everything being said here very much still in play. Buhari ruled for 8 years, and Tinubu just this is the commentary of whoever posted this. But I want you to watch this because when I saw it, it struck me. But let me, of course, always an intelligent delivery by Lamido Sanusi.
Where from the fiscal side and the monetary side, the challenges that we have, and the decisions that will be taken to correct are going to be very painful decisions. So let me first of all, please request our politicians, you must prepare the minds of Nigerians for difficult decisions. Anybody who tells you that it is going to be easy, please don't vote for him. Because it's either he's lying to you or he does not know what job he's going to get.
And there it is right there. Because, of course, Lamido Sanusi, he knows all the numbers around the Nigerian space. And he's telling you that, look, whoever is telling you that all you have to do is screw a bolt there and unfasten a knot there. That's essentially those sort of narratives that you were hearing from the obedience space is just saying, ignore that. That's a totality of a nonsense. The country is completely being brutalized and bastardized, and you are going to go through pain. And he was telling you this long before the election took place. So there is nothing happening now that was not already in the anticipation of happening.
Difficult decisions. Anybody who tells you that it is going to be easy, please don't vote for him. Because it's either he's lying to you or he does not know what job he's going to get. You cannot with this level of debt service, with this level of collapse in revenue, with this level of poverty, you cannot. And you have to take corrective decisions. Tariffs on the electricity sector have to be corrected. Tariffs in the oil sector have to be corrected. But before we correct that, we have to deal with the opportunities for rent seeking. You have to close off the inflated numbers, the false numbers. And I hope that whoever becomes president...
You see, from what El Rufai is saying here, the cuts are not even deep enough because he's actually saying all of the tariffs, electricity, everything is subsidized in Nigeria, by the way, including electricity and everything else. And he said just remove all of the subsidies. So Tinubu is even managing your pain points because as far as Lamido Sanusi is concerned, just tear off the bandage in one sharp movement and let the bleed bleed, and then let it settle and dry off. So that's essentially what he's saying.
In 2023, the first thing they should do is ask NMPC.
Sorry, let the wound bleed, not let the bleed bleed. I don't know what I'm saying now. I'm just cobbling together this session, by the way, just so we have a session. My whole preparation was for our guest. So we're just winging it through this one. So we'll wing it through this one and see where it lands. So we've just hurriedly put this together just to have a session.
But before we correct that, we have to deal with the opportunities for rent seeking. You have to close off the inflated numbers, the false numbers. And I hope that whoever becomes president in 2023, the first thing they should do is ask NMPC to document and bring evidence for every dollar they took as subsidy. They must give the ships that came, and we can verify from insurance companies if those ships were in Nigeria on that date. You must bring evidence because that is what the law says. There must be proof before you pay subsidy. There must be proof that you brought it in at the price you said you brought it in. Because
You know, if it's not too much of a step down, because he has so many senior positions now, it might well be too much of a step down. But if he's willing to take some super governmental position wrapped around that NNPC space, I wouldn't object. I think the country needs Lamido Sanusi, and they need him in some of these spaces that he's often speaking to, that NNPC should render accounts. They've never rendered accounts, you know, and it just shrouded in mystery, like some Illuminati sort of a setup. So that's what Lamido Sanusi is saying there. Let me play you this last one now. This one is a blast from the past. Somebody sent it, they saying, so we just play it and then we start off the session. I would say see where it lands. Like I said, we're winging it today. We're winging it. So this one now, also a throwback. This is I think you may enjoy this. Let's have it. This is Tafawa Abubakar. This is Abubakar Tafawa Balewa addressing the U.S. House of Representatives. Let's watch it first. What always strikes me is just how well spoken they were back in those days. So the pitch perfect Queen's English, almost all of them, especially the Northerners. They had education in the North then. I don't know what happened now, but they had education in the North then.
United States invites Prime Minister Balewa to speak in a special session convened in his honor.
I regard it as a signal honor and privilege to be invited to address this world-famed gathering, not only because the United States of America is one of the leading nations of the world and one of the most powerful and advanced on earth today, but also because I believe that those who have struggled and worked to achieve independence will share with you and the great country which you represent a special meaning of liberty, of freedom from outside control.
All right. It doesn't especially say anything striking or that you want to spend too much time listening to, but it's just really one. This piece is telling us that he's the first and probably the only. It says this was part of the official state visit of Prime Minister Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa of Nigeria to the United States 1961. I stand to be corrected, but it seems that since 1961, Sir Tafawa Balewa is the only head of government in Nigeria to have been given a speech to the United States House of Representatives. So I'm not quite sure how factual that is, but somebody sent us and I just thought to, it's really just how well spoken he is really what I wanted to highlight. They spoke English back then. I don't know what we speak now with all our funkified accents that even the people of indigenous to the countries that we live in don't recognize. We speak them in Nigeria. But let's go to the care guys and then we kick it off as the way lands.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chifu Latif keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. And just a bit of a heads up. I'm not going to be spending that much of a time with this session. A lot of it will be driven by Thomas. And I'm glad to say then Thomas in the house. So good to have you, Thomas. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko. Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. Bishop Joyce Sosa. Good to have you, Bishop. And the majestic Prince Daddy. Good to have you, Prince Daddy. So good to have you all. Let's kick it off then. Who wants to kick it off? Shall we kick it off with you, Bishop?
No, please. Gassin.
All right. Let's kick it off with Ajanle Koko. We've been doing that quite a lot. Ajanle Koko, hope you are ready.
Yeah, what's up, one man?
All right, brilliant. I'm sure you must be disappointed, Ajanle Koko, that you are not speaking to Dele Farotimi rather than having to speak to me.
I was wondering what is going on. We didn't hear no what do you call notification, nothing. I say, well, we'll see. So, but I was I heard the news this morning about that internet cable problem, and I was thinking in that direction that it might be that problem that is responsible for him not able to come and you not able to.
To be honest with you, I pushed it a little bit because earlier on his PA she sent me notice that look, there's a lot of internet disruptions in Nigeria. Do you want to reschedule it? But I then phoned Ekene Foley and all their internet seems to be okay. So I said no, let's just carry on. And the guy tried and tried, he just couldn't get. I kept moving the time and he kept struggling. He eventually got frustrated with it and he said, no, I've tried my best, but we'll reschedule it. It will still come, but this whatever it is that is happening under the sea is not happening everywhere.
Yes, I'm glad that at least he sent a voice note that he has tried everything to make it happen. And I hope next time he will compensate us with more time.
Yes, because he only offered us 90 minutes. So I think maybe I'll use that as the sympathy vote to push him. He only offered us 90 minutes.
We're gonna ask him to give us to spend more time with us.
And maybe I can push him as well because he wouldn't budge on anything past 8 p.m. Nigerian time. So
okay,
yes.
Well, it's okay, no problem. I hope they will fix that cable problem, internet cable problem, because it might be difficult to send money now.
Well, I sent yesterday, I think it was, and the guy is telling me that he didn't get the alert, but thank you anyway, so maybe when he goes to his bank, hopefully we'll get there,
Okay. All right, let's kick it off. One man, what's going on?
All right. We're just really let's kick it off with this Sheikh Gumi, who is telling us that the insurgency is going to get a lot more vicious.
You see, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, sometimes when Gumi speak and you listen to him attentively, you sometimes you don't even know what you want to do with government, because sometimes it's opinion and view on these issues, kidnappers and their activities. Sometimes you want to agree with him that maybe negotiation is the best. Sometimes you don't even want to agree with him that how can we continue to negotiate with people that doesn't even understand, does not even want to cooperate. You understand what I'm saying? If they are willing to cooperate, if you are willing to come to negotiation table, bringing a demand that the country will look like, and work out some agreement with them, then you can say, okay, yeah, let me go with his suggestion that okay, let us negotiate. How do you want to negotiate? I don't understand sometimes. How do you want to negotiate with these people that kills their own people? They kill Nigerians in their various villages in the north.
Do you think it should be picked up? Do you think it should be, because a lot of people feel that it's too powerful to be picked up, and it will trigger it will trigger a reaction in that space if it's picked up. But then they've picked up Mietiala guy. Nothing's happened. So that it should be picked up. This sheikh.
No, it cannot be picked up. Reason why I say it cannot be picked up is that it is not engaging in terrorism activities against the state. He's not sponsoring people that are carrying out this, unleashing people that are unleashing terror on the state. And there's no, what do you call it? There is no information, intelligence reports by the state that shows that is complicit in this activity, So, but listening to what he said today, I think he gave us an information that is very useful. An information that is very useful that shows that Nigerian state, people in charge of the security of the country, plus the commander-in-chief, are not making, they are not making a frantic effort to put this situation to an end. And what did he say? He said that the people in authority knows all these guys that are carrying out this.
In fact, Ajale Koko, this terrorism really, it started under the Obasanjo space, and I think all the way through, we have not seen anything that looks like progress. That we've not had any significant arrest. We've not seen any significant anything. The only time we sort of wanted to start to see the beginnings of something significant was under Goodluck Jonathan, and they shut it down very quickly.
You see, I don't want to agree with you in totality that this terrorism started during the Obasanjo's administration.
Well, was it not when they killed Shekau that kicked it off, the leader of the Boko Haram space? That was under Obasanjo, wasn't it?
Yeah, their leader, not Shekau, the what do you call it?
Is that Ibrahim Shekarau?
Ibrahim, it's not Shekarau.
Is it not Shekarau?
No, it's not Shekarau.
Right.
I can't remember the name, but they arrested him. They put him in police cell. Police kill him in their own cell. And after that, his boys group up, went into the bush, and started unleashing terror on the state. So, and when they started that, their terror act against the state, they started it during the Goodluck Jonathan time. So, but going back to Gumi in his interview today said that the people in authority know the commanders of these boys. He said they are full soldier. Those one are different thing entirely. But the people at the head that command these boys, he said Nigerian authority knows them. And that is the more reason why he's urging that when you know these leaders of history, call them to round table, let them talk with you. What is their problem with the state?
Sorry, Adanle Koko. Afemi just corrected us. Mohammed Yusuf.
Mohammed Yusuf.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Mohammed Yusuf. Okay, that's why he's saying they know them. Why can't we invite them? Why are they unleashing terror against their own country? What do they want? And he's comparing their situation with that of Niger Delta. That the Niger Delta Avenger boys were hitting at the petroleum workers, kidnapping them.
Do you find that parallel? Do you find it a bit mischievous? Trying to draw a parallel between the Niger Delta, whatever it is, militancy, and the Boko Haram insurgency, the banditry. It's two different spaces, isn't it?
Two different, but
you could actually describe the Niger Deltans as somewhat freedom fighters, like Robin Hood figures, but these ones are jihadists now. These are bandits.
Yes, two different, ideology. You understand? Niger Delta is a resource control. How do I say?
Narrative
that look, you people are stealing our resources, you are taking our oil, you are using it to service Nigeria, and we are getting nothing in return for this thing. So we know what the Niger Delta boys are fighting for, and the government, showed the understanding with them, has them to come to negotiation table. They agree with them. They pay them some money. They sponsor them some their education abroad and so many other things. And they gave them derivative increase and other things. So that's one. He was comparing them on that kidnapping similarity between the two of them. That these guys are kidnapping, the other guys that the government negotiated with and settled, they were kidnappers too. So, but there are two different scenarios, and they are incomparable to me. But he is comparing them on the basis that their similarity of kidnapping.
It's a bit like this, is this lump them all together thing that we do. Yeah. It's a bit like saying Nnamdi Kanu, Sunday Igboho, and Oshewore. I mean, totally different people.
Totally different. Yeah, totally different. So, but
and different situations as well.
And different situations, but that information.
Will permit me?
Yes, sir.
Why not trying to model up the water? When the activities of the Niger Delta started, it was nothing short of criminality and terrorism. When you blow up facilities, you kidnap expatriates for ransom. There's nothing Robin Hood about it. And it was the beginning of Obasanjo's attempt to stop bunkering, because the bunkering was a very lucrative business. So when he decided to stamp out the bunkering, those boys resorted to kidnapping for ransom, and a lot of people were killed in that process. So yes, why I'm not saying we should draw a parallel, but they are not too different. Kidnapping for ransom, kidnapping people, destroying lives and properties is exactly the same thing these bastards and the nuts are doing. Yeah, maybe the approach seems to work a little bit. Maybe so he is asking for, which I don't support. That the same approach, because honestly speaking, I did not support the approach to the Niger Delta military death. We created a new class of don't let me just use the word, but they are not really too different entirely. But people died. People that they kidnapped their family, their relations, and the rest that died in the process. They started from expatriates and they were kidnapping senior oil workers of Nigerian extraction and the rest. So it's just plain criminality and terrorism. Thank you.
Well, I think it's mischievous that is comparing them and lumping them together as the same narrative. They are not, because the Niger Delta guys are not destroying their villages. They are not killing their people the way these people are killing their people. They are not kidnapping children from school. They are not, sacking people out of their villages and taking, levy. They were not doing that. They were not taking people into the bush. And you see, but the information that he gave, that is very important to me. That I think that, if we're a serious nation that really want to fight this war, it is enough for the state to act upon. It's a Nigerian state. The people in power, they know the head of these people that are taking these people, that are sending their foot soldier out to destroy the state. If Tinubu today, I will invite, what do you call that, Commodore Adewumi? Remember one man? Hello, one man?
Yes, they picked him up instead, didn't they? And locked him up, or they harassed him. So, was it not Falana that rescued him?
It's Falana that said, if you do anything, we will go to court and the whole world will hear. Because Commodore Adewumi was telling us what he knows, what he knew back then that was happening in the government. And the people behind this terrorism in Buhari's administration, the people, those people, government officials at the top level, even inside presidency, he mentioned it that they are in the presidency. It was very, very specific. So if I were Tinubu, I will invite Dr. Adewumi. Commodore Adewumi, this is what you said during the time of Buhari. Who are these people that you know? Because we have to take these people out of place. These people must be arrested. If Adewumi is very sure and intelligent, according to him, because he was an intelligent officer, if the intelligence then pinpointed them that they were part of that criminality and terrorism against the state, they should be picked up immediately. And through them, we can get more information and then engage these guys in a more decisive way that we can eliminate them and restore peace in that part of Nigeria. So it is just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So Gumi giving us that information, I think, is very, very useful. So if this administration is very serious with their security, people are in charge of the security of the state, the Inspector General of Police, the Army Chief, the NIA Chief, the Nuru Nibadu, or what did they call it? Which position did he occupy?
NSA.
NSA. They have to get these people arrested and then get us get all their elements within the government, fish them out, and then get more information and act upon it and restore peace in that region. So that's the way I see it. I think we cannot totally throw away what Gumi said. Some things he said I don't agree with. Some other things he said that I agree with.
Did you watch his full interview with
I watched it almost 3/4 to the end, but most of what you said, I heard it. Is what I'm telling you now. So it was quite revealing everything that he said. But look, we have to recognize one thing. We have to recognize the fact that we are tribal people in Nigeria. Yes, those boys, the leaders of this criminal group, still look at Gumi and those mullahs in the north as the only set of people they can engage with due to their religious belief that our mullahs, our this thing, we still show respect to them. We can meet with them if they really want to talk to us or on behalf of the state. They are given that condition. So if they are given that condition and they are still showing respect to some people, group of people in their own part of the country, I think it's good enough to open that window of opportunity to engage with them sometimes. Everything cannot be bomb. I'm not saying that they are good guys, they are not good, but Gumi haven't been a leader, a religious leader, and those guys too claim to be Muslim. I will not totally agree that they are good Muslim, they are bad Muslim. To me, because good Muslims should not be killing their own people. They should not use religion, to kill innocent children, women, and elderly people in the society, or carry out kidnapping. Islam does not, there's no scripture in Quran that suggested that they can use kidnapping.
In fact, does the Quran not say you shouldn't even kidnap your fellow Muslim? I don't know.
You are right, one man. Your fellow Muslim in any part of the world should be seen as member of your family. That is what Holy Quran said. Wherever you see your fellow Muslim, or you are in happen to meet your a fellow Muslim, you should welcome him. You should give him that good treatment. Give him, accept him as your family. If he's on the journey to somewhere and he couldn't go ahead with that journey and he's stranded, you should take him home. Give him good sleep, food. Give him accommodation. And when the next day you want to proceed on his journey, if God bless you to bless, if you are blessed to bless him, give him some money. You understand what? That is what the Quran says. So, but all these people, we don't understand. It is not an Islamic ideology. It's just a criminal ideology that, the state should pursue vigorously and now know how they will defeat them. But one man, Wike had a meeting yesterday or a day before yesterday with a media team in Abuja, during which Wike, revealed that Nigeria does not have tracking devices. Instead, the police and the DSS does not have tracking devices.
Yeah, no, I did not see that, but I saw him in a previous film that he had it in Port Harcourt when he was governor, but they don't have it nationally. So they will come and borrow from it. And every year they get $10 billion.
Can you see that, one man? The people in the government are the ones that are destroying this country. They are the ones destroying Nigerian state. They are the enemy of that country. They voted so much money on the yearly basis to buy equipment, to buy all these, devices to monitor our security and fight insecurity, but they fail. to get those things, to buy those things and put it to use to save life. They failed to do that. But rather, all this money was stolen then. All this money was stolen by these people. I mean, head must roll. For us to have Nigeria work well, head must roll. And as I suggested earlier, and I'm suggesting to President, if he has some of his people listening, invite Commodore Adewumi, sit him down, let him reveal to you all that he knows about people in government, in the past government, and if there are still some elements in his government, he should let him know them, and he want to take them out and start serious. He want to start a serious fight against insecurity, terrorism, criminality in that country. That is what the president should do. He should invite that guy, and we will start to get it right from there.
There's another northern colonel as well that speaks all of the right language. I can't recall his name, Colonel something or the other from the north. That he speaks all of the right language towards tackling these insecurity spaces, but they never listen to people like that.
They don't never listen. Those are the people that the president should invite. They can help. They have so much information to give to the president. I mean, to give to the administration to use in fighting against this insecurity against the state. That is the only way you can save lives. Imagine one man. Do you know how many people IDP camp and millions of people in that northern part of Nigeria in IDP camp? For God's sake, how can we have government? How can you have government in a democracy and you have people in IDP camp? That I don't know whether they don't have. I don't know if they have any feeling, if blood runs through these people's veins. I don't know. How can you be a leader and you sleep comfortable in your whole house? You have 24 hours electricity. You have 24 hours security around you. You can eat whatever, but your people that voted you in power are living in IDP camp and you don't want to do anything. All effort been made so far amounted to nothing, achieved no result. It can be.
You know Ajale Koko. And some of those people have been living in those IDP camps for years. For years. So what that tells us is that the government has gifted the land of those people away. Because immediately and within hours, not even days, they should have sent sufficient enough people to go and repel them from those lands and move the people back. So why are these people in IDP camps when they have homes? The homes are being occupied by insurgents. So now the government, they tell us that their primary function is to secure lives and properties. It's not within the geographical mass that is Nigeria. It's not a foreign country. So why don't you send troops to those spaces, go and savage those insurgents, put posts there, and return these people? Why are they years and years in IDP camp? And one NGO will come and throw bread at them. The next one will come and throw milk at them. And all the girls are just being, raped and whatnot. It's just
Ajale Koko, one man, can I please ask Ajale Koko one question, please? Yeah. Ajale Koko, do you believe that those people, their house is still under attack till now that we are speaking now? Or do you think people are scared to go back to their habitat? I don't think. I may be wrong, but I don't think those places are still savaging till now. I don't believe that, Ajale Koko. I don't believe it. Yeah, that's my question to you. Thank you.
Yeah,
No,
but why
Can
is
I
the
just
government?
chip in, please?
Yeah, why is the government not recycling them? Yeah. Nia, come in. Yeah, let's hear from you.
Yeah, it's like our perspective is quite different from the people in the north, and especially the Fulanis. Now, I will cite 3 examples. The first one was Rufai, when he said on national TV that he went to other nations to meet some Fulani people to give them money. He spoke on national TV. Now, they came to Nigeria. Then, if you remember, the governor, I think the present governor of Bauchi State, was saying that all Fulanis, anywhere in the world, they are Nigerians.
They are Nigerians. Bala
He
Mohammed.
said so. Exactly. Then, even our one of our analysts here, was either Ribadu or Hassan, mentioning that Fulani in Niger or in Nigeria, they are free to roam around with their cattle, that they can go anywhere. They don't have border. And that is what I want us to have, that understanding, that the way we see it down south is not the same way with them up there. I have an uncle. He was the commandant of Operation Safe Haven in Jos. He always come on channels, maybe for security, something. He has explained and explained how this thing can go ahead and what they are doing. Like Thomas was saying, that their houses are not salvaged. The point is, when they are sent packing, they depossess them of their land. And what happens is they occupy straight away. Is that not the reason why in Jos, especially Jos North, there was always a fight who will be even the chairman of Jos local government, because they now have a lot of Fulani houses, while the indigenous were not, they were contending with the indigenous that they cannot be continuously be the chairman of the local government there. So, and it's still the same, if you go to some parts of, even in Oyo State, you find some places where Fulani will be speaking like this, you think they are Yoruba. Even in the part of Okeogun, where Thomas came from, I don't know how common.
Not to interrupt. Yeah. Not to interrupt you, Niyi, but there was actually one Fulani guy in Oyo that ended up being elected as I think a councillor. His Yoruba was so strong. Yes, in Oyo, one of the sleepy outlets in Oyo. Yeah.
And that is it. You know, in those days, there was nothing like Hausa Fulani. They normally call them Hausas in the north. Gradually, we started hearing Hausa Fulani, Hausa Fulani. Now, we now have more of Fulani in politics than Hausas. And the same thing is happening in the Middle Belt. And that is why if you look at all the north or the northern, the Middle Belt, they keep fighting them because they want to take the land. I will give you another instance. In Kwara State, all the Obas are under the Emir of Ilorin. In Jeba has Oba, but they don't want Jeba to have Oba. They want to install an Emir. Do you know times without number, that guy has been put behind bar. The Oba of Jeba, simply because they were fighting them that they cannot install an emir. It's just simple. But sometimes we think, oh, because we are educated, or it's conspiracy theory. It baffles me sometimes when we think, oh, we know all these things. If you have never been,
Nee, do you think we are getting it wrong the way we are? Because these people, they are very similar.
oh, we are getting it wrong.
Yeah, they are very.
Let me tell you.
Yeah, let me land this. They are very singular in their intentions, and they're very clear, and they're very deliberate in their movement as well.
Yeah.
They will continue to push. They're not in a hurry, but they are clear on their destination.
Yes.
They will continue to push. They will force you out, but we are trying to use some sort of intellectualized, civilized sort of. But these people, they're not really interested. If you want to speak English, they have English speakers in their stock. They will tell them to go and speak English, but they don't care. They want to dominate you, and they'll keep on coming. And we're speaking English to them. Are we claim we're educated and clever?
No, we are actually getting it wrong. You know, Baba Jale Koko was saying that what Gumi was saying, he agreed with. In fact, there is nothing new that Gumi said today or last night. I listened to it. It's still the same rhetoric. Now, what he was looking for is he knows that many of these terrorists, they are not Nigerians. But he was pushing, that is to tell you the Fulanization theory. He was pushing so that they can have something like amnesty. Abati, Dr. Abati still mentioned it today that Buhari tried it. He called these people, he negotiated with them, they bought uniform for them, they trained them in order to incorporate them, but they failed. So, but what he wanted is, he wanted amnesty for them so that they can come from any part of the world, as long as they are Fulani, they will be under that amnesty. So we should get this thing clear. If you I don't know, it's just sometimes when I listen to people talking about this, I just laugh that the ideology are not the same. People will say, "Oh, in India there are millions of languages."
Do you think do you think it should be a fire for fire approach? So if they come and savage your community, then you go and savage their community, and then ultimately.
There is need to sit down and renegotiate. I will not deceive you, because some people, individuals, they are more powerful. If you have been listening to some politicians in government, they will be telling you that some people are more powerful than Nigeria itself. So, are you now telling me Gumi says government knows them? Oh, yes. How about the 400 names that were sent from, was it Qatar? Was it not given to the government? Could they do anything about it? No, they can't. And they know it because they are more powerful. If you pick Gumi today now, you see what will happen.
Sorry, Nee. There's always something that I've always thought that we, especially in the South and in the Middle Belt as well, that we feel that we, no matter what, if they come and kill like 300-400, you just take it and take it. Because if you try and push back against these people, they will unleash all manners of terror that you would not be able to handle. Do you think there's that fear that these people can unleash on phantomable?
They can. They can. The other time when they
and then we live in fear of them.
Yes, the other time when they took some people and some some children, that is some pupils in Ekiti. They pay ransom before they release them. And what we have forgotten is, Gome was mentioning foot soldiers, and we don't listen to that. Do you know those people that are collecting millions are not the ones spending the money? Have you ever seen any of these kidnappers that were apprehended looking sumptuous, looking good? No.
Only the eastern ones, only the eastern kidnappers.
No, those ones are just criminals.
They go and buy
They are
Carol wine.
criminals.
Yes.
Now, some guys were apprehended and they were asking, how much were you given? He said they made so amount. How much were you given? 10,000 naira. So you just realize that they were being given something, just a peasant money, just something for you to feed. And that is why they can go on and go on. Even those ones that were apprehended in Kwara State, that they used to hide their guns somewhere, you need to listen to how much they were given. These children that were kidnapped, one guy that escaped was saying that whenever the military helicopter was parading up there, that they will ask everybody to lie down, to lie low. Nobody must raise his head until when the chopper goes, then all of them will get up. But what I know is these guys are not in the bush. Look, I don't know how many people have been in class before. If you have a class containing 20 children, you see how difficult it is to control them. And we are talking about 287 children. How is it possible for them to be somewhere and they will not be talking? All these children are in people's houses. They are in people's houses. That is what is happening. If they are outside in the rain, that is the point. But the way we are seeing it down south is not the same way they are seeing it in the north. If I tell you in Igogon now, there is no single Fulani or herdman that can mess up with their farm anymore because of what they have done. But we think we are all educated. Oh, we can't do that. Nobody can. Now they are giving the testimony that, in fact, Fulani cannot eat any crop in Igogon or in all those 7 Ibarapas. They all came together. Irua, Igongon, Ayete, they all came together and there was some things they did. None of those Fulanis can ever eat their crops anymore or get their land. But we don't believe we can do that because we are educated, or probably because we are Christians. You see? So that is just it. Thank you.
All right, Brendan. And thank you. Back to Ajahn Ekoko.
So, one man, in conclusion, I will go back to my suggestion. The president to invite those people that have information concerning these people. Collect more information from them. Use your intelligent unit within the security apparatuses to, pursue a strategy, map up a strategy that, can defeat the war. It's intelligent. I think it's lack of, intelligent or poor intelligent that is responsible for the poor performance of Nigerian armed forces in the execution of this war. We lack good intelligence for us to use to defeat these people. That is the main problem. That is the main problem. How can you be saying you are fighting in within some element, some criminal that are just sacking, very killing people and they run away? And for 10 years, how many years now? Is it not going to like 15 years? And for 10 years, let's say 10 years, 10 years or 12 years, yet they are growing in number, they are expanding, their food soldiers are increasing, they capture more land, day in, day out. What are we doing? What kind of leadership are these that our people should be going through suffering in IDP camps, sleeping, begging for food? One man, let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant. A little comment on the headline on the screen. Ajale Koko Olubadan buried maid's tributes. Correct me if I'm wrong, but was it not just barely 2 years in that post? Did the last one not just die not that long ago?
Yeah, just 2 years ago. So he's 81 years, an old man.
What to think? Consider for the
man is old. The man has spent an additional, overtime now, 11 years over time, above the regular, 70 years. That is a mark for everybody to spend on earth. So he's 81 years old. So people at that age, anything can happen to them anytime. So I believe it's God time. God took him away, and Ibadan people, they don't have problem in selection of Olubadan because it's turn by turn. It's not Ifa. Ifa does not guide them in who going to be the next.
Why are they struggling to since the Alafin for your died? It's going on 2 years as well, if not longer. Why are they struggling to find a new Alafin for us?
Let me tell you one man. That of Oyo is a different ball game. They have to go through the tradition. And a lot of rituals, a lot of things have to be done.
If I is alright.
I believe they are doing something. They're really going to choose somebody that going to be the best, the person whose time that will bring peace and tranquility in the Yoruba land. So they have to take time. Those people that are in charge, the Oyomesi, at the moment is the Bashorun of your land that is the head of your land now. So, and I believe they are doing they are going through the right process to get us another Alafi, and I hope very soon.
Did it take this long to appoint or to elect or select the Oni?
The Oni is different now. They have, how do you say it? Are they not 3 or 4 family? What do you say it? Is it royal?
Ruling houses.
Ruling houses, yes. They have about 4 ruling houses. So when one ruling houses ended their own term, the next one, they know it. So it's within that ruling house, that next ruling house that, they have to, if I would guide them on who should become the Oni. So that one is more easier than that of Oyo. So Oyo is I believe they will get someone very soon for us in your land. So your people are smart people now. Those are the core Yoruba people. So.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the headline piece, Adan Lekoko. This meeting, it strikes me, one, because they were always at daggers drawn, El Rufai and Fani Kayode, always throwing missiles at each other across the media spaces. But then the surprise visit then, El Rufai makes that visit to Fani Kayode. So the reading of this is essentially that he's trying to wiggle his way back into some sort of relevance. So what are you making of this meeting of strange bedfellows, fresh permutations as ex-governor El Rufai meets Fani Kayode, photos emerge? What are you making of this rather odd meeting?
It's a political meeting. I believe they are planning something for the future. What do you call it? The former governor, El Rufai, might have political ambition, and he knows that Fani Kayode is very good when it comes to communication. He's a propagandist. He knows how to deliver it effectively. He knows how to carry out that publicity of his boss or whoever is representing for political office. He knows how to deliver, a very serious, a strong campaign, and propaganda and stuff like that, to rattle the political space. It's very good, except we want to lie to ourselves. Fani Kayode is very good at, effectively communicating the agenda of his mentor to Nigerian people. So that is what I'm suspecting. I believe it's a political meeting aiming at, pursuing, a political ambition. So that's what I can read to that meeting one.
All right, brilliant. And just finally, this one here. This is just this clip from this guy from the UK showing us a train breaking down and being on the station for like minutes and hours. So it's just really to draw that contrast. If we had this happen in Nigeria, of course, hell will break loose. Imagine if this was the Lagos Ibadan rail. Imagine what the obedience will make of that. Look at that, though. Did I not tell you? If you go to Ethiopia, they spend and then they will go. They will grind the life out of you just for nobody reported this, by the way. And why would they? How many times would they report that a train broke down? Of course, a train will break down. That's part of the nature of the thing.
About woman, let me tell you. Yes, train can have technical problem, but the difference between that of Britain and ours, while that of Britain will get a quick and fast, solution, ours will take several hours. So that's the difference between the two. Technical problem could happen sometimes with the train, but the response, the rapid response that we come to get it back on the track, to get it work again, that you can't get that in Nigeria. We have seen a situation where the Lagos Ibadan train developed technical problem, And people were there for like 8 hours. More than that. People have to call their people, and they are in a thick bush. They were scared that, oh, we hope these people, terrorists, will not come and grab them here. So it was a bad experience for people that went through that kind of situation. So you can't compare the two. They are not. No. The Art of Britain, quick response, get the problem fixed as quick as possible, and get the train back on track to continue moving people from one place to the other. So it's not the same way in Nigeria. It's not the same way. So the obedient that you are claiming, they will have been shouting, hey, or person like us who will, who want a running, a working country. Yes, we will talk about it. Why can't we get a new train and it won't work and it will break down and people have to spend several hours before they get here, and the train will be off the line for many days again before they put it? That is not a good way to run a system. That is not a good way to run train service. It shouldn't be like that. So that of the Britain that you say, I believe it won't take all that day or days or before they get it fixed and get it running again. So that is just the way I see it. So that's thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. Let's go on from your Ajale Koko to I think Bishop dropped temporarily. So let's go to Prince. Prince, good to see you.
Yeah, you too, woman. How you doing?
I'm
Hello,
good.
everyone.
Good to have you here.
Yeah, our special guest, Dilip Powatini, couldn't make it. He said the internet is down in Nigeria, right? So
yes.
Yeah, unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Prestige was actually here when I was when I was battling, negotiating feverishly with his PA, and we were both negotiating with her, me and Man of Prestige.
Yeah, I confirm, what one man said. Yeah, I witnessed everything. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, but that's fair enough. He did his best. We'll get him next time.
Yeah, sure. No worries. Okay. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. Yeah, we're trying to make the best out of it. So it's all good.
Yeah. So we have our usual normal session. Where do you want to come in? Do you want to come into, because I would never even watch this, except of course it tells the story of what is going on in our country. So here it was a train. It's a brand new train, by the way. This one we're looking at, it just suddenly broke down, and then of course people were ushered off the train, and then they're put on the platforms, and that was it. Wasn't even anything. It's just that a Nigerian was there, and he had to capture that moment to reflect back on what is going on in this country. So what are you making of the narrative that this guy is telling?
Yeah, just like Angelica Koza's submission on it, it was right on point. If the obedience had complained, though, they just run around and say stuff, they would have been justified if that happened in Nigeria. We don't have a culture of maintenance, so that's the problem. If say, and I know you know that woman, there's nothing that goes on in Nigeria in general that doesn't happen in the West, in London, or in America. It happens. I mean, we live on earth. We're not in heaven. I mean, there's a lot of things that happen here. There's murder, maybe not so much in England because you guys don't have guns, but there's murder, killing, kidnapping, building collapse, bridges collapse here in the West, in America. So there's nothing new about that. But of course, they have a culture. They have their orientation to approach and dealing with things is much different. We don't have that base. We don't have that structure. It's not our culture, if you want to put it that way. And it can be because we go to the West, we see what they have there. Our leaders, they travel around the world. They have the nicest of things in the world, but somehow, some way, they cannot replicate the same models in their own countries as leaders. So,
I think it must be some sort of inferiority complex because, like you said, there was a time actually that Aregbesola was accosted when he was having a buffet somewhere in the UK, carrying his own plate and all that. But these guys, they come here, they get they form an orderly queue to get a service, and then they get onto a service that works. They take the system working for granted. These are the people ruling us, not just in Nigeria, but the whole of that our sub-region and even the wider region. They take things working in the West for granted because they know no other way than things work there. So now they govern their space, they have money. So do they think that is some sort of aliens that are running or how do they justify coming to the UK, finding that things work, and then going to Nigeria and not being able to replicate it?
well, that's the conundrum really that exists. But see, leadership is corrupt everywhere. But to what degree are we talking about? You see, leaders here in the West. You can talk about America. They see the people that they lord over. They don't lord over. That they are in charge of their affairs, right? They see those people as a reflection of themselves, and that's quite powerful. But we don't have that kind of thinking orientation in Nigeria. It's a master slave relationship we have there in Nigeria. It's an oppressive state, highly oppressive. From the military abuse the police, the police abuse the common man, and the politician abuse them all. Isn't that the system we have there? So it's at a grassroots level. Okay, in America, the leaders see the people they rule over as a reflection of themselves. Again, so they try their best to do right by the people, and of course, in any system, there has to be accountability and auditing, in which we enjoy here in the West. So, I mean, to me, that'll be the stark difference between the two. In Nigeria, everybody goes in there to they're not accountable to go, siphon or loot whatever they can loot, and that's the way it works. We not one. We tend to pretend a lot. I don't know, but we're not one in that sense. But at the same time, I don't believe that Nigeria should be divided or should break apart. If we have a system of governance, this regional thing that we're talking about here that we had before, I believe we had it before, that let each region take care of their own affairs in a larger scale, and somehow in the center they find a way to work things out. So this is the problem, I always someone gets that it takes their own Yoruba, Igbo. See, this is the way it goes. We don't have that commitment, and it's tough to have a country as one when we don't have that spirit as a nation to do anything. So that's why it's quite, actually, when it comes to sports, the way we unite is quite magical, if you'd ask me. It's quite magical. But apart from that, everybody, we seem not to care. We seem not to care about what's going on. So to the train thing, here, Ajalekoko said it right. It's not the same. A train breaking down. Come on, here in America, a train breaks down for hours. I know you heard about it like about a year ago. So when Biden came to power, there was a train. It was a cargo train with explosive.
It didn't take you long, did it? Okay, let's do.
Well, I heard Prestige Boys. I heard Prestige Boys.
Oh yeah, carry on.
So, anyway, but there was a cargo train that had toxic chemicals that passed through a rural town, and it went off track, and a lot of chemicals were spilled in that place. It made a whole mess. So the question is, how can that happen in America? I thought they have everything perfect. Of course not. It can happen anywhere, but at least they have the resources. They have trained personnel. They have all these things They have, institutions to deploy to salvage what is left. And they did their best, not because people didn't get hurt or maybe die, but nonetheless, they did their best. So
Prince Daddy, let me put some joke. Not Nigeria, the house is burning, the fire is burning. They are calling the blood of Jesus, the blood of Jesus, the blood of Jesus. These people are so daft. The fire is
yeah, Thomas.
burning. You are calling the blood of Jesus. It's not Jesus come and quench the fire. Oh, continue, my brother.
Yeah, I mean, so that's the difference. That's the difference. So I mean, we experience a lot of disaster, and in America is really a big country from coast to coast. So it's not unexpected. But again, something happens. At least you can call the police, and you have a reasonable time for the responsive police or fire department and the ambulance. So that's just the difference. Things just seems to work. We're not really better people than the Nigerians, But again, we can say we are better people. Why? Because we've been conditioned in such a way to respond to certain things in a more logical approach. And just like Thomas said, a lot of things they do back there don't make sense. And that's what makes us better in our approach, not as better human beings, so to speak. So it is what it is. That's the country we live in. But and I wish we can. Lagos is doing great. Eventually Lagos State will become a model for the rest of this country, right? And that'd be great. I think there are a lot of smart people there. See, we're not short of smart people. We're not short of the human capital to do this thing. We're not. And you want to talk about natural resources? We have the human resources. We have the natural resources.
Hold on, Prince. You say we are not short of smart people, but are we not really? Because all of the smart people we have in Nigeria, they live in Lagos. I don't know of any smart, except somebody that is governing a state. I don't. If you have a brain in Anambra or Abeokuta, would you stay in Anambra or in Oka or let's not even use Anambra. Let's use Abakaliki. So it's not. If you have a brain in some satellite state, would you stay there or come to Lagos or go to Abuja? So the only brains we have are in Lagos.
But Mama, what you just said there is not unique to the Nigerian space. It's a phenomenon elsewhere around the world. You know about Silicon Valley. You heard about Bellevue, Washington, and even in New York. Why do people go to New York? They leave their village, like here. They leave their countryside. A lot of people, quite for that matter, and they go to New York to do what? To go to theater because you want to be known. If you want to be out there and work with the best to be the best, you have to go there. Why do people leave their rural areas, go to California, to the movies? Same thing. So Lagos is the center, and it's not surprising that all the smart people, brilliant people are concentrated in Lagos. It's just natural. Just like you can say all the terrorists are concentrated in the north. That's where it goes. So wherever area commands the talent or the resources, that's where people congregate. So it is what it is. But overall, even with all the smart people in Lagos, I think there are still plenty of smart people all across that country, plenty of them. So we're not short of smart people. Again, natural resources got plenty. So and this is the conundrum, quite frankly, because now you have all the. That's why I say maybe you need the white man to come back rather, and help us put things together.
You say that in jest, but no, land that point. But that might not well be in jest. A lot of people they're starting to have that conversation. Is the black person capacitated to govern himself? I think some people will say they are not.
Well, yeah, in jest, but also but being serious about it. It is true. We have everything. It's like you have all the materials to build a house, not just a house, a nice skyscraper, but you can't put it up because you just can't do it. You can't organize. You don't have the skills and talent. We have everything as a country. We have more than many countries in this world.
Imagine, Prince. Imagine if Nigeria was occupied by the Israelis rather than us. Imagine.
You can only imagine that. If you knew what the Israelis did with what they have. I mean, it's amazing.
When they are turning rocks into an agricultural phenomenon in a desert,
right?
imagine
I know they export. One of the top leading countries that export fruits or vegetables to Europe, Israel, the Jewish people, in a desert. One of their top material scientists that developed the drip technology for agriculture. They make do. They make do of what they have. But here we are. We don't have to do none of that. We have it. Nyafu nyafu, as they say, plenty of it. We have it, but we can't do nothing with it. So so it just puts us in a really bad light. And I tell people all the time, it's not about, and sometimes it's not about being smart. Actually, it's not about being smart because it's about your environment. It's about your environment, your community, the people around you that makes you. Sometimes you can be smart and it can just be a smart person in the closet, but nobody knows your talent. That's why when these Nigerians they come to the West, they do exceptionally well. Why is that? I thought they're smart and talented. Yeah, if they were, how come they didn't do that in their own country? It tells you that your smart is not sufficient to be great. Your environment is key to your success, and it's 50-50 if you ask me. If you look, Americans is going down in math and science, in classrooms, fine. But if you want to name all the top inventions in the past decade or two, it's all coming from mainly America. Why is that? It's being smart is not sufficient. Your environment plays a key to your success. But Nigeria is great as a country as it is, and we can be much better at doing things. Yeah. But anyway, so much that's for the train guy. So yeah.
All right, let me take you to Fani Kayode, and is now new BBF El Rufai. Of all of the pairings, I never saw that as a pair. So what are you then making of this now midnight visit of the little man from Kaduna to the loudmouth from the southwest?
Yeah, I'm not sure. So I think your headline says it's trying to get back into governance, right? Well,
is there any other way to read it other than that? But carry on, yeah.
Well, I thought El Rufai, the guy did very well for Tinubu. We all know that. He stood against Buhari and all those shenanigan policies that were trying to implement towards the end of his administration, and it was therefore for Tinubu was a big supporter. And I don't think Fani Kayode is the middleman or the person that can liaise between him and Buhari and Tinubu rather. I think you can go directly to Tinubu's office and demand or request his attention to talk to him. So I don't know what Rufai is doing, but I actually believe even though I'm not sure they what they did to him in the Senate confirmation, but he actually believed that he wanted to go pursue his PhD program. He had it in his heart, so he didn't want to take nonsense for what they were trying to do. He just maybe left and pursued his PhD. I'm not sure if he's finished it, but
do you not see that was just I thought that was just a backup storyline to cover up disappointment. So it just had that as a ready go-to, so that if things don't go his way, he'll say, I wasn't really convinced when I was saying, no, I want to go back to school.
Yeah, I was totally convinced. No need. The guy's been around for a long time. 8 years governor. He's SCT governor or administrator. He's been around. When these guys like not Fashola, like Fashola, when he said it was tired, it is true, it was tired. These people need a break sometimes. Why is Fashola not in Tinubu's government? He said it himself. He didn't want to have to do that. He wanted to rest or do something else. And I felt the same thing for El Rufai also. El Rufai is very smart.
You don't think Fashola was snubbed?
Oh no!
Because there was only one role for Fashola, and that's the chief of staff that Badabia Miller has. But as soon as Tinubu won that election, Badabia Miller was just, when he was in France, do you remember when he was in France? The guy couldn't even walk the street without Badabia Miller being next to him. So I think he gave him close marking and then used his wife to deliver himself into. I think Fashola was outmaneuvered.
Yeah, we know we debated that all along, and you guys thought Fashola would have been a better or a more suitable
Prince
chief of
Daddy,
staff.
Prince
Yeah.
Daddy, one man, don't you think there's a special thing about Bajamia Bila to Tinubu? Do you remember when he snubbed, when Tinubu snubbed Oshibajo? Do you remember that Bajamia
Yeah,
Bila is the one that walked up to him?
that dragged him
Yes,
back.
that,
Yes.
yes, Baba, they should buy you now. So at least they have close relationship. So I think he suits for that post. That's just my opinion. They have close relationship, one man. So you can't doubt that. For him to call Tinubu back that day, and Tinubu just listened to him and went back and greet and salute the vice president that day, you will know that it's a big weight to Tinubu. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Thomas. Yeah, it's yeah, it has a really close relationship with Tinubu. That's Begabia Mila. But at the same, looking at Fashola, Fashola was too big for that job. At the same time, not too big. If you know what I'm saying. So Fashola couldn't be doing that. It's like it's not a boy's job. But what I'm trying to say is that that kind of job really fits by Jabir Mila. I'm telling you, this chief of staff business, it really fits him. Look at his personality. It's a little somewhat crafty at the same time also.
Do you think Fashola has a bigger status than Ibrahim Gambari?
Well, obviously, I can't put the face to Ibrahim Gambari, so I would say yes.
He's one of the biggest, sharpest political operators within Nigerian space, Ibrahim Gambari. He was the chief of staff to Buhari under his administration, replaced Abba Kyari when he died.
Oh, yeah. I think Fashola
it was UN special envoy to Myanmar to go and resolve all that. So it's a big name.
Yeah, to Myanmar to go and
He was
resolve.
he was a diplomat by career. So that was his job. A diplomat by career all his life. That was the job that he was doing. He doesn't have no political the way you just describe it now. And as a matter of fact, maybe his time as the chief of staff to Buhari, maybe I even regard it as the worst chief of staff ever, because I don't see any significant. How do I describe it? There's no significant performance that he carried out during the as a chief of staff there. The whole shenanigan that was happening in the presidency was going on. There was, it was just the same, Buhari's style. No coordination, anything goes.
All right. Carry on the conversation amongst yourself for about 5-10 minutes. Give me a moment.
Okay. I thought it was going to bring sanity into, the presidency and get things done orderly, with, total discipline in carrying out the duty of that presidential office. But hey, man, nothing significant done. So we can continue, Baba Prince Daddy.
Yeah, Jellicoe, that's what I was saying. That I mean, I could barely put the face, the name to the face. So absolutely, Fashola is a much bigger personality in Nigerian political space. And yeah, but again, I think Bajabia Mila was a much better fit for that job. Not Fashola. Fashola was again too big for that position. At the same time, not too big. So and it was tired anyways. Just like Rufai, they needed a break. But who knows? Rufai could be back
I agree
anytime
with
soon.
I agree with you that Gbajami Amila is the best for that job. You know my own reason? Because Tinubu at this time must have a very good relationship with the assembly. And Gbajami Amila,
Yeah.
being a legislator all his career in office, since he assumed office, he has been in Abuja as a legislator. He knows all these people and he knows how things work there. He knows how they can manipulate things. So he can get the job done easily
Right.
for
I agree.
the
Yeah.
president than Fashola, who doesn't know in and out of that space. Look, that assembly itself is a separate entity that govern on its own. You understand? The way they govern Nigeria
Ajani
is
Koko,
different.
and he will still have his caucus in the
Yeah.
house. There are
So
people that listen to him.
they can frustrate you and they can get the job done for you depending on how you play the ball with them. So Bajabia Mula knows how to play the ball. He can play the ball. He can guide the president how to play the ball. He can guide the president. No, this is not the best way to get this passed through in that place. Let's do it this way. Let me corner this. I can meet this. He know every one of them to their houses, and he was their boss. So it's a good pick as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, it's a good pick. He has some shortcoming anyway, according to some people saying, "Oh, he didn't do this." There are some certain things that happen, particularly the way they nominated some names for position, and they have to retract that name again at the point of announcing the name or at the point of confirmation. They will say, "Oh, we are sorry, your name is not among the list," when they already announced earlier that he is going to be among. So those shortcomings, yes. But the best man for the job for the Tinubu, considering the number of years been coming with Tinubu, considering his experience as a legislator, he is the best man for the job. You know.
Yeah, I agree. It's a perfect fit for the job and for what Tinubu wants. Yeah. Um, so I don't think so I don't know why Rufai would go through what's his name, Fani Kayode to get to Tinubu. I'm not sure about that, but at least we know though it's a good sign. I think when the whole debacle for the confirmation happened, a lot of people thought Rufai would become a thorn in the flesh about Tinubu's government. And I don't, and he was going to be making troubles. I think he actually said one or two things right after the failed confirmation. Then it went away, but now he is resurfaced. So what do we say? Well, it shows that it's still in a good he has good rapport with the APC leaders or the people at the top there. So which is good because no matter how we look at it, Rufai is a very good asset. It's a solid asset in politics in general, and for the APC for sure. So I would love to have him back. Maybe get a position that's critical. I know they talked about the power. The Minister of Power was kind of reserved for him before they gave to somebody else from Kaduna, I believe. So it would be nice for him to come back. It doesn't have to wait. Hopefully, it doesn't wait till the next election, to come into the Tinubu's government. But if you can find him something right now, it can definitely make an impact. And why not? Maybe it should be. It knows a lot about this security thing. But by the same time, the reason why some people came against him during the confirmation was that it was linked to he had some security issues, and that's why it was disqualified, which is kind of interesting because it deals a lot with being in Kaduna, being the governor. It dealt a lot with terrorist stuff in his state, and it knows a whole lot. It is definitely an asset when it comes to this terrorism stuff or this kidnapping thing in the north. And it has a lot to offer. So I hope he comes back and gets a nice position to be a great contributor to the country.
Yeah, Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy.
I'm not sure.
Okay. You can go ahead.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's because of Tinubu that he visited Fani Kayode. I think it's for a bigger picture, for future, because Rufai can walk to Aso Rock to see the president, but I think he's trying to prepare ground for a bigger future, especially after 8 years of Tinubu. So don't be surprised if you see him in the southeast tomorrow or in the south. Don't be surprised. Then you will know the reason why he's doing all those things. And for the
like doing what in the southeast and south?
no, like visiting, because that visit is political visit, nothing more.
For Tinubu or on his own behalf or what?
No, on his own. It's not because of Tinubu. It's on his own.
To run
He's
run next time as a
yeah, just like they normally say, a politician always think of next election. So, and that is exactly what is happening. They are already calculating, they are already making moves that, okay, we will allow him to run through these 8 years, then the power returns back to the north. So he has to start pressing buttons.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about 8 years. I thought you were talking about the next 4 years. I got you.
No.
Okay.
It will be after 8 years. So
But realistically, do you think Rufai has that political capital? Even though it's a political giant, you can say that. I mean, ignore his stature.
Don't forget that he has APC, and he will do everything to prevent Kwakwanso from returning to APC. So
okay.
And if Kwakwanso should be left in NNPC, then he cannot make any headway. So we should think of that. So.
How old in the next 8 years? How old will be Malam El Rufai?
El Rufai is 60 something, so maybe he will be
61 or 62. So it's gonna be like or 69.
Maybe he will just be 69 or thereabout.
Young.
How long, Prince Daddy? How long with these old people?
It is 64.
It's 64 now.
Yes.
64.
72.
but
we don't finish, Joe.
I cannot see anybody younger than 70 being Nigerian president.
But that
doesn't look like that.
Because by the time you serve your apprenticeship and all of this, and then you get taking all the
one
notes
man
and
apprenticeship.
Yeah. You know, because the traditional route, you have to be 2-term governor, and then you have to you have to battle so many people ahead of you. By the time you do, and you are not going to win until you are 3-4 battles. I can't see anybody under 70 being Nigerian president.
That's why Peter Obi is deceiving himself. He just wants
No,
to be
that one he
president
wanted
just
to
like
use
that.
the back. They wanted to use the back door to
Graduate.
come in. But who do you think is next? Who do you think is most next in line in the north to replace Tinubu?
I don't think that person is known yet on the political scene. Actually, I think after Tinubu, actually, I think there'll be a younger person in their 50s, maybe, yeah, in the 50s, late 50s perhaps, or early 50s
You don't think
to
of
take
Shetima,
over.
the vice president. You don't think of Shetima.
How old is he? Well, that's the person I'm talking about. How old is he?
It's something. I think it's 50, maybe 58 or 50,
Uh-huh.
56.
Yeah, I will think of Shetima, but mind you, Shetima came from the Kanuri. And even I was thinking of Zulum, Professor Zulum, but he too came from the Kanuri side.
Yes.
Well,
So,
this is
and
Do you remember when Ribadu
someone,
was
someone that will come in. Yeah, you are right. Okay.
when Ribadu was telling us that the Fulanis they will burn Nigeria down before
Yes.
before they let a Kanuri, they will have an Igbo man before they have a Kanuri be president. Yeah.
No,
but one man. See, that's
that's not
why
going to happen, man.
that's why Tinubu sacrificed.
If Tinubu, if God spare his life to spend 8 years, and he want that power to go to Kanuri, he want his vice president to be president, that's the person that will be president of Nigeria. Nothing going to happen. Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces in Nigeria, with all the power, he can use it to effect whatever he want.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to burn down the country in doing so. But anyways, I was gonna say, Tinubu went out of his way. He went out of his way to choose a Kanuri person. Okay, and part of his calculation, his calculus, has to do with the diminishing of the Fulani hegemony in that country in a lot of ways, because he didn't have to go all the way to choose a Shitima. He didn't have to. He just made things harder for himself. You would think that if he wanted to choose a Muslim ticket, it's going to be a Fulani person that's widely accepted across the north.
You are right, Prince. In fact, on paper, there is nothing that says Tinubu should win. He went with a Muslim ticket and a Kanuri instead of a Fulani.
Exactly. That's my only concern. Like, this guy, man, I have to give him a lot of respect. He's stretching it. He's just stretching everything he's doing. He didn't have to go for a Kanuri. He just I was like, wow, but he did. And for him to do that, this guy is a long-term planner. He's not obedient jumping up and down. He's a long-term planner.
Hold on,
He's a strategist, yeah.
Prince Daddy. This is strategy. Then is to cut some of the block vote that could be coming from that part of the country for Atiku, is to share some of that vote from that part of the country with Atiku, having known well that their party strongest hold in the country is Northwest. You understand what I'm saying? And all the leaders of the party were all committed to him, the governors and all the rest, like Ganduje from Kano and some others, from other part of Kebbi and some other part. So he picked Shetima to divide that vote, block vote that Atiku would have won, which will have constituted a very threat for his political victory. So that is what he did. And that state, by record, always deliver 1 million votes, maybe close to 1 million, if not million. So that's a huge vote. If that could go on the sentiment basis. If that could go for Atiku, that could cost him that presidency. So he believed the people from the northeast will see.
Ajande Koko, you are breaking up a bit.
Oh, can you hear me now? Am I still breaking?
You're clear to me. Yeah.
Am I? So I don't know.
It could be me. Maybe it's from me.
Maybe
Carry
it's
on.
from you. So he was like, I won't allow the northeast vote to go, largely for Atiku. So let me break it into pieces with him. Let me have somebody that is well known as well, somebody that performed very well as a governor, particularly from the state that delivers million votes, in the previous election. So that was the strategy. And what matter is Muslim. So, and to the northerner, Muslim northerner, they believe, oh, well, it's our brothers, and it was a strategy that worked for him. So, if he had not taken that action, if he had taken from northwest, we don't know what might have happened. Atiku being a long-term presidential or how do
But Ajande Koko, it's a strategy that should not have worked for him. The Nigerian demography, the Kanuris, they're about 4% of the population. The house, although it doesn't give you. It says Hausa Fulani is 29%. This is the demographic breakdown of Nigeria. Hausa Fulani is 29%, Yoruba is 21%, Igbos 18%, Ijaw 10%, Kanuri is 4%, Ibibio 3, and then 3.5, and then Tiv 2.5. So it was a real gamble because, of course, Atiku is a Fulani man. And if those votes had gone along the usual traditional ethnic stocks, when they look at the top of the pyramid and they don't see any of their stock there, then they should have gone with Atiku. It was a real gamble.
Yeah, it took a gamble to some extent, but the stronghold of their party, which is the northwest, is an advantage on the side. For 8 years, they maintain a very solid, consistent election winning in that space. Northwest is the strongest hold of their party. So that's an advantage on the side. So where they have, lesser influence and a big time politician coming out from there, was the reason why he picked that guy that let us go and divide his vote. Northwest is our strongest hold. We're still going to win in the Northwest. Our president, the current president then, the president then, who was Buhari, from there, and some, what do you call, Rufai, the big name in the party, strongly behind him then. From there, Ganduje from Kano, and not vote from Kano that, Kano always, delivered million votes, is there behind him. So that was a guarantee, was like a guarantee vote for him.
It wasn't guaranteed, though. The stars just aligned
Right.
for him. Yeah, Prince.
Right. I was going to say, now you can't discount the 30 years or so groundwork of Tinubu in that region. Okay. And I think that's what he was banking on. And it was quite clear that Tinubu had a network of supporters, and he had a lot of things going on there. Not because of the so much was guaranteed. Tinubu had done the groundwork. It was, and that's why when you can tell he did, because when, after all, Atiku is a Fulani, is a Fulani man also, and Tinubu went almost 50-50 with him among his own people. What do you say about that? You can't just come randomly from anywhere in the country and get
That,
that kind
that
of
was
numbers.
actually
No,
that was actually more impressive than Peter Obi winning Lagos or
of
even
course,
Atiku winning Osun.
absolutely. It was neck and neck with Atiku among the Fulani people, Fulani Hausa people. It did extremely well. People forget about that. Atiku would have wiped anybody else in that country on the floor with that vote. But Tinubu competed strongly.
Eh,
Even
eh,
in see,
but
forget about forget about
Prince,
Kwankwaso in Kano State.
Prince Daddy,
Look at how impressive Tinubu did in Kano compared to Atiku.
It was also
Prince
neck
Daddy.
and neck with Kwakwanso in Kano. Or was he? No, I think Kwakwanso actually yeah. No, sorry,
You know,
it wasn't neck and
Kwankwaso
neck.
got about a million votes,
A
and
million votes, yeah,
Tinubu
yeah.
about 500,000, and Atiku was
Which
less
is
than
quite
that.
impressive still, you know.
Yeah.
But remember what caused him caused Atiku the election was Atiku inability to manage his party
No,
well.
I just go. Sorry, I'm not one to insult people, but Atiku is a doofus. I- that guy's the worst of the kind. He's the worst politician ever. I'm telling you.
He just threw everything away. His
It did.
luck, he just threw it away. He just threw it away, and couldn't even just grab it in the air. Say, "Oh, I love you. This is mine. You don't want it, and take it, and run away with it."
You
So,
see, the stars did that line for Tinubu. In the G5, Peter Obi, all of these people working for him, you
yeah,
know,
Kwankwaso,
yeah,
all of them that break away.
Kwakwaso,
Yeah.
because
And
all of them were working for him, or whether they were doing it according to agreement or unwittingly, they were all working for him.
that's why you don't mock this guy, Festus Kiyamo. He said during the inauguration he's going to have a front row seat for Peter Obi. Because Peter Obi was, just like you said, was working for them indirectly. I mean, what Peter Obi did was the best thing that to ever happen to Tinubu for real. The best that ever happened to him.
If Peter Obi was not in that race, we'll be discussing the pros and cons of President Atiku right now.
Yeah, it would be. It would be. Yeah. So yeah, but it is what it is. So to wrap this up, one man. Again, somebody said it earlier. Rufai doesn't need to go to FFK to get to Tinubu. He has a direct path or door to doing that. And somebody said earlier, I can't remember the person that interjected, said maybe Rufai is preparing the ground for
I
after.
was the one.
Yeah, who's that? I'm sorry, who's that?
Yeah, Nioma, me.
Nee, okay. So Nee was saying that maybe he's preparing the ground for after Tinubu, Tinubu's presidency is the next person to go. Who knows? So that might be it.
And what do you do with a question like Sheikh Gumi? Because it puts me in mind of that Sound of Music. What do you do with it? But I know this guy is just he just has this dark uh, aura about him. Issuing all these subtle threats against the nation state and doing it in the comforts of he's actually beaming into your home to make these threats. What is it? What are you making of him telling us that if we don't pay up, the insurgents, the Fulani bandits will get more vicious?
Well, he's telling you, in other words, that the Nigerian state is held captive by these people. That's what he's saying. I can a civilian, whatever his position is, be uttering such a comment that if you don't pay up, the people that pay up are weak people. That means just a weak state. I mean, what gives him that impetus to say that? I mean, what is driving him? He obviously knows something, and I think somebody said he's untouchable. So there we go. They can't touch him. They can say whatever he wants to say and get away with it. He knows a lot of things, but pay. Well, he said to me, said he's not paying. So, yeah, pay. The money they're asking for, if they know the meaning of those numbers, is irrelevant. It's 3 times the budget of Nigeria. So is that what it's asking them to pay, or half of it? It's crazy. Yeah, it's really crazy. this racket of kidnapping and terrorism, it's much bigger than we all understand. It's all wrapped up. I mean, if you ask me, the military is at the helm of it. The military.
What do you think is in play? Is it just banditry for money? Is it a religious sort of a thing, or is it a political thing? What do you think that banditry space is? What do you think on the pain side?
So I think right now, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, that Nigeria is experiencing the longest democracy in its inception, since its inception. And I was I did a quick wiki search, trying to see since 1960, after the independence, what Nigeria's governance has been. And it appears to me that the military has always played a role in Nigeria's governance. They have been. They've always been a part of it from the beginning. That's short, civilian interregnum after the independence. It's fine. But the military has always been there. And we know that from Agri and Runsi, when they took over the government also. They've always been there. And that's how the military has made its impact and wealth. That's how they've always done it. So now you say we're running a democracy, and the civilians, and they know very well, because the military is, again, part of our politics. They know what is going on. They see the civilians, these corrupt politicians, stealing all the money and all the resources. That's why, and the other day we talked about bunkering in the South. The Navy and the Air Force and the Army, they're all involved in it. They need to get paid off. They're not stupid. The Nigerian military is not like the American military or the other militaries. They have to confine themselves in the barracks for what? They're not stupid. Why should do the civilians have two heads? Are they better off than they are? They're not stupid. They equally Nigerians as we are, except that they have guns. So if you ask me, I don't have any documentation to prove it, but sometimes through logical deduction and reasoning, you can draw a really decent conclusion of what is going on. The military is involved in this kidnapping thing. They are the final say. They know everything, and that's how they're getting paid. You're fighting insurgency. Are you kidding me, one man? Okay, so if you give the military the budget to fight these terrorist people, okay, and they squash these terrorist people, and then what? They get nothing else. So it's in their interest, just like a business, to keep the charade going on, to keep it going. Whatever weapons they buy, I don't even know if they buy weapons. They buy the weapons, they sell them to the terrorists. This is not going to work. This fighting terrorist thing is not going to work. And if you look at it, it would be good for somebody to, if this, Arise and Rufai, this guy do their job, I guess, this journalist, to give a really nice timeline of this insurgency thing since 1999. I mean, how it all came about. Because since 1999, we've not had military in power, and we've always had this insurgency or terrorist attack and kidnapping going on. So that's how the military gets paid. They have to keep this aura of insurgency or of insecurity, rather, so people can be frightful and fearful, and so to depend on the military so they can go to the government. We need more weapons. We need this and that, and they'll provide them with all the things. But it's never, if you give them all the best weapons in this world, one man, they're not gonna destroy no terrorist people. This ragtag people, they're not gonna destroy them. It's whose interest? The corrupt politicians? Nah, they're not gonna do it. It's more complicated than that, and it's just unfortunate that that's what we're living with. And again, just like you call them, the oil polluters are going to suffer. The common people and the poor people are the ones going to suffer. The kidnapping innocent girls from their schools and taking them to the bush.
That's what really tugs at. Akinde, they want to come in, but let me just say, that's what really tugs at people the most. When you imagine some 14, 13-year-old girls being herded into the forest by savages.
It's heartbreaking. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That when the politicians don't see the people they are governing, they don't see them as their own reflection. You see people, you see young girls as your own daughters and sons as your own sons. You have more, empathy. You want to do something. You want to be more dedicated and focused on resolving the matter. But everybody's so disconnected. Everybody's so disconnected. I don't think maybe it did. Even Tinubu, Malam Buhari, we didn't hear him say much. But even Tinubu, and he said one or two things, but you don't see the urgency. You don't see, let's tear down this house and go make sure we get these girls. It's like business as usual. Who knows? For all we know, they probably tell them, hey, this girls or these people are like, they're all well taken care of. They're sleeping well. They're being fed well. Nothing's happening to them. So just pay up the ransom. It's so complicated. Maybe they have that guarantee. Who knows? But Angelica was talking earlier. Sometimes he said they should summon somebody to the after work to give an explanation of its utterance in the past. Well, sometimes I think there's some things Tinubu himself doesn't want to know. Sometimes you don't know certain things. And Tinubu, we all know he's not stupid. Tinubu has been around for a long time, and he knows the whole Nigerian thing is complicated and complex. And some things you just have to keep them at bay and pretend like you don't know about them because you don't open a can of worms.
No,
He knows some things step by step.
Not like insecurity as we have it in Nigeria today. You see, everything that is responsible for this insecurity, this president must show interest to know and tackle them. And from every quarters that can feed him that information to win this war really matters. So you can't say some things you have to let it go. I mean, just allow it to just slide by. No, not within security matter. This is people are being killed every day as a result of this insecurity.
Well, is the comment. My point here is that he knows that if he digs deeper and inquire and ask more questions, he knows. Tinubu is a smart guy. We all know that. He knows where the finger will eventually point to. And when that happens, you have to open a can of worms, the Pandora box, and more things are going to come out, which is going to lead to more. The chain reaction of what will happen is probably what he's trying to stay away from. Okay, he knows that. He's not the commander in chief. Akme doesn't summon the military leaders and give them orders to do this and that. This guy, this intelligence guy, I heard the other day on a show, Kimberly's show, was saying that they should summon all the military people and give them assignment and tell them to do this and that. Afro is not doing that. Does it not have smart people around them with military intelligence or know-how on how to go about these things? Of course they do, but they're not doing it. Again, some things needs to be kept at bay. He doesn't want to know everything. Let's just have this in the appearance of doing something. He wants to solve the problem, but he knows very well the kind of insecurity we're talking about here is not like kidnapping a bunch of young girls and impregnating them and keep them in the room in the southeast. That's not what he's talking about. He knows it's beyond that. The kind of kidnapping he's talking about is linked. It's a chain reaction from the military to the top politicians and the religious people. It's so complicated, and Tinubu knows that. He knows that. So
Okay.
he has to play the game.
Quick question, Prince. You said the military knows about all this nonsense going on. So how do they know about this nonsense going on and they cannot solve the problem? Can you give me
Well, that's my point I said earlier. They know because they are part of the machination. It's their baby. That is their own doing and finding. They created it, and the reason why I said it earlier was because from the beginning of Nigeria's democracy, right after the independence, the military has always been part of Nigerian political system. They've always been there, and that's how they get paid. That's how they enrich themselves. That's how they. That's how
In what ways have they been part of it? Is it through elected office or through?
Well,
the coup that happened.
It affects their budget if this insecurity, if it's resolved.
Well, while I agree with you in part is they probably there are some scrupulous elements within the military, within the armed forces who sell weapons, okay, to all these bandits, or terrorists. However, I have to disagree with you because you find a lot of military guys being killed in this war.
Is that Charles?
No, this is not Charles. This is Akin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, don't be. I'm sorry. Don't be deceived. Of course, the in a sense, it's like a circle of trust. The circle of trust. Of course, the people dying at the military personnel. This what you call the common military people. They are gonna die. They don't know what is going on. They have no clue. Yes, they are dying in large numbers, but the people in charge, given instructions, given commands, the people that have the intelligence are the people at the top. They know what they are doing. And many times it's always a diversion. They mislead those people with their intelligence. They do all kinds of stuff just to keep the whole thing going. It's just it's sad. They know nothing. They have no clue. It's just like the mafia or any other organization. The people inside at the
Prince
core
Daddy,
of it.
how long must the president look away though from from this problem, as you are suggesting, or as you are telling us that he doesn't want to rock the boat, he doesn't want a chain reaction or kind of reaction that could worsen the situation. That's why he's taking it easy and stuff like that. Look, how long? This costs us millions of lives, cost our economy, crumbling our economy, crumbling frustrating development, future direction of the country. We don't even know where we are heading towards. The president cannot, as you are saying, your observation, that is not good if that is really what is, and I don't want to agree with you that is what really.
I'm telling you,
those at the top that are the problem must be taken out. If they are not taken out, we can't win the war. That's the problem. And they have given so much for it. Do you know how much? Do you know that for the past 8 years or 9 years now, the vote for defense in our budget has been the most, the most substantial in the budget, allocation.
And as that abated the terrorism, as it helped.
That's what I'm saying. We are not winning. We are still voting money for them
because you can never win. It's a bucket. It's a bucket with holes in the bottom. You can never win. Why are you gonna win? So if I said it earlier. So if they finally stop insurrection or these terrorist activities, then what happens to them? They're all gonna go poor. It's not going to happen. And they look at these politicians buying themselves with $160 million, what you call it, SUVs. I mean, they're not going to do that. Back in the day, listen, Angelico, I tell you, I think you support military intervention. I tell you this though. I tell you this: if we allow a military coup to come back, this insurrection will go away. As bad as terrible as that sounds. This insurrection thing, this
which one do you prefer between military coup to come in and wipe out this problem, or we maintain this civilian craziness, and we continue to have this problem we are having? Which one do you prefer?
You see, that's the conundrum, Angelica. I tell you, if they can guarantee their comfort for only 6 years and go away, I'll sign up for that. I'll sign up for that.
No. Would you sign up for if they came for 2 years and they wipe
I'll
out
do
this
that right now.
insurgency
I'll
and then
do that right now.
give us a new constitution and then they leave if we guarantee? Because I think
Oh man, that's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer. I'll take that right now. Anybody should take that right now.
Yes, I think we still have a military coup. I think we still have a military coup left in us in that country.
I don't think so. We'll still go on the same circle, you know. So the way it's going right now, I think the politicians should, you know, stand up and actually give the backings, all the supports that the military needs, you know, to actually win this war. They need that political will, because all this we're doing right now, especially the military. We cannot. I understand where Prince Daddy stands, but we cannot outrightly say, well, it's the military that is, being compromised. Of course, I understand there are some, bad elements in the military, and of course in the police, but that is not enough to say that they cannot have the political will to support them to go outright, to go there and, do what they're supposed to do, what they are trained for, because if they keep giving them all this defense money each year, it will still be the same circle of events, So my own thing is, I don't want military coup. I want to see.
Sorry, what do you call political will? How do you define it?
Okay, like for example, the politicians, and if I say politicians now, I'm talking of the executive, I'm talking of the legislatures, and I'm talking of the judiciary. You understand? If all this arm of government come together and say, hey, we want this stop, this nonsense, this shenanigans going on for the last 15 years, okay? We want this military generals to call their team, to call their guys together. We want them to go in there, to go and deal, to go and, smoke these guys out where they are in the forest, wherever they are, smoke them out, okay? This job will be done within a day or two at the most. Okay, but because the political will is not there, they just say it just to kind of gain some political win, within their parties, or of course maybe their own group. But they're not really saying it because they want this war to be over. Okay, that is why we keep seeing this circle of events every month or yearly. So it's not about the military not doing their job. It's about the politicians, giving them the backing, telling them, hey, we need you guys.
But it is the interest of the politicians to have a stable and safe country, right? Because
the same with the military. Same with the military. I'm sure, every military.
It's in the interest, to me, it is the interest of the military to have this unsafe environment, to have this insecurity. Again, because that's a cash cow. That is a cash cow. Why should they nip it in the bud and go broke? Why should they? They have millions and billions overseas, and the human beings like the civilian politicians, they are greedy.
Babati, let me say this to you. You said,
Babati,
who is that?
That's Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy. Yeah, Prince Daddy. Okay,
and their worldview as well. Their worldview is the same as it's uncanny.
Exactly.
The same worldview, the same voice.
Exactly. It's very easy to get confused with both of them. I always it's that happens all the time. I actually came because of what you said earlier on. I was listening on the YouTube site about how it's going to come to an end if we have a military intervention. Honestly, that is not totally very correct. And I can tell you very confidently that is not
But I
totally
put a
correct.
caveat there. I put a
You
caveat there to
see?
make sure.
Yeah, no, I'm not judging. I'm just trying to hear my view about. You see, unfortunately, there are many people that analyze the situation we find ourselves in that are not, they seeing things from their own view, from their own perspective alone, and they're not seeing it from the other view. There are too many things that are different from what they seems to be like. Now, are there people that are benefiting from this unnecessary insurgency, insecurity we have in our land? Yes, they are, and they are everywhere in the civilian populace, the academia, the intelligentsia, the military, politician, among our religious people, in the NGO, that's the non-governmental organization, in the civil society space, among the everywhere, they cut across every facet of our national divide, every tribe, people that benefit. In Yoruba, we used to call them Arijeni Modaru because they benefit from the chaos that is on ground. There is no evidence to prove or to show that there are more among the politicians than the military personnel or among the civil society than the religious whatever. They are just spread everywhere, and that is a natural phenomenon. There are greedy people, there are ungodly people everywhere, there are wicked people everywhere. So is military regime or military intervention or military interregnum going to bring us any kind of succor in this space we have found ourselves? I will tell you emphatically no. The number of people in the military, the number of the turncoats, what do you call them? Our Dale, what's the right word now? Or Dale in the military that are benefiting from this, they are very few. The saboteurs, they are very few, maybe 2%, 5%. The same thing among the politicians, the same thing among the clergy, the same thing among our society, because the criminals among us are just about 10%, 10%. Unfortunately, they cut across every facet of our national life. So if we say today, oh, let military come and rule, is it going to be different? I can tell you emphatically, no. If we get our political, there are things, fundamentals that we need to deal with. Somebody said something earlier on. I think it was Negi, and it was spreading certain things that I really was not very comfortable with, unfortunately. Because they are not fact-based. They are not factual. There are certain things that are very popular nowadays that people tend to spread. But when you subject them to very little, what do you call it, interrogation, they just crumble. But that is not where I'm going. So will the military regime will bring draconian laws and rules. Yeah, it might appear to work at the initial stage. But honestly speaking, an hungry man that is very hungry and desperate, at some point will do everything, even if it means himself losing his life in the process. He will not send anybody any message. So there are things we need to take care of that are very fundamental, that are germane to the survival
I
of
didn't say
everything.
military should come.
No, I
I didn't
know.
support
But you
military.
said that. Yeah, I mean, okay, maybe, okay, maybe I should do that because the impression you gave was that if it had been a military rule, they would have been able to tackle the problem we have, and that's what I am saying. That is not necessarily very true. That maybe that they will bring on Dacronia, but the more you are looking for a solution, the more other people to accept we find we actually reduce ourselves to looking for a very holistic solution that is going to tackle with the problem we have from the root. From the root. I did say something here a couple of months ago, weeks or months ago, and I keep saying it. there is never going to be a time that insecurity will be a thing of the past in a society like ours that is growing. Even the society that are not growing in population and in needs and wants and challenges, they are having security challenges because some people are just crazy. There are animals amongst us that what they want to do is, what am I going to do that inflicts pain? Because they are sadists, and their sadistic nature tends to give them pleasure when they inflict pain on other people. Otherwise, I will not see any reason why somebody that is comfortable in every ramification, every what do you call it, will go and be amassing weapon and something to inflict pain on other people. I can't, except there is somebody that can explain to me how. So, in as much as we've had people, and when you ask them, the reason why they do whatever they did is not because they are hungry, it's not because they are poor, it's not because they are thirsty, it's just because they are sadists and they just want to inflict it, and they enjoy seeing other people in pains. Then that means we are not going to get out of it in a short while. Some people just see, and they start from inflicting pain on animals. I mean, if I see a rat and I want to kill it, I can kill a rat one time, pop, and that is all. But some people will pick a rat and they start.
So are you saying so there's no money organization involved in what these people are doing? They just do it randomly. Is that like armed robbers?
No. What I said is that okay, I was not actually addressing it from that angle. I'm addressing from the angle of the fact that if military comes in, they are going to deal with it better than we are now. Either because they are more patriotic. I don't think so. There are very bad people in every facet of our national life. In the military, in the clergy, in the academia.
That's not the point that is being made, Bishop. The point that is being made is if the military come in them being a military administration, there's more impetus to try and crush it because it's a direct challenge to their professional space. So
I'm telling you no.
Hold on. Okay. What do you mean no?
I'm telling you no, because things change every day. It's just like what they call mutation. Now, even in the military, among the security, whatever, there are people that are sympathetic. Either they are just sympathetic because they are sadists, or they're sympathetic because they are getting pecuniary benefits and gains from it. So the fact that it's lingering in the civilian space that we have now, when military comes, it will still linger. Because there will be people that will still be sympathetic to that their cause.
There's all that, but there is more impetus. If a military man is sitting on top of the country, then the impetus to address that insecurity is more paramount because that is his field of endeavor.
I disagree with you. If you want us to go there, I can explain.
Don't we have military leaders in the Burkina Faso and all those stuff, and of course Niger, Chad? We still have insurgents there, right?
It's crazy. It's even crazy. Look, military government will not bring an end to insurgency in Nigeria. We can go down around, we can discuss that a whole day, and I can tell you very factually. Of course, people will have divided opinion, and I agree with that. But it is not going to bring a panacea. It's not going to bring a solution to what we have. Because even among the military, we have some individuals that are sympathetic to those insurgency, either because they are just sympathetic, either from the religious perspective, or they are having some financial benefits and the rest, or they just hate, they just want to be sadist. So the fact that we have sadistic people with sadistic tendency in the military, I mean in the civilian populace, in the politician, among the academia, they are also there in the military. What does the military do to take care of people like that? Maybe I will not be at liberty to actually discuss, but it is there. That's a fact. So everybody is another man, another person's watch. What do you call it? You watch another person, and that's why there is something about the military that, look, you might not actually be part of. There is something we call the conduct prejudice to military discipline in the military, in the Nigerian Army Act and other military acts. That is, when you are engaged or you are involved in conduct It might be somewhere. Maybe you are in a beer parlor, when you are in a public transportation, you are in a church, in a mosque. When your conduct is prejudice, something that will bring the military into disrepute, you can actually be charged for it, and in a court martial from the BOI, Board of Inquiry, to the, military discipline and the court martial. The reason is this: to send a message to other people that have tendency of going the same route. It's not that what you have done is worse than what people do every day, but because more is expected of you. With that written in the code of the military, does it mean that military men don't misbehave today? Of course not. They still misbehave. They still do a lot of excesses, because how well are we able to dig into the background of an individual that is coming into the military? Some of them are criminals. They've been able to hide their past. And that is why having a national identity that will be able to dig into the past of every individual that wants to join any organization, be it the police or the military or any of the security agencies, is very important. So we can know what are the tendencies. Where have you been before? What have you done before? What is likely to sway you, towards one ideology? So in summary, military, government is not a guarantee that it will reduce, much more less bring to an end the kind of military, the insurgency we are having at the moment. No, not.
No. Well, that's your subjective view. Others for the contrary view. I feel that the impetus Tinubu is a civilian man. He has no military backdrop. But if you had somebody of a military backdrop, there is there's more of a connect between the forces and the person sitting at the center. And then the person that's sitting at the center is main area of specialism is security. So there is more push for him to address it as a matter. Nobody is saying to solve it so that there's no insecurity anymore, but to significantly impact it. So that's just my view. But
Buhari was the general. Buhari was the general. You remember?
Let me just quickly respond to you before I let go. Number one, yeah, you are right to say that's my subjective view, but I have the right also to say that's your own subjective view too.
It's both are subjective views.
Exactly.
Now.
So that's the part. So saying that is my subjective view does not diminish my view in any way.
No, it's your subjective views.
But now, yeah, okay. So everybody's subjective. So let's leave that as that. So, but now, fact of the matter is this. Let's deal with fact. Buhari, which I believe in, and I supported him, and I do so boldly when he was coming, because I know he has no strength, he has nothing hidden and the rest. How much did he do in solving the insurgency? Forget
what do you mean? How
God
much did he
was
do?
under him.
What do you mean?
I'm
How much did he
asking,
do?
how much did he do in bringing down the insurgency?
Buhari was a civilian president, not a military president.
Oh, are you saying we should go back to military regime?
Is that not what we're discussing?
Okay, yeah, that was what I thought we were, and that was where I was going until somebody, redirected me. That people that have military experience, and I don't know whether you were the one that used that word. So I assume that people that have been military, head of state before, or that have been military personnel, generals, that it became. Look, the truth of the matter is, if that's where you're going, that we will have to go back to military. Back to our initial argument, I think. What do I say? Okay. We can't go back that route. We can. That debate is not for now, but we
you say no. You cannot say we cannot. Maybe you can say I don't think we should, because some of us feel we should. I one of them. I feel. I feel that if we had a short military. And you say, oh, they'll stay if we had a short military intersection for let's say a period of 2 years, so that military, it will serve so many positives. It will truncate this constitution that we are having, so that goes in the bin, and then because of course the next republic has to come under a new constitution. So it gives us. So can you hold on, please?
Okay.
So it gives us the window to address all of the malaise within this constitution, and it gives us that window in one swoop. just to completely rewrite it rather than this endless little bit here, little bit. So we can just in one action have a new constitution that serves the purpose. Sorry, can you mute yourself for 1 microsecond so I can?
I'm not talking. I'm only laughing now. What's the
Yeah.
big deal
Let
in
me
that?
land
So go ahead
because
now. Yeah,
because
land.
it's putting me off. So let me mute you for a second, then you can push back. So it can in one move just because the constitution goes and we can rewrite a new constitution, all of the impediments in this constitution, it can be frontally addressed. So that opens that opportunity. And then it can also give us the opportunity to recalibrate a lot of things. The conversations, if it's a military administration that is looking to effect real change and repoint the country, all of the conversations around the composition and the and the relationship. So all of these conversations that we have been having, it can be had within the that military short intersection, and then it can then be brought into play for the next republic that comes in. So there's that, and then there's still somewhat in that opinion space that a military administration is more suited than a civilian administration to deal with the banditry and insurgency. So that's the point I was looking to make.
Okay.
Bishop,
yeah,
for you to
yeah.
answer everything together, let me chip in. Let me put something in addition to what woman. So,
okay.
Look, in addition to what man said, the military have a record of defeating insurgency in the past. The Matasina that came up in the 80s, they crushed it. And some other, they crushed it. So this could as well be crushed if we have military at the helm of affair, directing the affairs, directing its men to achieve results, because their own is automatic and likely. Go and do it, get the job done. I don't want to hear anything. That's it. It's a command. So they have that history of defeating a similar insurgency and something like this in the past. So then you can respond.
Okay, it's interesting, if not outrightly ridiculous, that today a day will come that how we do, and I will tell us that military is not a solution, and you, woman, and Ajale Koko, who will be the one that will be defending the military, and I will go. Let me start by saying that military is not going to be a solution, and I will tell you why. Number one, it's if it's not that is entirely very. I will have used the word ridiculous, if not entirely outrageous. This is it. Adalego made a reference to Metasine. That is a space I know very well. Now, the solution of 40 years ago, Metasine happened around 1982, 83, if I'm not mistaken. And I really, really know what that space was like, because I was in the north, especially Kano and Maiduguri, where they had sway. So the military today, you are suggesting that the military will come and they will they will write a constitution, and they will, who are the people that will write that constitution? Is it the military, or they will now conscribe some bring some civilian to come and help them? And that is the bane of the present constitution we have. That is the basis of everybody that have spoken against the present constitution, that, it was the military constitution. So if the military comes in today, they suspend that constitution and they now write a constitution for us within 2 years. In the first instance, who tells you that it's going to be 2 years? Who tells you? Because they are the one that will determine. And if 5, 6 persons sit together and plan a coup, and one of them become the president, by the time the 2 years of that one is expiring, the other one will say, she won't die even. But step aside, let me to come and experience how to be the head of state. And whether we like it or not, it's going to take a very long time. But I have always said, number one, and I want to go back to that, I believe, a military coup is no longer possible in Nigeria. It's not feasible. A military coup would be a total disintegration of Nigeria. Because I don't care. I don't see a one Malami or Bala or something come to say, Major General, whatever. Southwest will kick, will pull out. And I'm sure Southeast will not fall in line. So a military intervention in the Nigerian political space today is going to spell an end to the Nigerian state. I have said that repeatedly. No military coup will succeed. Not because they will not succeed, but they only lose a session. Because they will not make a military coup and now post one governor to come and rule Oyo State or Lagos State. We won't take it. And I'm sure people in Anambra State will not take it. And people in Delta State will not take it. So the fastest way to disintegrate and dismember Nigeria today is for somebody to come and say, Major General, whatever. So let's put that on the side. Secondly, will they write a constitution that we will accept? No. Because one of the biggest challenges that people have been pointing at today is that, it's a military constitution. So we are now saying that military should go, I should come and write out a brand new constitution. What gives you the impression that those constitutions are not going to be filled by people's personal ambition and interest? They will write constitution that suits their own narrative. At what point are you beginning to bring people? Even if they are going to bring people, they will bring people that will dance to their own tunes. This is what we want you to write. So you are professor, whatever. Bring all the professors in Nigeria University, put them in one room, give them enough money that will settle them for life. Tell them what they will write. They will write what you want them to write. The best way is that our constitution will begin to evolve over years. Will I say 10 years? Maybe more. Maybe 20 years, maybe 30 years. But once we see that we are on the journey where we will get it right, we cannot get it right in one first swap. That, we just want everything to be in order and be an El Dorado. Then we continue to deceive ourselves. My position is this. I am not undermining any sector of our compatriots to contribute their own to what is going to be Nigeria, what we want it to be. I am saying it's not going to be like a magic wand. It's not going to be like, the military will just come and we just turn our situation. This situation we are passing through is something that we must pass through. We will grow from it. We will learn from it. We will overcome them one step at a time. Like they used to say, every facet of our national life, one step. When we defeat that one, we move to the other one. We'll face some new challenges. We'll defeat it. It's going to be a long run. It's not a dash. It's a marathon. So for me, military intervention will not bring anything better. In fact, it's going to take us back, because you cannot question in the military. The first thing they destroy under any military regime that we have experienced in Nigeria, you will have the judiciary and the executive. The first one they always deal with is the legislature. So you cannot make law for them. They make either edicts or decrees. Some people will just sit down. It's not subjected to any debate on public opinion and the rest. So this is what we want. Look, let's change the rule. I think VAT is too much for sharing with the state. Now we collect the VAT. Let the federal government be using the VAT. And it becomes a law. And you cannot say anything. So when they gather people and say, this is what we want you to put, look, the VAT of 20% must go to federal government. And that is it. If you don't want it, they remove you and put another person that will toe their line tomorrow. That is the truth. We saw this thing happen in the previous years. We are gradually moving away from them. Let us endure that process until we get out. If we go back to that stage, somebody will wake up tomorrow and say, you know what, we are not operating 36 states again. It's only a military decree, and you cannot question it. You cannot. And say, no, we are reverting back to 12 states. And we collapse Osun State, we collapse Ebonyi State, we collapse, let's match them to this other state. Because that is the mentality. It is go, you go, come, you come. So for me, yes, the pain can be very excruciating, but if we endure and we go through the process of this military, because democracy is the best. I mean, for now, it might not be the best in the best sense of it, but it's better than everything, especially better than military dictatorship. So anybody that is saying that military will come and reset, they are not going to select anything. They are going to set us back. Donkey years. And that's my contribution. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So excellent. So that's the excellent, Bishop. So a difference of opinion there. So that's always what we want, a difference of opinion. So thank you, Bishop. Prince Daddy, did you want to wrap up and then we go on to Niyoma?
Yeah, a couple of seconds. I share Bishop's position about the fear of having military come back and setting us back or setting back democracy. That is true. But I think you and I and others who just have this wishful thinking that if we can have an agreement, like if it's possible, that if the military comes, they can be there for 2 or 3 years and wipe out this insurgency, and they can return us back to democracy. That's what we're talking about. It sounds kind of unrealistic, at least, or not feasible. But if we could, like a wishful thinking, if we could have it, that would be ideal. And the reason why I suggested is because I believe the military is compromised in so many ways, and they are the ones charging this insurgency, kidnapping, and terrorism going on. They have to be, because they are the ones with the guns, they are the ones with intelligence, and there's no way they're going to settle for squashing this insurgency and go broke. They're not going to do that again, because the civilian politicians also, they are looting the country, and the military, again, they've always been part of Nigeria's politics. And now that they've been kept at bay for quite a while now, since 1999, their only way to continue to enrich themselves and sustain themselves is to keep this shenanigans of insurgency going. All right, thanks, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Prince Daddy. So thank you, Prince Daddy. We're going from Prince Daddy to Niyoma, who takes the floor now. Niyoma, are you ready? Yeah. All right. I think Niyoma may have gone into the fridge to help himself to about chocolate.
No, sorry. I thought
you were muted. So yes. I was surprised that you were quiet throughout that military civilian conversation. I thought you had strong opinions on that space.
no, because I didn't even mention anything regarding military at all. So that is why I just kept quiet, because I don't believe that military should come and take over. They will destroy. It's like we want to solve one problem and we create another problem. That is what is going to happen. And you can't tell those military guys that just come for 1 year or 2 years and go. Who will dictate to them? Nobody. So we just realized that they will destroy it more. They can just come now and start creating states as they like, and nobody will be able to talk. So I don't believe that they will be able to solve the problem anyway. Yeah, they can solve the problem of the insurgents, but they will create more problems that we will be dealing with in years to come. Okay.
All right, brilliant. Come into the conversation at whichever point you'd like. You might want to. So we're talking about Fani Kayode's meeting with El Rufai, and of course, it's not to go and sample towards Shinkafi. So politics in play there. We're talking about the Olubadan passing and what that means for the Nigerian state. So we're talking also about. The chief of defense staff is asking EFCC to track the funders of terrorism in Nigeria. So we had the list of names from the Emirates, but what's happened to all that? So all of that. But with your permission, let me take my leave, hand over to Thomas, as you are listening in the background as you talk us through some of these talking points. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Tim Ajek, the super chatter for today. So thank you, Tim Ajek, who did just rattled off a few in the Ayo fashion. So thank everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Thomas, are you there? Thomas?
All right, thanks, Moment.
Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy.
All right. Thank you, Daddy.
Thank you.
Over to you. All right, Jay.
All right. Well, it's quite unfortunate that the Olubadan didn't really last long, just 2 years, because he celebrated.
Do they always last long? When we
No,
don't,
but some of them can last for 5 years
5 years,
or
yeah.
more. But
So
this one is 2 years. It's
oh,
just because
that Oba in Ibadan, sorry, is very ridiculous to me.
No, it's not. No,
I grew up
no.
in
it's not
Ibadan.
ridiculous.
No,
It's
no,
not
no.
ridiculous.
We've had some Olubadan that lasted close to 20 years. So what are you talking about?
Yes,
It's
they
one of the
do.
most peaceful succession system in Obaship. The most peaceful.
That's
Everybody
right.
knows where you are. So yeah, that
That is right.
he died in 2 years does not mean. I mean, look at the last Olubadan. Look at Oba Daniel Akinbiyi. Look at Oba what's his name? The other one. So yeah, he died early. Well, that's what it is. But it's changing now, and in another 20, 30 years, it's going to change more. I can expatiate more on that when I have the floor, but then it doesn't take anything away. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop. Yeah, me.
Yeah, what I'm saying is all right. Sincerely, is the most peaceful one because they know the next house that will be coming to the throne. So unlike
You don't think that one man around? You understand now?
no, no, not really, because most of them are always old, and that is why many of those ruling houses they always look for the youngest person, or maybe as they agree to just put that person as the balogun. So by the time he is getting to 60 or 70, maybe it may be their own turn. Anyway, may his soul rest in peace. Um, I just want to talk about the train. Yeah, sometimes we people that they talk about Nigeria, they sometimes we are not objective. I don't know whether we have a fixated mind that as long as it is not what I was expecting, nothing is working in Nigeria. Things are working. Breaking down of train, it happens everywhere. Was it not a year or 2 years ago here that a train driver lost control and 7 people were killed? He was put into trial, and they realized that because they first said maybe he was sleeping and being a black man again. So, but eventually they realized that it was the brake that actually failed. So, and he was acquainted. So it can happen anywhere. The only thing is, we, like in Nigeria, we are never patient. If a bus breaks down here, we all sit in the bus until when another bus will come. Or sometimes you just see that if a driver is too fast, he may just park at the bus stop and wait for another 10 minutes, and everybody will just sit there. But not in Nigeria. People will be rushing down to take another one. No? So that maybe if it breaks down, it takes ages to fix. Well, I wouldn't know because here, there are a lot of expertise, and their manual are written in English. I don't know how far is true. Someone said that some of the train, their manuals that is in Nigeria, that their manuals are written in Chinese. I don't know how far that is true, so don't quote me on that. But that is what I was told before. So maybe that can make it to delay for a while before they can repair it. So, but let's just know that things can just happen anywhere. So,
You are 100% right. I don't dispute that. I am in Australia. As this train has broke down like twice. Uh, 10 years I'm here. bus couple of times, but they will just send another bus to take you to your destination. That is it. And they will tell the bus, or things happen everywhere. But we think maybe our problem is our any eventuality in our own space is the worst. Yeah, train breakdown everywhere. Accident, even here, accident. Train derail, but they
Yeah.
fix it in a twinkle of eye because they know what to do. So I don't think that is peculiar to Nigeria. Yeah, it's only if people want to be, you know what I
Mischievous.
mean.
If they
Serious,
want to
yeah.
be
It
mischievous,
happens.
they just say
It
nothing is
happens.
working in
It
Nigeria.
happens. Nah.
So,
It happens everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. Go on.
well, then what is the other one? About Peter
Rufai and
Rufai. I mean, is it Rufai? Nasir Rufai and
Elenumboro
Kayode.
Bala.
Yes.
My
To
my
me,
namesake.
yes, I was saying that it goes beyond Tinubu's regime. It's not because of Tinubu that he went there. I know it's a political meeting. I believe it's a political meeting, but they are looking beyond Tinubu's tenure, possibly. And I just as I mentioned before, we won't be surprised if tomorrow you see him in Southeast or you see him in South. So we may not be surprised. But I believe it doesn't have to go through Fani Kayode before getting to the president. I don't think so. So that is the way I see it. I think he is already preparing ground for that. So
But these people can do their meeting in secrecy if they don't want us to know. So that means they want us to know. That's why we
no, they
know. You
want
know
us,
what I mean?
yeah, definitely. They want us to know so that you will know that he's still much in the race, in the political cycle. So that is why they do that. It's for the optics. So
Yeah,
nothing
yeah,
more.
exactly. It's for the optics. Yeah, that is it. Yeah, because sometimes I think these people can make a secrecy. Tinubu can come to Australia that you don't know. They can jet out of the country you don't know secretly, but they always make it like just for people to know. That's the optics. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, good.
So I don't even know the other topic. Uh,
I think you cover you covered everything. Yeah, I think I still have some my own topics.
and
Maybe I'll bring it
about
on.
Gumi, yes, about the
Yeah,
insurgent.
Gumi, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the main topic of today. Yeah.
Yes, to be sincere, I've just said it before that I don't think he has said anything new. The only thing is they are pushing for something because let's be factual. Possibly, maybe only those people at the helm of affair may know the reason for the insurgents. But to be sincere, we are only speculating. We don't know whether it's political, whether it's religious,
Maybe it's
or
land grab.
land grabbing, or even the military using that as an avenue to siphon money. Nobody
Or
can
people are
say
just wicked.
specifically.
Or people are just wicked.
Yeah, but if you listen to Gumi, you will know that they are pushing an agenda. And like I mentioned before, all these things, they ask 10 Fulani or Hausa man, their views are always the same regarding this. And I gave example. I said, if you look at also Rufai, the other time that he said, oh, he went to different countries to go and give them money there just for them to stay away. Why do you have to go to other countries looking for Fulanis? Look at the governor of Bauchi that said
there should be a program, and that program should involve all any Fulani from other countries. That because all Fulanis are Nigerian and they are free to come to Nigeria. He said it publicly. I listened to that interview. And I gave the third example, which is someone that is even close to the platform. I think whether it was Hazan or Ribadu, that
Ribadu,
said,
yes, I think somebody
that said Fulani across all the countries are just the same. They are free to move their move the animals from one place to another. So you will know that they have the same view. It's not new. If you observe recently when there was argument about padding
budget.
of budget and so on. Look at all the northerners that were talking that day. Possibly apart from one of them, almost all of them were just a kind of supporting that they are not supporting openly, but that Ningi or whatever they call him, that they should pardon him, they should just warn him. You see, because they have the same view. And even all those things that he was saying, it was not because of the party, but he was pushing a political agenda
Yeah.
by involving that they what they gave to his constituency is only 2 billion. Why some constituency are having this or having that, and meanwhile they have forgotten. He knows definitely how they share the money for their constituency in the House of Assembly, but he just brought it to the limelight just to cause a kind of rancor, which is unnecessary to me. So I know they do padding, but for him to bring that undertone, ethnic undertone, I think that has defeated the whole argument. So for Gumi, is actually looking for a way to push that agenda. That yes, if they can do something for the Niger Delta, then they must do it for these people. But you have forgotten that Niger Delta Avengers or whatever, they didn't create any IDP camp. They didn't. They were all Nigerians. But these terrorists, maybe half of them may not even be Nigerians, because someone has said it before that even the Fufude they speak sometimes is not Nigerian Fufude. So, and those are the people that really understood. It's just like if someone is speaking from Ondo State now. It will be different from someone speaking from Oyo. So they know that some of these people, they are just across the border, and then we want to give them amnesty here. So I think
Is it not because our borders are porous? It's very ridiculous that somebody will
there's
just
nothing we can. There is nothing we can do about that, because if you go to Kano or you go to Castina, you just walk across the border. You don't even know you are already in Niger. You don't even know, because it's just a plain ground, a plain land. You don't even know. So that is just it. It's not that there is any barbed wire somewhere or there is any demarcation, nothing. So
but hold on, my brother. So how did they monitor? It's my question can be ridiculous. So it's even ridiculous. I'm even saying it now. How did they measure people coming in and out?
it's just open. It's just free for all, isn't it? No, it's just free for all. They can't measure. And you know, in Nigeria, it's not that we carry a passport or we carry our identity. No,
We even
anybody
have
comes
one.
in and yeah, because I remember when I was in Kano, they called some people. I think it's Buzo. They are mostly the security guards that you use. These people are not even native of Nigeria at all. But all you need to do is just to get one of them to be paying one of them, and you see 10 of them coming to sleep around that place every night, guiding the place for you. Yeah, I think they call them Buzu. Yes. So they are not Nigerians, but they just come there. Oh, it's so easy. It's so easy.
Are they hiding under all these West? Something that you understand what I mean? It's just
Under
sometimes. No, people can't just be entering your country without data, there's nobody can say how many people that enter that country to eat. No.
no, look. We do. In actual fact, we don't even know the population of Nigeria. It's under speculation. Nobody knows exactly the population of Nigeria. We only speculate that we were this 5 years ago. We should be that this year, or maybe 10 years ago we were this. Nobody. So it's difficult to even know the number. You go to the north, you want to count, you want to do census. Is it in Puda you will go in and start counting their women? You
Their
can't
women,
do that. They just tell you.
They will shot you with arrow.
They just tell you how many women they have inside that place, and that is what you write down. So it's just ridiculous. We don't have. There have never been any sensor that is accurate in Nigeria or near accuracy. No, we don't have that.
Even let's just say we even conduct censor. Even the next day, you don't know how many people will even enter the country from all this border that is porous.
Yes.
You don't know. We are just sitting on head powder, my brother. Because sometimes
You know, it's just, for instance, the local government creation was not based on population. It was just based on land mass. And if you go to Kano, a town to another town belong to two different local governments, which is very rare in the south. You go to Wudil in Kano, it's a local government. You can trek from Wudil to Gaya, it's another local government. From Gaya to Ajingi, it's another local government. From Wudi to Brini Kudu, it's another local government. So you just realize
walking distance.
Yeah, you just realize most of these things is due to land mass. It's not that you have population there. No, like in Gaya local government, there were only two transformers in that town. One was inside the former governor of Kano State, Gaya something, and the other one was in the city center, in the town center. So you can see how big that town is.
Can you count how many transformer in Adimoso local government in Lagos?
Oh,
How
that
many
is the
people
point.
living Physical people,
If
people
I,
that you see every day.
let me tell you, if you look at Alimosho, if you have to spread it across like in Kano, it cannot be less than 6 or 7 local governments in terms of population. So, because
Because they
once you
collect
take,
allocation, they will collect allocation.
yes, yeah. So that is why all these things they are pushing, nobody even knows the reason why you have these insurgents. We are only speculating. Nobody. So we are scratching the whole thing on the surface. And it's like fear. Nobody wants to dabble into it. Nobody. Maybe for a reason that is unknown to us, nobody wants to dabble into this thing. So that's just it.
But can we say they are comfortable with the insurgency, or they are just daft, or they don't know their rights, or they just surrender? I can't even I can't pinpoint
No,
something that's
yeah, you know when they say something is a ticking bomb that it can go off at any time. People don't think about it. They just say, well, it's not really a big issue. Before these insurgents came, there have been a big issue in the north with Almongeries. If you are eating your food and you just say, let me get water, you just stand up. Before you know it, they've already turned your food into their aluminum plate. And maybe 10 of them are already rushing the food. You you look back, because they go to Malam, they call like Quranic school. They just do the study maybe for 1 hour in the morning, and all of them go out. Nobody feeds them. So whatever they eat outside, that is what they eat. Then any fresh food that they give to them or raw food must be brought back to the malam. So that is the way they live their lives. When they are out, any food, any cooked food given to them is their own food. They eat that. But if they are given any raw yam, raw beans, or whatever, it must be taken back to
back.
the malam. Yeah,
Hmm.
they are malam. So, and you see all of them, 20, 30, just roaming on the street, doing nothing. And that is why whenever there is any
My
riot,
brother,
those
my
are the
brother,
people they use.
my brother, is our
Yeah.
life different? It, I, I'm very sorry for saying this. Before you gave birth, you'll be envisaging, this child is going to be lawyer, is going to be a nurse. You have a big dream before giving
No,
birth. But these people, they just live like this life is. You understand what I mean? No
no,
focus,
they do.
no.
Some of them are well read. Some of them are well
I
read.
know those ones that
But
I know those ones. I'm talking about
uh,
these ones. They are
but
marginalized. Their parents. They just give back to
the
them. They don't
poor,
just
the
care.
poor among them, they give birth to children more than any other person. The poor among them. So it's just like the same thing in Yoruba land or anywhere. The poor will always have 5, 10 children, while the rich will just have maybe 2 or 3. But the poor, you just see someone, if a organizer, and he's having 6 children.
And 2 and 3
So,
wife and
No,
one
but
concubine.
but 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 the north is excessive. The north is excessive. They have 20 children, 40 children.
no, they do, they do.
Yeah.
It's
So
excessive.
and of
It's
course
excessive.
they I don't know if you've heard of this slogan, Boko Haram. Boko Haram means uh Western education.
Western
Western
education
education
is haram.
is the Ram, of
It's
course. So
evil. Yeah.
it's meaningless to them. What's education in the West, what it does for the West, what it does for the Southwest. what it does for the southeast is meaningless. They, so that's how they stay.
You know,
But
in
my
the
brother,
south,
my brother,
you
I just let me say this. I'm sorry, maybe because my worldview, because you have to have a focus in life. These people, they don't have any. They just give back to them. They don't care how they feed. They don't school.
yeah,
Forget about school.
you,
They just
you know, in the south, a village will try to even have primary school or secondary school for by themselves. Maybe they call it community grammar school or something like that. You hardly can find anything like that. In the north, it's either government girls college, government day school, government this, government that. When I was in the north, the school where I was teaching, if you see their labs, things that equipment that were there. In fact, some polytechnic down south cannot boast of that. Like when you look at all this equipment like microscope and just mention anything, donated by World Bank, donated by federal government, donated by World Bank. You just wonder. And they are rotting away just all over. Nobody is using them and they are there. So it's not that the few of them, the elite, they don't keep their children there, mind you. Their children are well read. They are well read, but it's just the commoners that their children can be anything. And so it's just the same. You find one allergy feeding about 200 almongiris, giving them cocoa and kose.
Jesus
So,
Christ.
and that is whenever there's going to be riot, those are the people they use.
Because
Because
they will just command them like a military man.
yeah, and
That's
another thing that is common there is they can pack almongiris from Sokoto and bring them to Kano, just dump them there, and that is where they start living their own lives. Take some almongiris from Kano, just go and dump them in Kaduna or in Zaria, and they begin their lives there. So they don't really need to have any parent or whatever or anybody that will say, "Oh, what you are doing is not good." No, it's their lifestyle is different completely. So that is what that is
yeah.
why those elites they want to keep them that way because they can use them at any time.
Hmm. Hmm. Wow. 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 Because I just no our worldview is no no no.
I think
We are total
I would
different
love to
people.
portray
Yeah.
that your point. I would love to portray that your point.
We can barely hear you. Folly B.
Yeah, I said I would love to buttress down my brother's points.
Oh yeah. Go on. Yeah. Go on. How are you, my
Yes.
brother? Good.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah. Actually, the source of the problem in the north is because cowardness that they actually adopt at the early stage of their life. The people we are calling Hausa today, they have a culture that look like Yoruba culture. They have a culture that look like all these Ghanaian people's culture. They have never a Muslim, neither a Christian. They have their whole way of life at the early stage. In the north, people will call Hausa used to have a crown king, not a what's it called, emir. But when the problem started in the north is this: after the conquering of the Bonu Empire, instead of them to gather themselves and fight back, they surrender their power to the Fulanis. And they started penetrating them through religion, and instead of them to like still hold to whatever they have, Fulani change all their leaders and they gave them their own people as their leaders. So that is where the problems actually start from. So through their religion, they penetrate them, telling them that they should not even bother for education. What they need is Almanjiri. Almanjiri simply means people that are looking for knowledge, which is the same thing as education. But if you want to destroy a country or you want to destroy a community, take their culture away from them and give them your own culture. You've conquered them already. And I think this is what these people did to them. So the emir now and the whole king in the north were being removed, and the emir emerged as their leader. Because of the emir intention of taking control of everything is the reason why they did not expose them further. And because of what they were teaching them through religion, they all accept that they are slaves under their leaders. And if anybody wants to prove me wrong, we should just try and see what is happening in Kwara State that belongs to Yoruba land. Kwara, Ilorin, Ilorin is a typical Yoruba land that we are having our king as people that have a crown. But immediately when they took over Kwara as well, they changed our king to emir. Till today, what is helping us in that area is because we are too interwoven. Yoruba people were still mixing with them. They didn't have the capacity to take over the whole environment. It's the reason why we are still having people who are a bit elite in Kwara. And this supposed to have moved towards the Yoruba side. If not because Ibadan, Ekiti, Osun, Ogun, all of them came together to fight the movement towards our side. And that is why the whole scenario stopped at Ilorin. That is why it didn't come down from our side. That's it. They will have done the same thing. The same thing they did in the north, they will have done it in the south, in the west, I mean. But we don't have a visionary leader then, people who are very bold enough to see the problem and come together and fight the war. The whole Yoruba land will have been in the same way, northeast, the condition that northeast today. And if you want to say that Ilorin, you will see a little Almanjiri spirit in them as well. Yes, they have it. This is exactly what
for the B. Let me ask
Yes.
you this. Don't you know, don't they think that what they are doing, the rest of the world, the tribe, are striving? Don't they see themselves that they are the one that
you know what?
I don't get it.
You know what? No people that is enjoying
brainwash.
Nobody is enjoying what's it called? A system. And he knows the reason why the system is still under his control. That will ever allows you to be free. They know.
Wow.
But they don't care.
Wow.
They don't care. These people knows. It's the same thing that is our leaders here too. Knows that these people are suffering as well. But because they can still afford to fly their jet, take their plane, they are not looking at it that one day they will die, they will have a children in that same system that will grow up to come and meet the problem on ground.
You know, just as you have said, if you really want to destroy a culture, you take three things away from them. And if you look at the book of Daniel, when they were taken away to Babylon, the first thing they did was to change their names. They changed their names. That is the first thing. The second thing was to take their food away. If you remember, they started giving them Babylonian food.
Babylonian food, yeah.
And the third thing was to take their language away. They started teaching them the Chaldean language. So
they keep their
and those are the
completely.
so once you take all those identity away, that remove their culture. Do you know in some parts in Kano, they used to carry what do they call it? They used to carry masquerade. In fact, there is a particular local government in Kano that is more of Christians. I can't remember precisely the name of that local
we have
government.
a lot of them. We have a lot of community who are not support.
Yeah, but in Brine Kudu, they used to have masquerade in that place. I don't know about now. So, but their culture, everything is now taken away that, oh, if you don't receive Islam, you are entering hellfire. And the
that is
same thing with
exactly what they actually did to us as well. Even the
yeah,
so-called
that is what
Christians.
is happening in the south too.
They
That
changed
if you
our
don't
name. My name
receive,
is Olorun, but these people change.
Uh-huh.
They have to tell me that unless I became a I have to go and do baptism, and my change was changed from Olorun to Peter. That's the only way I can enter the kingdom of God, and I accept it, and I change my name truly because of the brainwash. It's not that all of us were waking up to see it. All our name is being changed. That is why you will see a beautiful name like Arike, Oluwamuyiwa, Olamide, the beautiful names that have meaning. You change it to Peter, that you don't even know the meaning of that Peter. You change it to
why do
Angara.
you think African church was established? Because when the Baptists, the CMS, the Anglican first came, you have to wear suit. You cannot wear agbada. So because they believe, oh, that is leading you to hell. Is one among other issues. That was how African church came about. So they've really brainwashed that you cannot wear this, you cannot wear that. It's quite unfortunate that they've really taken a lot of things away due to religion. And it's just to conquer, nothing more.
Just to conquer.
It's
just to conquer
the people.
To conquer the people.
So,
in fact,
so that's
we
what
are
we have. Yeah.
And if you want to have a change of it, we have to be very intentional.
If Nigeria is not restructured, we are going nowhere. If it's not restructured,
who will restructure Nigeria?
Nigeria is going nowhere.
These people are not ready to restructure anything. They will restructure it to their pockets.
Will you tell me that Tinubu does not have a good ambition to do things well? He has, but the forces are just too much. The forces are just too much. Hey.
That can never be an excuse, though, because someone will have to do it. So
who will do it? Who will do it, man?
See, it depends
every
on
year. Every year, sorry, Mr.
Do you know the reason why?
Every year they have been saying that the last military, I mean, the last regime is better. Oh, the last civilian clinical is better. Now, do you know some people are saying now that even Buhari's time was better than Tinubu?
No,
that and when it has been
where is the political will? If you are saying, oh, something is too much, something is making it possible, where is the political will?
Without restructuring,
to get things
nothing will be done.
And that's what if you have to restructure, and the structuring has been there's a paper, there's a draft to that effect. The 2014 constitutional drafting restructuring paper that was submitted to Jonathan to
Who is
Buhari.
going to bail the cat?
Tinubu should do it. He's been campaigning for restructuring in
Yeah, yeah.
1999.
Do you know the
He's been
problem we
campaigning
have?
for restructuring since 1999.
Sir.
The problem we
Why did
have,
he
sir.
There should be no excuse,
The problem we
irrespective of
have here, sir,
how we
is
see this thing,
because the
because
citizens
we
are
can
not
keep
ready to organize themselves.
just a minute.
All right.
We can't keep giving these excuses that we can't restructure. You see, one thing is this. When I talk of restructuring now, I'm not even talking of this sovereign whatever. That one is a waste of time, because if that is what we want, then you are not going to do anything. Let me give you an example, and it's my favorite example here, and it's a form of restructuring. Like him or hate him, if Obasanjo had not done Land Use Act, all regions in this country would have had the situation of Kaduna South situation, especially when Buhari was so desperate to introduce his own cattle route that never existed, and all those Eruga. Under the Western region and even up to the UPN period, we used to have our own farm settlement, even that included animal husbandry and co. So no needed for all those grazing routes. Only Buhari knew when he got his own grazing routes. So when we talk of restructuring, what we are simply saying is, you can now, why can someone come from the foreign country and our military will be incapacitated even in the south? It's just because you are not in charge of your security. Now, starting with the state police, starting by making sure that you increase the forest guard forces and you arm them properly, at least to deal with these people brutally, so that the excuses of looking up to Abuja to help you is a form of restructuring. You understand? So that means from that angle alone, you restructure your security. Now, when you first of all deal with that, then you can now start thinking of, okay, how do we go back into self-sustenance like it used to be, where we used to have our own farm settlement or farm clusters around our region, and then we can move to full security. So everything is not all about, we have to give oil and gas. No, everything is not about oil and gas and all those resources. It's anything that can make us to take decision on our own. Okay, our universities, we can decide to say, okay, we are going to fund our universities ourselves. Federal government, back out. We don't want all this federal character and all this educationally less disadvantage.
But there was nobody that mentioned oil and gas. All we were saying is there must be restructuring. And restructuring
that's
is
why I'm
not
giving an
narrow.
example of restructuring.
It
When we
covers
say
a lot of.
restructuring, we don't talk about the restructuring we have. See, because if everything is all about we want to take our money, you may not hear it, but let us even start with the one we can have. Like this issue of electricity we talk about now is a form of restructuring. When you say, okay, both states and federal can both do electricity. So I may decide to say, okay, Leoma is my foreign investor. Let me give it to Leoma to do for me. That's the kind of restructuring we are talking about. So, it's not a big deal. If Tinubu and Co, if they are not doing all those things, then I'm sorry, Tinubu will just become another Buhari, and it will be so unfortunate for the country.
Okay, sorry, please. Can I say something before you go?
Please go ahead there, Bishop.
You see, when you were talking, something came to my mind. That's Allah, I believe, right?
Yes,
okay, thank you. Good evening. How are you doing? Now, yeah, I mean, you can always
I'm fine, thanks.
Yeah, something came to my mind when you were talking, and I remember in 1986 thereabouts, when Babangida actually introduced SAP, Structural Adjustment Program. There is one interview that he had that stuck in my head. And I always make reference to it because I listened to that interview live on 98. And what was it? They asked him, that was when the issue of SAP, SAP, Structural Adjustment Program, was raging. And he came to Lagos from wherever he traveled to, and at the airport, some journalists were asking him, so what is SAP? And he answered them, in a very jovial and funny manner. I wish I could get that clip. SAP it could mean anything to different people. Could mean a different thing to different people. It could mean, of course, what we all know was that it's structural adjustment program. I mean, jokingly said, I remember very well. In fact, I must confess, that was the first time I heard the word acronym. The SAP, it's an acronym that could mean anything. I could mean, he said, the journalist kind of said it's structural. He said, well, it could as well mean stomach adjustment program. Now, back to the present. You see, restructuring, we have found out, has no definite meaning, not any sensible or, it's just, it could mean so many things to different people. You just referenced 2014, what do you call it now?
Conference
that Jonathan, I never agree with that, but I will tell you something. In that conference, one of the major things was that there was an approval, a recommendation to create 8 additional states. When I used to discuss with people on that, then I said that is even enough to throw that thing into the dustbin. We have states that cannot survive now, no matter what you say. Look, if we say, let us have a survivor of the fittest. So everybody that can survive now, let them live. People that cannot survive, let them die. That's okay. But the truth of the matter is, people that cannot survive today, how do you know they cannot survive tomorrow? We are not all fast learners. There are some people that are slow learners, but when they catch up, you'll be shocked. Ṣé kìí ṣọmọ iná ni tí ó lè fìdí kò zero o láyé ìgbà yẹn. So if we give up on people that are slow learners, that don't have the potential, I mean, no, not the potential now, the capability to be able to excel now, doesn't mean we should give up on them for tomorrow. So one of the reasons I have my personal, and it is entirely very subjective, about that Jonathan thing was the creation of additional states, 8 states. I thought we had too many states that cannot survive on their own. So recommending additional creation of additional 8 states is really not going to help. That is my view. I'm not saying that is the right view. And I'm just trying to put it in perspective that, look, sometimes our own ideas might not necessarily be the best when we allow things to play out the way they should. So
Bishop, you are making sense now. If the current one can't even take care of themselves,
they cannot survive. Exactly.
They can't sustain. Why would you create another one?
We had 8 states. Sorry, not 8 states, 15 states that after 5 years we have recommended and by law implemented a national wage. They are not able to pay the minimum wage of 30,000. 15 states. As I'm not talking of yesterday, except they just changed today. Many states are not paying. I thought that all the civil servants in those states should have gone. So back to where we were before. Now, the crux of the matter is this. Is there a one solution that will solve all of our problems? I don't think so. Just hold on. Don't be in a hurry to cut me off. Now, the states, based on your preferred solution, restructuring, and everybody saw it as a buzzword, like a one-time solution that will solve all of our problems. And I have listened to some very reasonable people that took time to analyze and ask and review. Is restructuring a one-time, one-stop solution to all of our problems? I will tell you no. Let me give you an example. I used to live in the South, and I'm not talking of living there today. I went to the Southeast, South way back in 1993. That was my service year. And I saw what happened in some communities that Shell and whatever oil company just said, okay, let's give you. In fact, there was one community in Ogoni. The only thing that caused almost a civil war, I don't want to mention their name, but people that are there will know, Pidere, Kedere, and what have you. What caused a civil war in that society was just 14 million naira, not dollars, just 14 million naira was what caused almost an internal, and people died. I'm not talking of 10 or 20 people. I'm talking of over 100 people just because of 40 million. When we had the crisis, Google and check at what's the name of this crisis that happened in Rivers? What's the name now? Oh my goodness! I'll remember. Don't let me waste your time. And when you look at the crisis that happened there, what's the name? I'm looking at the place now because I know that community very well. But the name just keep anyhow. And when you go again to look at the integrated waste management facility that Shell wanted to establish in a Che community, there's a place they call Umuakuru, Edegele, Olapbo, Eche, in Eche. And these are a community. And you realize that if we think that this restructuring we are talking about is going to bring the permanent solution, then we are really mistaken. Because if you give restructuring and resource control, which is a major thing, to some places in Niger Delta State today, in another 2 years, a civil war will break out. I'm telling you. Civil war. That's where you will realize that there's a big difference between a Jaws and a Sekiris. You people of Isoko will tell you, no, this well belong to us. People in Delta North, in Ogbagu, Kwale, Ogume, you name it, all those, you will now see the difference among them. So can we all agree that, look, you cannot have all you want and live together as brothers and share whatever we have for the benefit and the betterment of your neighbor, your brother, your sister? Because in Eche, Umuakuru, that community, they actually belong to the same father, but the man had 7 children, and all the 7 children had different villages. But when issue of money came up, all of them, they became enemies. But they became enemies. So if we think by any imagination that, resource control, restructuring, because the biggest thing about restructuring that everybody is clamoring, especially the ones that are blessed with natural resources, they are looking at now is just resource control. Let us control our resources. If you give them that resource control, I am predicting it will be the beginning of another. I don't know why they laughed, Asha.
Bishop, like I said, we need
You are
to
making sense.
serious.
You are making sense.
It will be the beginning.
Resource
It will be the
control.
beginning. Let me land. I will just land in another one. It will be the beginning of another serious civil unrest. Look, I can mention without I can mention 10 civil unrest in Nigeria, and the things that actually cause those unrest are not as vital as crude oil or natural resources. Just some piece of land.
Piece
Are we
of land.
talking about just piece of land? Land that is not even up to 2-3 acres is causing civil war. When you are not talking of natural resources, people will die. I can tell you 10. What is the origin of crisis? At least you are a Yoruba man. Between Ife and Modakeke, can you tell me?
Issue of land. This is my land. This is your land.
How much is that land? Mélòó ni gbogbo ilẹ̀ tá à ń sọ yìí? to 20 acres. So if people can go to war and ready to kill their people they have lived with over the years for a piece of land that is not up to 10 acres, now think of
And,
when they now discover that there is gold or crude
and the
oil.
land is still
Or
dirty today. Nobody do anything about it. Nobody even use it.
is there exactly? People don't mind. They are ready to just die. So I'm trying to just be a little bit be in between, not to fall to the right.
No,
That
no,
those
Bishop,
things.
if you don't mind, let me just come in now. See, the thing is this: when we say resource control, the problem is we've limited it to anything natural resources. And when you look at it, the greatest resource you can have as a country is your human capital. Now, what we're saying is this: when we say resource control, sometimes your resource control, in my own definition, can be your institution, can be your land, can be all those things that we build some kind of your economic resources to sustain yourself. You know, I keep ramming on this our settlement, like a farming settlement scheme those days, and all those who were doing like Odua investment. Now, for the for those people that are for those people that are asking military to come back, let me talk. Who is there? So the thing is this: for those that would like to welcome the military, congratulations to you. But the bad news for you is this: the same military you talked about the other time, they were the one that brought us to this place, and they were the one that made us look away from our resources. They are the one that hijack our resources from us. Resources is not
Sure,
solid
like
minerals,
it's one man,
and it's
no,
not.
one man and his people. Now then, one military
You,
people.
you understand? Resources are not limited. Resources, in fact, when you look at those mineral resources we are talking about in Nigeria today, they are more of cost to the country than even blessing. What have been sustaining this country is mainly the human capital, and I can prove it to you. The entire oil and gas we talk about is far less than 90% of the total GDP of this country. Or let me even change it away from the world GDP. It contributes just less than 90% of our economy, right? The only thing that crude oil is doing for us is our highest forex earner. That's the only thing. So now, if that one is 10%, then you ask yourself, how are people surviving? Some people are traders. Some people are into all other skill like engineering. Some people are into movie production, and they do a lot of things that we help the country. So when we talk of resource control this time around, is this: I want to group the capacity I have within my environment to better the life of my people. My police, my police structure is my resource. I want to be able to decide how to govern my community, how to govern my state. Then yeah, sorry, I keep programming this thing because from Nwosu up to Bamidele Otiko, Ekundayo Paleye, Bode George, Oyarubilem, and all those people that managed to destroy Odua investment in the southwest those days. So, like all those Odua textile industry then, and or some and like Fashola farm they managed to destroy our line, all those in our resources. So what I'm saying this time around is even in the like of Obafemi Awolowo University and the University of Ibadan, they hijacked that they forced to be federal institution. Those are our resources. Now, for the federal government hijacking these resources, that is the excuse they are to allocate so much of the money we are getting to themselves. Once they are able to allocate that money, it's one of the reasons they are doing politics. You know, for politics of affliction, attrition, and whatever they are doing at the politics, because so much resources are the center. But we are only saying, allow these resources to add the things back, give us back our schools, allow us to police our territory. Then, whatever you can have arrangement with every region like it used to be before. Maybe go back to our 50% derivative. So you go and produce your tobacco, go and produce your hide and skin. Then we just need 50 to 50% to contribute to the center. So see, I understand the territory of that Ijaw and all those you are talking about, but I can tell you, Ijaw, South is not the only part of that country today. Do you really know that the northern part of the region normally should be the most viable environment in our country today because of the expanse of land and historically because of what they contributed in the First Republic? But unfortunately, the military that came that had destroyed those structures now pave way to all this hijacking of resources.
Ola,
Pave way.
Ola, is it not the same military people are saying they should? So one man said just for 2 years they should come and quench the insurgency, and they will give it back to the democracy.
I will pardon one man. I will pardon one man for that statement because he is the anchor, so he can say anything for people to discuss. But where I can challenge people is people that were alive, that were already elders when the military took over the country, and they had the best education. They understand how the military destroyed that country, and they are now the one now even finding a way to justify.
Sorry, my brother. Let's assume military destroys, and let's assume we have democracy. Almost 22 or 23 years ago now.
23.
Yes. Are they not also doing the same thing that the military did to us? Are they not destroying the country more?
No.
At least, if you said democracy, the military.
Thank you, Oli. There is no
At least, since these people have come, at least we're supposed to be seeing a kind of change that would have propelled us.
They have destroyed the more. It's worse off under civilian.
No, I beg to disagree with you, please.
And I think this is where I actually believe. I don't believe in democracy. I don't believe in what military. But I believe that we don't have democracy yet. I believe we can actually.
Let me respond to your question now. Let me respond to your question. You see, one thing we've not learned from the military is this. I will give you something. If military have not come, probably we will all be better off in terms of. No, we may not necessarily become Abiola, but in terms of our ideology, our thinking.
All right, everybody.
Yeah, one of the guests, Neil, yeah. Go on, Ola.
So, our reasoning, our level of thinking is
ready for here.
Different. And so, let me tell you one thing. We have example of what happened between 1966 even up to 1979. We saw how the military how they dragged us back, and we are still giving them credit. Okay, now from that 1979 to 31st December 1983, yeah, the civilian administration, they are corrupt. Given nobody say they are not corrupt, but the type of expansion, the kind of fiscal expansion going on, that taking care of the population, give you job, at least guys, all those, they were there. Immediately the military came, they halted everything again. And if the military is tackling security and everything is moving fine, you will say it's okay. But they will grant you from the area of human capital development, and the security you think they will give you is a false sense of security. I can tell you, in Lagos State, security in Lagos State is better today under the civilian administration than when Marua, that everybody is just celebrating when he was there. So, head or tail, the way you look at this thing is the military, they are supposed to do things, but they will grant everything, and everything is okay. Give them koboko, chase them away. When you see them, buy them immediately. That's the only thing they do. They won't do anything about capacity planning. How are they going to develop you to even become better? How are they going to expand? How they are going to bring investment? They don't do that. They only focus on something. But the problem with the civil education today is that insecurity. But despite the insecurity, they are doing some other things that benefit your life. I swear, if we continue with Buhari administration. With Thomas, Prince Daddy, Bishop, Ajani Koko, Folibi, and probably myself, we won't have enough money to even get back to this country today because they already brought us down. They destroyed the entire middle class, and it's remained like that up to the time that Obasanjo came back and restored and restored that. So when we talk of this, you are not even looking at the danger that these people posed in the past, and we are saying they should come.
Sorry, my brother. I want to ask you this question again. Do we really have what we call democracy in Nigeria? Do we really have what we call democracy?
We have democracy, but it's only the way we want to look at it is why we think we don't have. We have democracy. I asked you the question. What is democracy?
Please. I thank you very much for answering the question. Please, if we call something democracy, is it when people force themselves to rule people? Is it a democracy?
No. Sorry. Ola, let me respond. Ola, let me respond. Ola, let me respond, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Go ahead, Bishop.
Can I? Good. Now, that is very subjective. That is very subjective of you. Now, you believe people force themselves because the election did not go your way. That is not democracy. Democracy is the ability to meet. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
I will let you finish, please. But before you continue, I'm not talking here as I have a kind of bad motive here. I just want us to dialogue. So stop insulting, please.
I did not insult
I just
you.
want us to dialogue.
Where's the insult there?
Please, I just want us to dialogue. That we are here to dialogue.
Where is the insulting there? Where did I insult you now?
Because you are already saying it because I didn't go the way I want it.
That's not insult. Okay? Is that insulting you? How do you mean?
Please. No, please. I'm not saying you.
Don't please me. No, just be please. Address the issue. What do you mean? Did I insult you in any way?
If you want to come out and say something, say it in a way that we all learn. I want to learn from you.
Did I say it now that indicate that I insulted you? You should say that.
You already throw me out of this.
I did not throw you out. I addressed what you just said.
Where you said because it's not going towards what I want.
How does that translate to insulting you?
You already threw me out of the conversation.
No. How are you?
How do
you mean?
Bishop,
how do you mean?
My intention.
How the hell do you mean about that?
Ask this question. I want to know.
Hold on, please. Can you please hold on? Yeah, I don't think what Bishop said amount to any insult. Now, why are you taking it in that direction, my brother? Folly.
Okay, continue. Sorry. Continue.
No. I don't like the word I continue. No, just tell us. Wow.
What I said is this. At least we are here to dialogue. We are here to talk. We are talking.
Yeah.
This morning we are talking heart to heart now. Nobody is talking about political or this or this. This is a problem that all of us have in our space. We are all looking for solution.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that is why I asked the questions. But you now telling me that because the reason why I asked that question is because the political space did not go towards what I want.
Okay, that's not an insult. It's just
you were trying to redefine democracy for us. And I said, let me finish. Yeah, I've listened.
I'm just telling you.
And I was trying to say, democracy is not only when election or electioneering goes your way. Because you gave us an impression that we did not have a democracy because the will of the people was subverted. You don't have any evidence. That's the indication. You don't have any evidence whatsoever that the will of the people was subverted, except for some very myopic, subjective, narrow-minded narrative. Now, we have institutions on the land that were saddled with the responsibility, 3 layers. A body called INEC that conducted an election. And they said one candidate won. And after that, you had an opportunity of challenging it, and you went to, the people that lost went to a court, and the second layer said the candidate won. And they went to the third layer, the Supreme Court of the land. And the same Supreme Court said, and people still come out repeatedly pushing this narrative that the will of the people. How do you want, how else do you want it? If not that we are just being very...
My brother, this our conversation this morning is not on business on Tinubu,
it's not Tinubu. I'm as nauseated as anybody could ever be. I'm going to let that be. I don't want to get to that. Because if you people have been so fixated on a narrative and you speak, if it is not, let me land. When I land, you will
Bishop,
come in.
ask him to explain what
No, it's me. He has explained, I'm responding. And then, look, if you don't want me to, I will leave. I don't want to come. If you don't want me to talk, you say I should allow him. He has said it, so let me finish my own narrative. We are having a conversation. So what are you talking about?
All right.
Bishop. Any suru. Yeah. Respond. Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
You know what me I call them.
Hold on, Folly. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Bishop. Yeah, Bishop, respond. Let them have that conversation.
My conversation is not, because I'm not taking it personal. Folly, it is not about you. I only stated, and I was going to address issues as it relates to the election, because in democracy, you win some, you lose some.
You lose some. That is life.
It is not only when you win that democracy is good or it is active or things. No. Your ability to be able to admit, for me, if my candidate loses today, I will look how am I going to get better in the next election. But that's not my focus. My focus is Nigeria. And I've always said it. And irrespective, even if I have my opportunity and reasons to, I will stand against my father. If he comes out from the grave today to stand in an opposing direction, I will tell him, Baba Alaye, on this one, you don't have a chance. So for me, how can we get better? Democracy at the moment is the best form. Can we attain that democratic whatever in a just, will it just happen like that? No. We are going to grow into it, because the best of democracies in the world are having challenges. They are having challenges. I am not going to deify a Tinubu. Not today, not tomorrow. I'm not going to see him as this, because immediately, even my father of blessed memory, I don't see him as the all in all. I have reasons to disagree with him, and it's on record. I disagree with him very vehemently when I need to. So if I could disagree with my father would have been approaching 100 in another 2 years if he had lived. And if I could disagree with him, then who the hell is Tinubu? That would not, but I am able to look in between the line and analyze issues in my own way. Am I saying I'm always very right? No. As it is in Nigeria today, democracy is still our best bet. Is it the best thing for us now that we are in El Dorado? No. We keep falling and we will keep rising and we will keep going. We will correct some of our mistakes gradually, then we'll get better. But even in another 100 years,
we don't want to fall again.
I would
like, don't want us to fall.
That's the problem. In another 100 years, am I going to say we will have a perfect democracy? Show me one society today that started democracy 100 years ago that are perfect.
Brother, thank you very
Just show me one.
My brother, can I continue?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, Folly.
Yes. I think what we call democracy is, with the definition, is government of the people, and for the people, right? Which shows that it has to be people. Which shows that it has to be people that will actually say, "We want you, come and rule us," right?
Yes.
That's the definition. Yes. And what do you want to say about when you now pick some people from different locations and you gather them in one hall and money exchange hands, and these people decided on behalf of the rest of people who are not willing to collect money, and they collect thousands of naira to produce a candidate for a political party, which at the end of the day, anybody that political party produce would eventually emerge as a winner. Bros, let's just think
Do
deeply.
you want me to address that? Do you want me to answer that question?
Yes.
Number one, and I don't mean to be insulting, and this is not an insult. If you look at the definition, your analysis on this matter is very subjective, extremely very subjective, and I will answer you.
All right.
Now, what you have answered is actually not the election itself; is the primary. That is the process of nominating a candidate to run for an election.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
So let us go back. Let us go down. The constitutions of the land is the grand norm, and that is whatever you do that is against the constitution, you can be charged for it. In the process you have described above, were there instances or situations that people go contrary to the constitution? That is subjective. That can be debated. That is one. I don't want you to answer because it's going to take us on a gyration, on a slope. So I don't want that. So I, as an individual in a community that I am running an election, you, Folipi, as my friend, that believe in me, and we have people that have registered to be party member that are nominating, that are contributing, and you believe so much in me. Folipi, is that Folipi I'm talking to?
Yeah, it's Folipi. Yeah.
But Folipi, so you believe so much in me because you know my antecedent, you know my moral stand, you know my professional competence and qualification, and you know where I stand on issues. And you have people in your own community, maybe they are 50, 100, 200, that are going to be part of that nomination. And because of your belief in me, you did not have a conversation with me and did not influence you in any way. And that is before God and man. But because you believe strongly in me, and the people that are supposed to vote for me in that election, we have to travel 20, 30, 40 miles. And you tell them, I believe in this candidate, and you go out of your own way. They tell you that, look, I really, really want to go. I also believe in your candidate, Oga Folibi, but man, I don't get kind of money to go to transport myself. And you go out of your way to make that logistics available for them. Okay, if you really want to go, and the challenge you have is the transportation, don't worry, I will bring a bus, or I'll give you X naira to be able to transport yourself to that place. In as much as you believe in that candidate that I believe in, and you are going to express your what do you call it now? Your franchise, I mean, to us. Have you in any way committed a crime by encouraging and enabling people to express their free will? You did not do anything to convince them or to change their mind or to buy their conscience. All you have done is to help them, but you use your own personal resources in your conscience of conscience. If tomorrow somebody come now and accuse you that you do it, will it be fair on you? I just want you to answer me yes or no. Will that be fair on you? Let's talk.
It can't be. It can't be yes or no. It can't be yes or no.
It has to be yes. Will that be fair on you? Will that assessment of
yes
you
no.
that you were corrupt, you have robbed, you have done this? Will it be fair on you? You are not saying it is yes or no because you are not being objective, and that's not an insult. Now back to the crux of what I said. I said every person can see things differently. There is an adage in Yoruba land. I don't know if you're fully follow or sure. They say people went to see an elephant, and some people saw the elephant from a different perspective. They say, oh, the blind people, rather, blind people went to see an elephant, and they described the elephant the way they saw it. Look, the fact that the other man is seeing that elephant like a trunk of a big tree is not wrong. The fact that you are seeing it as a big wall does not make your own or their own wrong. It depends on which perspective, which angle, which side, which area. No, I'll land in a minute. You are seeing the elephant from, and I'm coming. I'll land in the minute. Just count my second, 60 seconds. And the tendency, the ability, the grace to be able to appreciate the tendency of other people to see it from this different perspective from yours is the real definition of democracy. It must not always be the way you see it alone. I'm not saying you are wrong. Even sometimes you can be right, but majority are wrong. But because they are in the majority, they will still have their way. Even though you are right, but you are in the minority. So what are we talking about?
Bros, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's put Nigeria in a form of a business, okay? And let's say Nigerian masses, let's say Nigerians, people who are the owner of that business. And it comes to a level that we want to employ somebody to work for us, okay? And that person in our home business, I have my business, I want to do I'm just trying to put. Sorry,
you
I'm
are
just trying
breaking.
to put
You
this.
are
Okay.
breaking. Yeah, yes,
Oh,
yeah, we
sorry.
can hear you
Can
now.
you hear
Yes,
me clearly now?
yeah, we can yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, let me come again. I said, let's put Nigerian business at the owner of.
And now you drop. Yeah, and now you drop. Yeah, yeah. Bishop. Yeah. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh yes, I think. Yeah, I think it's probably
fully
maybe
dropped.
network.
Fully
Yeah,
dropped.
yes.
Okay, fully
It will
dropped.
come back.
So what I
It
was
will come
saying
back.
is,
Yeah.
yeah, if he fully comes back, I will use the floor for him. What I
Yeah.
was saying is very simple. Look, the truth of the matter is this: do we want democracy, or we want a pseudo democracy, or we want dictatorship? One thing is very certain: apart from monarchy, the alternative, the other thing apart from democracy, is dictatorship. And even the best of democracies in the world have not produced an El Dorado. Let us take an example. Where in the world, the only thing that is giving people a little bit of leverage today is the fact that, look, their population is not growing exponentially as some of our population have grown in Africa. So they have a grip control.
Bishop, can I push back a little bit? Can I push
Go
back?
ahead. Why not? Why not?
I think you have been defending this democracy that is not working for the people. You are defending it too hard, and we have to tell ourselves the truth. What we are practicing is not democracy. It is, you know, let's say politics.
Do
So
or die affair. Do or
do or
die.
die.
So no, it's not a draw. So I will ask you, permit me. So where no, just you will answer it. No, it's not a big deal. So I will just ask you, give us an example of a perfect democracy anywhere in the world. Perfect democracy.
America.
The underlying one. It's America. Are you kidding me? Are you sure, Shirini? A perfect democracy. Australia, are you kidding me? Australia, where we know what you are doing to the Aborigines? Kidding me? So I want you, in the course of your response to me, Ajale Koko, give me an example of a perfect democracy anywhere in the world. Thank you.
Okay.
But Bishop, that question It's a trap question now. Nobody is perfect. Nothing is perfect in life.
At least we are not waiting for perfection. We are waiting for moderation.
Okay.
And moderation in the sense that at least let's pass through the normal process. Let's do things the way it's supposed to go. Okay? Not like when you are contesting, you are hiring some thugs that will come and be killing people, come and be beating people up.
Foley. We are just expanding this thing on this. What is democracy?
That act alone,
No, Foley.
disqualifies you as a
Just
leader.
Just a minute, please.
Now, Foley, you are being very
Bishop,
pedestrian and
Bishop,
very
just a minute,
subjective
please.
again. Okay, go
Bishop,
ahead.
just a minute. You see one thing about the way we are defining our own democracy, we are just trying to take things wide. We can decide to go this wide till the kingdom come, and we will never get to the definition of democracy. What are the fundamental principles of democracy? Rule of law. You are a rule of law, and you have the process of voting. Whether the process is perfect or not is another thing entirely. Nobody is saying we are running 100% democracy. As we speak today, whether we like it or not, we are governed by a constitution. We are not governed by a decree. So when we are taking this idea of this is not democracy too far, all those things are just some kind of vague ideology.
Constitution, if it's by the constitution, you raising arms against your citizens because you want to rule them alone, you have disqualified.
That's
if you as a leader, you allow your citizens to be dealing with because you want to emerge as a leader, you already be disqualified.
Criminality,
not story. This is what is affecting us.
No.
I think. Okay, I'll land your thoughts. So
the
that
fact that some people are criminal in nature, it does not invalidate. It does not.
And unfortunately for us, that is the way. Those are the people that is moving our society.
For the B, Ola, I think Ajani Koko wants to say something. Ajani Koko, yeah. Then Ola, you come after Ajani Koko, then back to Folly B, then I think back to Bishop, then Folly B. Let's do that in that arithmetic order. Yeah. Ajani Koko.
You see, Folly B, as he was trying to tell us, it defines us democracy. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. But a democracy where the interests of the people are subverted for the interests of the politician to prevail, that is not democracy. And that is what you have in Nigeria. Democracy that does not guarantee welfare of the people, that does not guarantee security of life of the people, that does not, work for the interests of the people, is not democracy. So you can call it, you can try to compare it with the fact that you have the structure like a presidential democracy we have in America does not define it as the democratic structure. So, in the real sense of it, in such a way that it works in America.
Don't give democracy your own definition.
Hold on now.
What exactly is the definition of democracy? No, I'm only asking you a question because you are taking us on a different trajectory. What exactly is the definition of democracy? Can you give us the definition?
Government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
That is even long.
It's not for democracy. The people in Nigeria.
Hold on. Wait.
Democracy
in simple
does not
terms.
represent the interest of the people in Nigeria.
Hold on. No. I think you are being very subjective. No, hold on. Give me a second. Now, give me a second. Okay. So simply means democracy means the government of the majority, right or wrong?
Yes.
So, whether their decision is wrong. Whether they do is wrong or right. It is the simple. You guys always want to
That
navigate
is
and
not
turn it
the
to your own
definition.
narrative.
It is
What is
not. That is
so?
not the
What is
definition.
the definition?
Don't
What
say
is
the
the definition?
definition of government
What
of
is the
majority.
definition?
Funny
It's not government of majority.
For the B,
It's
let
not government
Bishop
of majority.
Ajani
It's a
Koko.
government
Ajani Koko
of
and Bishop, yeah.
everybody in the country. That is what democracy means. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. Who are the people? The people in that country that run that democracy. It does not define it as government of majority. So, Bishop, don't twist it.
Okay.
It's not government of the majority. So,
Thomas.
what I'm trying to say here is that the interest of the people is not being represented here. The way
Ajani Koko,
democracy is
how do
run
you
in
measure
Nigeria.
the interest of the people? How do you know the interest of the people? Are you telling me, hold on please, are you telling me 8-point-something million that vote for Tinubu is not the interest of the people?
No. That is, I mean, you are taking it to a different dimension. That is not what we
Even
say.
if you go that way, sir, what of people that vote for Peter Obi and Atuku? Is it not more than Peter Tinubu?
Thomas, please let us follow the order we are talking about this because I need to respond before I go. Please.
Yes, Ajani Koko. Then yeah.
When I'm talking about the interest of the people, it means interest of all Nigerians. All right? Interest of all Nigeria borders around security of life and property, number one, and the welfare of the people, number two. So, but what you have in Nigeria, security of life and property is only restricted within, is only enjoyed rather by the political class. Security of life as present Nigeria is enjoyed by political class.
But
And the welfare, hold on.
Let him land, yeah.
Hold on.
Let him land.
Welfare of the people, the welfare of the politician is mostly taken care of than the welfare of the people that voted for them. So you see a democracy that has segregated the political class from the people being governed. The interest of the people being governed is being subverted and their own interest is well taken care of. So we workers' interest is the welfare, represent the welfare of the people. Workers are not well paid in Nigeria. You see demonstration over demonstration, protest after protest, strike after strike, school strike for 9 months in the past administration. You see doctor going on strike. You see all these things every day, every fight, every day. Many countries, you see political class, governors across the country sign to pay $30,000. $30,000. 30,000, sorry. 30,000
we
naira.
are diverting. That's not even the point.
Hold on now.
They strike in Canada now.
Let me land.
They strike in Canada. So does that mean that Canada has no democracy?
Wait in Nigeria.
But does that mean Canada has no democracy?
They strike in Canada and wait in Nigeria.
No,
we are talking that. Hold on, man.
What we are saying is
hold on. Let me land. You guys will come in. When you sign agreement, when you in the political class sign agreement with the workers, this is what we are going to do, and at the end of the day, you didn't do it, you have subverted the interests of the people. So what Foley is telling you is that, look, the interest of Nigerian people, it's nothing. It's not taken care of. It's been subverted and being, by the politician, and they are doing it with impunity. So nothing can happen to them. That is not the way democracy should work. Democracy should work for everybody in the country. Everybody must enjoy good life, happiness, security. That is the way democracy works. And the economic well-being of all Nigerians must be taken care of by the way the country is governed. But our economic interest is not taken care of. That is what Podi is saying. And I know, all of you knows that. You all know that, except you just sometimes you just want to defend indefensible just to show some maybe some kind of support.
They want to defend Tinubu.
They want just to, just to support the political
Ola,
somebody in
Ola,
power,
and
political party align with their own.
Ola, can you respond? I actually wanted to chip in one thing.
I want to respond. See,
yeah, go ahead.
Talking of inefficiency of governance is another thing entirely. But saying Nigeria do not have a democracy, I think may be misleading. One of the core elements of democracy is rule of law. Whether we like it or not today, people still take government to the court in Nigeria and they win judgment against the government. We want to say, oh, some people do not obey, that's another thing entirely. But whether we like it or today, people win cases against the government, and those are the kind of things you dare not do under the military, under military government. So those are the things. Now, when we are talking of election, that everybody must, against around now, that everybody must accept. That must accept that result. No, it's not going to happen. Even in Canada, even in America, even in United Kingdom, everybody will never accept that result. And if those people that are not accepting that result, if they are telling you that it's not democracy, they will just be talking off tangent. So that means they are not saying the thing, because everybody cannot be on the same side. It is impossible. So when they are saying democracy is the government of the majority, what Bishop said is very perfect. That's the government of the majority, because you have to do that about that. Then in democracy, you go by election. You don't
so
go
you
by
call it by government of majority. Is that what you call democracy?
That's what the democracy is all about. It's government of majority.
No.
No. Wait now. In America, how they do democracy? Government of minority.
The people, the word people doesn't mean majority. It means everybody.
No. What can Abba Ajale Koko? How can you be reinventing the wheel? How can you say everybody? At what point will everybody will come out on the same with the same voice? Everybody. What do you mean, everybody?
Hold on. And you people, you man saying, understand. Hold on. Let me push back here. Let me push back here.
Hold on, Ola.
I would really allow me to push back to
Hold on.
Let me push back here. At this very juncture, you people are deceitful here by majority that democracy means majority of the people. No.
Baba,
on the first page, hold on.
Let him land now, Hola. Let him land.
On the first page,
Thomas, you are not being fair. I understand. I respect Ajale Koko as the header in the forum, but
kò jẹ́ wípé mo ń tẹ̀ láti jọ ń tẹ̀lé Ọlọ́run. Give me 1 minute, and because of Bishop particularly. When America on the first page of the American Constitution, they wrote, "We the people."
So
this
can I answer you?
Is the constitution of the people.
Can I answer you?
We the people mean everybody in America.
I beg you to hold on. Hold on. Stop mystifying. I beg you. No, don't land. You don't need to land, mother.
Let me land.
Bishop,
I'm pushing back against
let
you.
Him land now. Let him land. Let him land. You respond.
Let me land. So when they say "we the people" by the Constitution of America, on the first page of Nigeria of American Constitution, that we the people agree with this Constitution, it means all Americans. And the same thing, they define the democracy, the world democracy, government of the people, by the people, and for the people of that country. The democracy we have in America is for American people. Same we have democracy in Nigeria for Nigerian people. But when you see some people enjoying that the goodness of that democracy, neglecting others, then that is not democracy.
Okay.
Okay. So, Ola,
Yeah,
before you go ahead,
Bishop,
Ola,
yeah.
please, before you go ahead,
Bishop,
Ola, please,
come
before you
first,
go ahead,
then Ola, yeah.
Ajani Koko, I'm going to put my
No,
final
this is
word.
Bishop. I will soon.
No, I won't take 2 minutes. Just count down for me.
Somewhere, Bishop.
Just count down for me. 2 minutes, 120
I shall be
seconds.
going somewhere, Bishop. I shall be going somewhere.
Okay, if you insist.
Yeah. Let's
The
let
thing
Ola
is this.
respond. I think it's right
I'm
here.
still talking about this thing. So when you talk of this party system is part of democracy, that control over the abuse of power is a part of democracy. Now, if you don't want to accept that that control, when some people were trying to push Uga upon us there, we have a National Assembly that stood up against that. And that's kind of where we say democracy. Ideally, under the military, you will just wake up in the morning, they will proclaim that, okay, Oyo South is now Ruga, Ijebu area is now Ruga Ekiti, part of portion of Ekiti is now Ruga. But when it comes to democracy, you want to control abuse of power. As everybody is claiming today that we are not practicing democracy, you cannot abuse power anyhow. Even as tough as Buhari was, people still push back and he was unable to implement whatever evil agenda. So accountability, you may say these people are not accountable as such. How many people that time will go to IBB and say, oh, we want to know how you spend your money? And today we can challenge the government, we can challenge the National Assembly. Okay, we want to know what you are spending, to the extent that even your National Assembly will come out and say, oh, Senator are not earning this, so this is what we have for. We now look up about budget party. Could you do that one under the military? And you are saying this is not democracy. I think what people are trying to put to us as democracy here is just in an ideal world that, oh, everybody should just be on the same side perfectly. Once they say this thing, everybody on the same side. Who says Nigerians, who say this democracy, irrespective of how imperfect our constitution is, who say people are not participating? One principle of democracy is because the citizen must participate. When we were discussing election here, we were doing permutation, how the Obi will not win, how this one will not win. Then when we went out on the election day and vote, what is that one? Participation. You understand? Would the military even need you to participate? Or when you go to Kingdom in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates, or those things, would they even need your requirement to do that? So every element of democracy is part of what you can see within our democracy. And we are saying, why I'm pushing back on this is this: we should please, I'm just begging of us, I'm doing it with all the sense of responsibility and humility, that we should minimize how we misinform the public and how we distort the facts. You understand? Our own democracy may not be the ideal one you are looking at. And, for someone that is supporting Showore, maybe you are unable to even raise, let's say, 100,000 people. And you are saying just because maybe some people that add 8 million or 10 million because they are not perfect, all of a sudden, what we are practicing is not democracy. I don't fall for all this.
If you are going there, that 10,000
no, it's not
is
about
more
going there, because I know that's the politics you are playing there. Democracy.
Yes, that means
we all learn about democracy.
I will tell you. I will tell it to you. If you want me to give it to you, if you want me to give it to you, I will give it to you. I will give it to you.
Bishop,
That means the 10,000 are more better than your 8 billion.
Thomas,
Thomas,
I'm done.
This is their own democracy. Let them enjoy it. They're enjoying their democracy.
If that your 8 billion, this process that you take to get that 8 billion is what you call how the democracy should run. That means we are more better than you.
Fully. Ola, please, Thomas, let me first start by saying this. It's not, I can't remember what I wanted to say when Ajale Koko. If by Ajale Koko's definition, If what I just had tonight, that democracy is when 100 of the people agrees on a particular subject or topic, that is where it is democracy. To say that I'm disappointed would be an understatement. That 100 of the people had to agree before it is democracy. I cannot believe I had Ajan Lekoko say that. And I processed it over and over again. And that was exactly what he said. And
Oh,
fully just added.
Bishop,
Let me finish. No, let me
is that
finish.
what I said?
That was
That's
what
what
you
I
said.
said.
That was exactly what you said. That was
Why are you doing
exactly
this? You
that.
define
I'm not doing
democracy
anything.
as
That
100%
was exactly
you
what you
define
said. Let me
democracy
That's not
finish.
what he
as government
said,
of
Let
yo.
me
majority.
finish.
Bishop, you're turning it
Let
That is
around.
me
not government
finish.
of majority.
Let me finish.
Oh my
I
God,
insist.
grace.
I insist very, very strongly
In fact,
and firmly.
I
Let
get to know that even
me
Almanjiris are better than most of you here. Almanjiris on the street are more better than you,
let
many of
me
you here
You see what
upstairs.
we are saying
Thank you.
now?
Rufai.
We cannot
let
even
me
tolerate.
let
Like,
me
can you see
finish.
now? Good, good.
Let me finish.
Continue, Bishop.
For fully whatever whoever you are, that's the limit of your understanding or capability to understand and analyze issue. So I'm not going to respond to you because you don't deserve that response. I am an Almajiri and I am a proudly one. So the irony of it is that my Almajiri, my being an Almajirinchi is better than you 100 times. I don't care who you are. So back to what I was saying. Permit my unfortunate distraction. Now, Ajale Koko, you were very clear that the people, so you gave us a different
You are now lying.
definition.
You are now lying against me. That is what
I
I'm saying.
agree.
It's not what I said. You are
It is
lying.
there on
You
record.
are lying
I
openly.
dare
There's no
you,
record for that. You are lying.
Ajale Koko,
And just
I
stop lying.
dare you. I dare you to call for a replay of what you said. I dare you
If you don't
1,000 times.
understand, I can
I said,
explain to
I
you
dare
what I
you.
mean. You don't
Let me
understand.
finish
That's
now.
because you are
You
listening
had
to
your say.
Bian's mind.
Let me
You don't
have my
listen to
say.
him. You just you just
Me have
twisting everything.
my say. Ajale Koko,
You
I
are lying
insist.
against me publicly.
Let me have my say. I heard what you said. I listened to you. And what you said can be summarized to mean that the democracy only means not just when majority. You said all the people, all the people. You emphasize that. But I'm not going to dwell on that. I'm just going to go forward. That is a
So how
disappointing
does that mean that
and on.
everybody must agree on one thing? How does that connote everybody must agree on one thing?
Can I
When I
just
say
land?
it's the
Can I
government
just?
of
I will
everybody,
let me
how
land.
does that connote that we
Let me
must
land.
agree
You
on
see,
the
the
same
truth
thing?
of the
You
matter
see the
is
way
this.
you are twisting it? This is
I'm
very
not
bad,
twisting it.
man.
Ajale Koko,
You
I
can't be
challenge
doing
you.
this like this
And
now.
is there a methodology or a fast whatever that can help us to reverse back to what Ajale Koko said and we play it back? Please, if there is, let us play back and all of us listen to it again. While I'm waiting for a response on that from what's his name? Oga Thomas. Let me just continue to submit. Now, I put it to you once again. I am not afraid to submit and subject myself to superior argument. But facts are sacred. Sacred opinions are free. In this issue of democracy, what we have on ground, you might not like the president because you did not submit it, but the will of the majority. And I did use an analogy that we have 3 layers. The number 1 was the election, the number 2 was the appeal, and the number 3 was the Supreme Court, and all of them. And it is time we move past and look and act in the best interest of Nigeria as a nation. Is it the best? No. Look, I challenge you, Ajale Koko, and I will use myself as an example today. If they give me an opportunity or the opportunity today to come and rule Nigeria for 4 years, am I likely to do the thing that every 100% of the population will applaud? Absolutely not. It's never going to happen. Even under the reign of God the Father and Jesus Christ, there was an Antichrist, there was the Lucifer, there were people that, we think that they can do it better. But the majority, is majority always right? No, maybe not. Majority will always be right, but majority will always have their way, and minority will have their say. The fact that in Nigeria we are beginning and we are striving very strongly to continue to redefine democracy, what democracy is and what democracy should be, is a disservice to democracy or democratic tendencies itself. That some people think that if it does not go our way, then that means it is no way. I sometimes, when I think about these things, it's appalling, disgustingly appalling to say the least. And I dare to challenge, that was exactly what you just said. Because it did not go a particular way, that means it is not right. And that was exactly what Foley said in the submission to throw disparage at me.
But Bishop,
So
they
I
are
will
both in
repeat.
the same political,
Oh,
now. They are
okay, that's okay.
yeah.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
Yeah,
So I
brother
am
and
ready.
brother.
Oh, now I don't know that. So I am ready. I'm willing to make a volte verse to turn around if I have a superior argument. If you present to me a superior argument. So I repeat once again, democracy, even though it's not the best in quote, but as we have it presently, compared to monarchy, compared to military dictatorship, compared to what is the other one, democracy seems to be, the civil war. But is it the El Dorado of governance? I challenge you, it is not. Even if it is, what do you call it? Your show that wins the election today, and wait, that majority votes for him. Is it going to be that everybody will be happy with him? Is it going to be an El Dorado? Hey,
No, it's not going to be possible. Never.
Trump scored more than 70 million. Trump scored 70 million votes in the last election. It's not the president. Like the people that voted for him will not say, oh, because we are 70 million. No, in Nigeria today, Tinubu is not my God. But today is the choice of the majority. All other candidates can do is to go and renew, try, so that when next they come, they will win. There is not a time. Your suggestion that because the constitution say we the people means everyone in Nigeria must, or in the country must align. That is the most embarrassing thing I have heard you say in all my interaction on this platform. Thank you.
You see the point, like Bishop. See, the point is this, Baba.
Let Ajali Koko. Ola, hold on. You will come after Ajali Koko. Ajali Koko respond. Right to respond. Yeah.
I'm it's surprising that Bishop is telling open lie against me. What I didn't say is what is emphasizing that I say. I didn't say that, all of us have to agree on the same thing. I didn't say that. I didn't say that it's only when we all 100% agree that means democracy. No. I fully did not say that as well. We define democracy as the way democracy is being defined, that is a system of government that must work for everybody. We are not talking about election. We didn't say anything about election or the outcome of election that everybody must vote the same way, 100%. That is not what we said. I don't know why you are twisting it. I don't know what you want to achieve by that. That is not what I said. We were defining democracy that it's a system of government that, by its meaning, it must work for everybody. Wherever democracy is being practiced, that government must work for everybody. It doesn't matter who wins the election. Once you have won the election, you represent everybody, including people, the opposition that did not vote for you. You represent everybody in that district, in that state, in that national level. You represent everybody. That is the meaning of it. And the interest of everybody must be carried along. And what are the interests that we share commonly, that all of us share together? Security is one of it. Welfare is one of it. And many others. Health, education. How we want to go about it is a different ballgame, but we share a lot of things. Economy must work for everybody. It mustn't be an economy that works for only the political class. It mustn't be the security that works for only the political class. It must look, those are the things that we are talking about. We are not saying that, some people, if we are not saying that all of us must vote 100% the same way. No, that's not what we are saying. And that is the picture.
I think there's a mix-up. Maybe Bishop thought you are talking about election.
What
I
are you
think you
saying?
are talking about governance.
That is why I'm
Governance.
saying that it was listening to me with biased mind. It didn't listen well to what I was saying.
Ajali, let me push back a little bit. It's Bishop that brought election stuff on it. Where this guy Foley or whatever is talking about democracy. The Bishop brought, he want to defend Tinubu. I don't know, every time,
Tinubu, and everything Tinubu must be defended.
Yeah.
Everything it has to go the same line with Tinubu. Once you are talking
while I think my thinking,
sometimes I know we may say something. We may say something.
One voice. One
we
voice,
may not
please.
know how others interpret. Ajalikoko, if I go by the way of what you said, sir, it's like the way Bishop described it, because I have the same understanding as Bishop. Because when you say we people, the we people, you understand, it can never be 100%. We people, people exercise their right through their representative.
No, we are not talking about election. This is the problem. You guys are not listening.
We are not talking about election.
We are not talking about election. We are talking about democracy, the way democracy is defined, and the elements of that make democracy work.
Almost.
Yes, yeah. Let's Ola land. Ola, hold on, please. Hold on. You will respond. Please hold on. I think in the conversation there was no election, but maybe I'm just saying this. Maybe everybody know the politics of Folibi. So maybe Bishop thought he was going in the direction of the election. But what we are really discussing about is governance, how to take care of the people. Nobody even mentioned election.
That's right.
At all.
That's right. The governance of the state.
It was not even what
the system of government.
It is a statement made by Ajalikoko that we are analyzing. Because sometimes when you speak, you don't have control on how people interpret you. This one is not a matter of election. Where you are saying we people, see, 200 million people, Nigeria will not come to Abuja and agree on the point. You exercise your right through your representative. You understand? Your representative is not everybody that we accept the representative. But the thing is, we have a rule of majority. Okay, this is what the majority wants. And whatever that representative that you've elected by majority or that you're choosing by the majority, whatever it say, it stands for the region. So you may see as some people that be grudging, no, this one is not representing me. That's yours. But the fact means that the majority support that person. That's what matters. Now, when we are saying we are not practicing democracy, that's just some kind of wide statement. And in the long term, it can be dangerous in the sense that, oh, we believe this. See, we can say our democracy is not perfect. We can say our democracy is not the way we want. In every system in this world, we keep improving because any day, human being will not improve on the process they have on ground, then the entire universe will cease to exist. The only reason that you and I are engaging that we have job to do today is just because we must improve on what we have yesterday. But saying we don't run democracy in Nigeria, that one is just like, how do I say it? It's just we are doing
okay. If you have democracy that does not work for majority of Nigerian people, how do you define that? You still call that a democracy?
That's what we.
You still call that a democracy? If you want to go by the definition of democracy, do you call that a democracy? When
let me say this also in the part of Bishop as well. At some point, Folibitu was going to side of election, and he mentioned, and I quote him, he said, if somebody calls some people at the corner, then bribe them to do something. So he was going in the direction of election somewhat. So we know the politics of Folibi is about people are being cheated. But really we are really talking about governance here.
But the question is, Ajari Koko.
Battle.
Yeah. The question is what Volobi asked is it democracy where you force yourself to govern people or bribe yourself to the office? Is this a democracy?
How do you force yourself to govern people, my brother? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
So, Thomas, please permit me.
Bishop, please answer this question. How do you force yourself to govern people?
That is subjective.
Come on now.
Let me start from what Bato said. Now that is subjective. The only reason why Bato is saying, assuming, is that because you are saying because it did not go your way.
Their way. That is.
So you believe that the other people that went their way forced them.
No, not even that. Not that it didn't go my way. Listen, hang on, you, Bishop and the Thomas, you guys, we live here, we live in the diaspora. We know how this works. So back then in Africa, in Nigeria politics today, if you beat your chest, you know that this guy bribe himself for that place because they do whatever they can to get to that place they are.
So. Because you say so does not make it so. Are there challenges? Let's have a conversation. Let's not argue. Let's not push. Because you said so does not make it so. And I will tell you why. If it had gone the other way, assuming without conceding that the election took place and your candidate, whether it is Atiku or exactly, had won the election, and Tinubu's candidates and supporters are coming today and telling you that the election is not good because their own candidate did not win, and they are putting all this position you are putting. Are you going to support them that actually you are right?
Yes, I will support them. I will support them. I will say if my candidate lost the and coming, if let's assume that I supported Obi won the election on the end of the day, and they find out that Obi win the election, I will not support him. I will agree.
So you will just
But
believe
I am
false
not even
hypocrisy.
going the
Let me finish.
direction of
Let me
election.
finish.
I am just
So
defining
you will
democracy.
just believe.
What's the meaning of full democracy, and how democracy should work for everybody? That is why it is defined as government of the people. Representation of people in the parliament. In the parliament. I mean, once somebody has been voted to represent a district, you are representing everybody. And that is what the word people mean. When you are president of a country, you represent everybody in that country. You are president of everybody. You are not just president of your party. Or you are not only representing the interest of a party. The interest of Nigeria is what matters to you as a president. So that is what I'm talking about. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. It has nothing. It has the election part of it. The election is secondary, but the representation is what is more important. Representation in the parliament is what important, or as the governor, or that is who are you representing? What is the interest of the people you are representing? That is what democracy means. So that is what I'm speaking to. I'm not election, how we go about election. That one, I'm not going on that side at all. It's that one is by the wayside. But if you want to even break it down, if we look at the process through which someone become a candidate of the party, and through which somebody, become a representative of the people, then you will know that that is not the way it is defined, that people should emerge and people should be voted to represent the people at every elective level, position. We are not complying with the way it is defined that democracy should be practiced. We are not we are not abiding strictly to it. We are doing it in such a way that, so selfish, that carries corruption heavily, openly. And democracy does not prescribe that, there must not be transparency and accountability. But the way we are running our own democracy, there's too much corrupt practices, and it is so heavy, and it's not delivering any good thing for the people of that country. And that is why the country is not working. That is why you have insecurity. That is why you have bad roads across the federation. That is why you see your educational infrastructure collapsing. That is why you see your hospital facility not functioning as is expected to function. How can you tell me that democracy? Why can you have leaders that have been running democracy for 23 years but cannot use hospitals in your country? They have to travel out.
No, but Ajale Goko, when they don't have
there are so
democracy,
many
all
things
those
that
things,
is
yes,
wrong that
all those facilities they put it in place when there's democracy.
The fact that you have the structure of democracy on the ground in your country does not necessarily mean that you conform fully with the tenet of democracy.
Ajale Goko, United Arab Emirates, they don't have democracy, but they still have good road, they still have good hospital. So there's difference between administration, you understand, and when you are talking system of government and we are talking of administration, two different things entirely. We are talking of the word of democracy itself.
Look, government, no, hold on. Ola, don't twist it now. Government, we have
I'm not twisting.
We
I'm
have
not
different.
twisting.
Hold on. We have different form of government, and government, whether you like it, whether elected or not elected, is to administer the state. Okay, but democracy is defined as government of the people, so that everybody participates in the running of the state, that directly and indirectly. But that of the United Arab Emirates that we are trying to be, those ones are lord. They lord their own interests on everybody. Whatever they say is final. It is not like that in democracy. So the system of government is different, but irrespective of system of government, the main function of government is to administer the state. So administering the state is a different ball game. So, but democracy, we usher in a better government, and that is what. But do we have better government in Nigeria? No. So what is the democracy? What does the democracy mean?
Ajani Gogo. So, while I understand and I accept, I agree with your right to be critical of your criticism, it does not make it right. Now, let's get to the fact of the matter. If you are going to permit and allow, you are not just fixated on what you believe it is right. If you could admit for a moment that it is possible that you can be wrong, you can actually be wrong because no man is infallible. I challenge you once again. Let us go back to what you said. If there is a mix of listening back, playing back,
Bishop, let's forget about that now.
I'm not saying we should. He must. I'm just putting. He has placed his position. Now back to the crux of the matter. Look,
Bishop, can we even agree? Let's assume he said what you say he said, but we weren't talking about politics. He was talking about governance. Politician taking care of the masses.
I am not. See, I am not just limiting myself to talking about governance. I'm putting both of them in perspective. That idea there is going to be an El Dorado because of one particular system is imputed in place. It's just a mirage. It's a mirage. Look, no matter the best of the governance system you put in place, there will be poor people. Tell me one society we have that there are no poor people.
Bible even said it. There will be poor people among you.
Exactly. Is it America? Is it in the Europe? The best of the European societies today are the Scandinavians. And when we talk of the Sweden, of the what do you call them? What's the other name? Finland. The Sweden, the Finland, the Denmark, and the rest. Go there. There is a minimum that even the poor can still afford certain basic necessities. But does it mean they are not poor? No, they are still poor. They cannot afford vacations. They cannot afford a yacht. They cannot afford a cruise. They cannot afford some certain luxury.
Bishop, let me tell you something. I met a white here. I said, when are you getting married? He said he can't afford to train a children. I said, really?
I was telling somebody.
I said in this country, he said his wages is not. He can't. How will he afford to take care of a child?
In Kentucky, a few weeks ago, I was at a location. I was actually on this program, one man show that day, and I met a man. Actually, two persons. One was a veteran, and the other one was a man at 74.
You mentioned it before. I think you mentioned it
That
before.
day, that day I was there. It was shocking, and that man was there to look for a job at 74. And he said they need to work more because if he did not continue to work, they will not be able to continue to pay their mortgage and their blah, 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 blah at age 74. And I felt so bad. And I'm not going that route. And I'm saying every society, they have their challenges, even in Nigeria. Now, back to the crux of the matter, the conversation we were having. Look, truth of the matter is this: democracy does not mean we are going to eliminate all the problems of our societies. Even in democracy, there will still be poor persons. In democracy, there will be people with divergent opinion. In democracy, there will be people that did not agree with the rule of the majority. Now, when Ajale Koko spoke earlier on, he was very clear in his own definition that it is the people, the government of the people. And I said the people does not mean 100% of the people. And I challenge Ajale Koko, and I'm saying it over and over again. Please ask Thomas or whoever, let us have a playback. I'm not saying it because I want to be sanctimonious. I'm saying it because, look, we can move forward. I love Nigeria and I want the best. But I know, in as much as it is being peopled by human beings, we're going to continue to have our challenges. And the better or the earlier we learn to accommodate, understand the challenges of this, the better for every one of us. There is no El Dorado anywhere, at least not yet. Maybe until that time that the kingdom of God will come and the new Jerusalem will descend from heaven. There is no El Dorado. The best of democracy will still come with its flaws and challenges. And that is how it is. And that is how it will continue to be. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Thomas, where you said, Thomas, where you say you meet a man, the man said that in wage, because of in wage, he cannot train a kid or he cannot raise a kid. Like
Yeah.
are you saying, is it in Australia or United States?
No, in Nigeria, in Australia.
So this person now, because I live in Australia, yeah. So this person now, even if in wage, like in financial year, this guy make 30,000, and they have a maybe it's married that make 30,000 in a year. Both of the money is $60,000 in a year. So why can't them take care of kid, even if this person is not working?
How do you know he make 30,000 a year?
No, I just comparing the wage because I know that's the last wage here. Even if you are getting a center nick money, it's about $20,000 in a year, in a financial year. So if you are working, definitely it must be in that threshold. That's the poor people here. It should be around $30,000 in a financial year. So if this person is married to a woman, okay, these two people, they're making like $60,000 a year. So they're not. I don't think your statement is correct.
No. Do you know maybe his wife will be working?
Even if your wife is not working, even if your wife is not working, it should be paid by Centrelink.
My brother, the life you want for your kids is different from the life I want for my kids.
That's the luxurious life. So you're not gonna generate it like
yeah, you don't know.
No. That's the luxurious life you're talking about. You're not gonna generate it because of I'm not working. That's why I cannot have a kid in Australia. I don't think it's true because I think even if you are not working in Australia, you can have kids. Go back to take care of it. Everybody knows that. So what are you talking about?
If government go to buy food for your child, buy clothes for your child.
Yes, it can go to Salvation Army, it can go to Venice. So like it's cheap.
So
even government will give
it.
Government to
my brother, don't argue with me. I'm in Australia. You are in Australia. Is everybody that like to go to Salvation Army to get clothes?
Yeah, but you're talking of luxurious life. So when you talk about luxurious life,
you know, maybe I want to live luxurious life, or the guy wants to live luxurious life.
That's a different conversation. Like me here.
You don't know. You don't know. Maybe you want to live luxurious life.
Yeah, but you are generating it like the person, because the person is not working. That's why I cannot raise a kid. So, you will start from the minimum. Like that's the minimum.
Like me now, I can't go to Salvation Army and get clothes. It's not possible.
Yeah, because we want to live a luxurious life, you know.
Because I'm working, I'm earning, I can live luxurious life.
Thomas,
Yeah, Remy, yeah.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I've been listening
Good
to you
morning.
guys about democracy and also the stuff you are talking now. I will start from the one you are talking about now. Let me tell you something. The mindset of a white people is totally different from the mindset of an average African man. The white people, they are organized set of people and they know what they want. If he knows that even if he is earning 100,000 Australian dollars a month and he thinks that he cannot father a kid, he has his own reason. You cannot force him to go to, not everybody will go to charity home for clothes or whatever. And when Bishop was also, I don't know whether Bishop is still here, he was talking about the Scandinavian people.
Yeah, Bishop is still here. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to tell you something. I'm living here in Finland. I have a friend who has 2 underage children. Education is free to the university level here. But what about the associated cost that comes along with it? And I will break it down for you so that you guys should know what really transpires here. First and foremost, they always ask them for money for this clothes, for this kind of training, for excursion, for whatever. The associated cost you are paying in 1 year is also money. It's not free of charge. And then second option, second condition, if the income of both parents is above some certain threshold, they will ask them to pay some kind of money.
Money, yes.
Yes. They will ask them to pay tuition fee for their children. Even if your kid is in the kindergarten, you will pay. So, but if you not just oppose it with Nigerian situation, then you might also say we are not doing the right thing. But I also want you to think about one thing. The total population of Finland is 5.2 million people. And the total population of children, I cannot tell you often, I don't have the figure. So, and Nigeria is over 200 million people with a country not organized or planned for the last 4 or 5 decades or 6 decades since we get 6 decades since we got our independence. So, and an average white man, they don't want trouble in their life. They have everything planned out. They have a kid, if he up to 17
they are very organized human beings.
Yeah. So
Very
we
organized.
are organized, and they don't force themselves to have children as we are having children. They think that life is to be enjoyed in this world, not when you die or when you grow old. But our own philosophy is that we want to accumulate the wealth and then later we enjoy. That is most philosophy of an African man. But their own philosophy is totally different. I know that in where you live in America, if their children is 17 or 18, they can just let them go and do whatever they want. The same thing here. At 17 or 18, if they have good parents, save money for them, they can buy them a car, rent them in an apartment, or maybe they push them to go and...
Remy, sorry for cutting you. The guy talking to me Nabato is in Australia. White, we say here, Remy, listen very well. They don't want to work because of too much tax. Have you heard that before?
The same thing here.
They don't want to work. We blacks, we are dying for shift, up and down. They will calculate the tax they are going to take for their pay before they work.
Do you know what I found out? Personally, I think that Nigeria can also be a developed country like all this country. But can we pay through our nose? Can we pay? Yeah, if we are paying through our nose, pay this tax, pay that tax, pay that tax. If the citizens are not going to cry, they are not used to that kind of system. And then you just want to force them. Because if you are really talking about total welfareism system, that means you have to take from everybody and then spread it. That means every Nigerian that always like a trader in Alabama market, that all the profit go to his pocket. He has to go and register his business and they will tax him heavily. The more you make, the more you pay.
The more you pay.
So when you look at
Remy, I was saying I don't mind the tax they are taking. Is the money coming back to my pocket? They said no, we don't calculate it like that. They calculate the tax before working. Yes. I say,
they also calculate they also calculate the tax according to your age. Even once you get some finances, they will look at your age. They will look at so many factors. So it's not that just that, okay, I'm just doing some simple job, then you are entitled to this. No, it's not done that way. they want to see the hard work. For example, if you want to take a mortgage of financing of a car, you are going to pay about 600 euro in a month. They will look at how much income are you earning in a month. You cannot tell them you're earning 1,000 and they will give you that money or 2,000. It's not enough because they factor you have to pay house rent or pay mortgage.
You pay your car, you pay for fuel, you pay for this.
In a nutshell, the system, to be frank, is better than Nigeria. They have good road, they have everything, but Nigeria also have their own advantage because every situation you have to look at the pros and cons. Now, the democracy you have been talking about, Babajale Koko, you are right. Democracy is for the people and by the people, but you cannot just say it literally like that. It's so simplistic that way. You have to look at the context of democracy. How do people get there? How do people rule? What are the separation of power in a democracy? Because this is an enlightened platform. So both of you are right, because in a democracy, you cannot just say, it's for the people. So if for the people, is the 200 million people going to be your president? You have to choose one out of them. And how do you choose them? You go for an election. So the way I see all of this thing is that sometimes because of emotion, everybody is there. If Tinubu lost, I don't know how I will take it. But for me, I will move on because this is my own personality. Because I see all of this thing as a game. It's either you win or you lose. And if you lose this time, if you have opportunity to contest again, go ahead. Muhammad Ali, the great boxer, lost several times. He's still one of the greatest boxers of the world. Tyson also lost. He's one of the greatest boxers.
Remy. If we are defining democracy as government of the people and for the people, the end goal, what is the end goal? It's not by just saying that it's for the people and for the end goal is for the people to benefit for whatever process you use to achieve to get your leader selected.
I totally agree with you for the people to benefit. But
the issue.
Can I ask you a question? When we say for the people to benefit, are all the people, are they going to benefit equally? Are there not going to be some conditions set for these people to get this, for that people to get this? So look at that. Just answer that question.
There's no society where everybody will benefit equally.
Can you give me one example of that society?
I said there is no society where everybody will benefit equally.
That is it. You can continue.
So the issue here, let me tell you, we have to design what it will work for us. The notion that we have that it must be this type of democracy that we are practicing, whether it works or not, we must stick to it, is what I don't like. And several times on this platform, we have asked that question, that we are talking about democracy. How many developing country, is this type of democracy working for? If you remove the so-called, maybe the European country, especially the Western Europe and probably America, which other country can you say that, okay, the democracy is working for them? And if you look at it, even if you look at that is working for a little, they've adopted and adapted their own form of democracy, not this one that we just talk to, maybe American system or whatever system that we are practicing. This one is not working for us. It's not working, and I think the earlier we know that it's not working for us, the better for us. It's not working.
And Simba, you see,
yes,
why it's not working is deliberate. We ourselves did not make this thing to work. The way we are running it, where you see the politician interests are well taken care of and the interests of the people are not taken care of, that is not the way it should be run. Where the politicians are having immunity right in office,
can you hear me?
that is not the way it should be run.
Babajale Koko, have we developed to that level to make it work?
Hey, Simba, can you hear me?
What?
Yes, I can hear you, please, Daddy.
Sorry, quickly, Angelico. What part of our democracy is not working?
What
All
part
of
of
it,
democracy?
everything is not working.
Is it the election that we have that's not working, or
Both the election and the governance and the is not working.
Everything is not working.
But
If we really want to
just like
say
you
the
said,
truth to
Sinbad,
ourselves,
even the election. See, I used to say that the election election malfeasance in the world, Nigeria was number one. But having experienced the election here in the States, I'm telling you, if you know the level of corruption in the election here, you'll be taken aback. You'll be super surprised.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Prince Daddy, I agree with you. But America has developed to a stage whereby they can, whatever anomaly that they have the capacity to cushion it. You understand?
You mean the system is strong enough to
exactly to absorb whatever anomaly that happens.
but like they've automated most of their, like, if you get there as the president now, almost half of your budget is already allocated to something, so you can't even change that. It's already automatic. Ours depends solely on who's in charge.
Okay? You know the difference between the difference between
okay, guys.
Let me say this, Prince Daddy.
Right.
The difference between the way the system runs here against the way it's run in Nigeria is that the institution here run the democracy. The institution is more powerful than individual. But in Nigeria, you see individual in power, powerful than the institution.
How many years does it take America to build that
This
institution?
is not how many years.
Hold
on now. Hold on. You see, all these excuses, that we want to justify, to justify the non-working of our democratic system. It's worrisome.
Baba Ajale Koko, what you've been saying this for years. What do you think is the solution?
The people have to change.
Exactly.
Yeah, the major problem. Problem. I'm supporting you for the first.
Let me tell you the foundation. Let me tell you the foundational. The root problem of this democracy. The political parties. When you have a political, hold on now, let me land. When you have a political party administration that is corrupt, then that will not deliver a good government for you. Because right from the political party, the corruption emanated from political party into governmental power.
Let me chime in before Babachi goes.
That problem is very easy to solve. I've said it on this platform. If you want to solve any those problems in the political party, all you have to do is have an open primary system. Make it a law that any primary system in any political party has to be open. Therefore, every member of that political party has the right to vote. That way, you sideline godfatherism. The need to bribe somebody will come down drastically. So once you have an open primary system in any political party, you can solve that problem. It's not that difficult.
Are you referring to option A for like the Baba?
No. Open just means that, right now we have, if I want to run for office in a political party now, I must know somebody that will pay, okay, you vote for me, blah, 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 because you are the big wish in the political
party. But see, how is that any different for the way they play politics here in America?
No, but
how's any different?
No, I'm saying that open primary system means that the members of the party.
But you people are just talking about the election. That election is not our problem, let me tell you.
No.
You know,
Okay,
in
that's what I
the
was asking. Which
situation,
part of our democracy is not working?
in
Which
a
part?
situation whereby you have even individuals that are more powerful than our institutions.
That is
You
what I
understand?
said earlier.
But
You,
Dr. Simba, they have the same people here. There are people in America that are more
but Prince
powerful.
Daddy, let me finish. You know, our own situation, we have to look. Our own situation is peculiar. You understand? We have ethnicity, we have tribalism, we have religion. You don't
Now you're
have all
talking.
those. You don't have all those one in America. You understand?
Actually, see, you're right about that. We have it to a much lesser degree, actually, because they have what they call racism here.
Okay, and we don't even have any structure to curb the excesses of all these things that we are talking about.
No, we actually do. They just don't. They're not just effective. They just don't
It's
work.
because the people that form the institution also think along these ethnic, religious, and whatever lines.
Not even only that, you have just said it. That
Say,
individuals are more powerful
let's
than
not
institutions.
dismiss what Remy said earlier.
Just look at the governor in the state. Nobody can challenge the governor. If the assembly, haven't you seen when some assembly are trying to even among themselves to choose a leader, the governor doesn't want it. He will go and pull up the roof, or you go and send some talk to
Nigerian
beat them up.
democracy needs time to actually develop to become a robust democracy. One sec. Our democracy needs
Prince
time.
Daddy, unfortunately, is even getting worse. It's not maturing at all.
That is the problem, Simba.
But you know the reason why it's getting worse because people like Angelico support the military taking over. Every time the military comes in,
we are not talking about military.
We are not talking when the Angelico will tell you that military should tell you suggested that military should come and sanitize the space for 2 years earlier. What are you talking about?
Let me address a few things here, please. Indulge, please. The reason I brought up the open primary system is to address the concern that you guys have. When you say governor have influence, blah 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 has influence. If in an open primary system, every party member in that, let's say it's a local government elections now, or it's a state or it's a House of Rep elections, every party member in that locality have the right to vote for whoever is running. So that decreases the influence of big wigs in that political party.
It's not true. It's not true.
Hold on. I'm getting somewhere here.
Okay.
Because what happens is once you can find a way, maybe you have an alternative, Simba. And now just give me 1 second. The problem is quality of leadership. When you can fix the primary system in the political parties, that way anybody that they are presenting, that we are picking from, will be of quality and high standards. So the main focus should be at the way we select at the primary system in the political party. By the way, how we select their primaries has to be what you fix, because once you fix that problem, whoever they are presenting to us will most likely, and in most cases, will be of high standard and high quality. That means the party members should be able to just look into open primaries. You know what I'm talking about, Simba?
Let me respond. Let me respond to that, and I'll give you an example. Baba Jericho can bear me witness. Prior to 1992, let me tell you, even from the formation of the political party, who are the people that formed this political party that we are talking about? They are the elite. They are the big politicians that owns the party. When they were preparing for the primary, the same way that you are talking about, that was the same way they prepared for the primaries those days before, during Babangida regime, when he was preparing to hand over in 1991, 92. I was aware of what happened. Money exchanges, and they distributed money to even all the party members. You understand? So to me, whatever method you use, it doesn't stop the corruption.
Stay with me. Stay with what I'm saying. You know, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that will still happen. It takes time. You will fixing that problem. I'm not denying that it doesn't exist, but it's harder to bribe 10,000 people or 40,000 people than having to bribe 4 or 5 party members that have the vote power to get you in primary. That is the difference. If I say, if I say we have,
it's not difficult to. That's what I'm telling you. It's not difficult to.
Hold on, stay with me now. I'm saying that if right now we have party, laws. If you have, we have.
Do you know, Babati? Do you know how they? Do you know how they elect the delegates? Even the delegates.
Wait, God, wait. Delegates are the one voting right now.
Right? But they were also elected.
You know what? Somebody, can I finish, please?
Okay.
If you have 100 to 200 delegates, it is easier to bribe them and get your way than if everybody else votes. Now, what you will now ensure as a government is to make laws. I know they have law that is illegal to bribe, but enforce those laws at the primary elections. That problem. Let's find solutions. I'm telling you what. Number one, it's harder to bribe.
Have you? Let me tell you, the delegates, even the way they elected the delegates also see themselves like as if they are also going for an election.
I agree with you. That's why I said
they also money exchanges and before they were elected.
Are you listening? I'm saying that I agree with you because having delegates means we have an indirect voting system at the primary level, right? I agree. I'm saying that to fix the problem, first of all, you move that power away from them, where they don't have that much influence, where everybody in the party has the right to vote. Number two, you now make sure that anybody that bribes or attempts to bribe at the primary level is either removed from the primaries, where it is free and fair for all party members to run for office.
It's like you are just living in your dream. Babati, you are living your dream.
No, Simba.
Who will do that? Who will do what you just said? Now who will do it?
Hold on, please, Simba, please. Simba, hold on now. Hold on. You know, we call me all the time.
One voice, please. Yeah.
I am looking for solutions. So I have provided one. If you have something better, but I think we should just stop complaining every time it is impossible. Let's move on and decide something.
I have some questions.
You're actually giving out the way forward.
Let him land. Hold on, please. Hold on. Babati, have you landed?
Yeah, fully wanted to. Yeah, fully.
Yeah, fully.
I want to ask a question before.
Yes, okay, sure. I mean,
so
fully. Let's Remy ask that question. Then you come after.
So my questions are like 3, 4. The first one: what constitutes bribery to you?
Okay, if influencing people's votes in our own reality with cash, with promises for positions and undue advantage over the other person, even though you're projecting equality in a political space. That's what we consider that. Yeah.
So in Nigerian context, it's only money that they used to.
Yeah, but I just have to give a little bit better perspective. Yeah, that.
So what do you think about when people say that if you are an elected official, people come to you, I have a wedding ceremony, I have a naming ceremony, my child wants to go to school, I need children's school fees, I need the tailor machine, I need so many things, they go to them every day.
My mother swallowing viral.
What is that place?
First of all, listen to what I said. I said, now I know even party members that you want them to vote for you, we ask for those things, right? What I'm saying is anybody running is a problem we have to solve. I'm saying that we ensure that anybody running, even in the primaries in any political party, will make it illegal for them to vote.
Okay. So what do you think
about how do you achieve that? How do you achieve that?
It is hard. I'm actually, if you have a better way to solve that problem, let me know.
But I want to. So my
idea of always let me wait. My thing is, I am done always complaining.
Yeah, I'm not complaining.
It's hard to solve the problem, Simba, but you give me a solution to fix that problem.
My solution.
Don't complain about it all the time. At some point, stop complaining. Start fixing the problem.
Babati, what do you think about parties, the political party having political ideology? Even if you are going to only one state.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you have open primaries,
if only one state.
Remy, let me respond to you now. Remy, let me respond to you, please. If you have an open primary system where people come with ideas and they know, if I come to AAC, for instance, and we have an open primaries, and somehow the law makes sure that it's illegal to even bribe anybody, and it's the party members voting for me, then if I have enough party members to that believe in what I believe, and we start winning elections, you form something. It all starts from winning. You can believe all you want in what you believe, but if you don't win, it will not stay for long, because people are naturally bandwagoners. Most human beings are followers, they're sheepers. When you start winning, they will jump on your bandwagon. But you start from winning the primaries. That is what you need to fix. It is hard. Get the problem. Hold on, Remy. It is hard to fix the problem. But I'm telling you what the problem is. Tell me how to fix it. Better fix the problem. Fix the problem of open power system. Fix the problem of bribery at the political level. Once if you can fix the primary elections, and you have an open primary system, then the quality of leadership that you will bring up will be stronger.
So can we now say
maybe I can interject too, if I can get a minute here.
In Nigeria. No political parties with ideology in Nigeria.
No, we don't have any. They can. I'm telling you where the problem is. It is the primary voting. That is where the problem is. If you can fix that problem.
No, Babati, let me.
Okay, let me interject a little bit, I guess.
Let me say this, Babati.
So
look,
let Jali Coco go then. After that, Prince, please. Let's follow the order, this, so that we won't stab people's voice. Yeah. Our Prince has been trying to come in. Remy has been trying to come in. Ajali Coco respond, then Prince, then Remy. Yeah, Ajali Coco.
Yes, the problem is not limited to what Babati is saying. The problem is that we have political party, number one, that have no ideology. Number two, the administration of the political party. Number one, they are not transparent. They are not running with transparency and accountability. They are not open. Say, okay, you can. What Babati said is one of the solution to the problem.
Yeah, that's my point. Please start giving me solutions. Let's stop complaining. Fix the problem.
Hold on now.
We actually asked you to speak after Babati the last time.
So it's the solution that I'm saying. If you have a party that does not have ideology, then you have nothing to deliver. So a political party must have ideology in the first place. Number two, the administration of the party must be so transparent and carry accountability as well. And it should not be expensive to vie for nomination. It shouldn't be something that is expensive to do.
No, that's unrealistic, Ajali Coco.
Hold on now. Hold on. What I mean by it shouldn't be expensive is that, look, from the nomination form must not be expensive for you to pick. Presidential nomination form in Democratic Party, it's free in United States. You don't pay a dime. You don't pay $1 to pick a nomination for to be president of United States within Democratic Party.
Don't you think that the price that we put?
True.
It's just to reduce the number of people that maybe that will vie
No,
for
it's
the.
reducing it's reducing the quality of people that will call me.
Ajale
It's
Coco,
reducing the
before
quality
you
of people that will
nominate
call
a
me.
candidate, before a candidate is not, for example, I know you know that Nikki Haley, okay, she didn't go anywhere. Do you know how much millions of dollars
Those are the
she
people
spent?
dominated into our campaign. That is a different ballgame.
Exactly. So because they're not paying $1 or a zero for a form to be nominated, don't discount the millions of dollars. Okay, that came
Is
with
that
her,
millions of
and
dollars her own money? Is that her own
it doesn't
personal
matter.
money?
We're talking about
No,
money in
hold on
politics.
now. That is the
See,
difference we are talking
hold on.
about.
No, let me chime in now. See, you can't say because in Nigeria you have to spend like, I don't know, 100 million naira to buy a form, then it is terrible. But here in America, there are
It
millions
is
and
not terrible.
billions
What are you
sometimes.
talking about now? What is terrible here in America that you are talking about?
No.
Boy,
When you
is
pick
that the
nomination
boy?
form in America for free,
Hold on.
and
No,
against what you paid 100 million
no.
for, 100 million in Nigeria, what are you talking
You
about,
said
sir?
the problem. Yeah, tell us the solution to that problem. You just that's what I want to hear. The solution.
But Ajale Coco didn't hear me.
Please, can I have my say?
Let's freeze that the land. Let's freeze
Hold
that the land.
on.
Let's freeze that the
Everybody
land.
hold on. Yes, I've please guys, let's just help ourselves. Please.
Well,
Ajale
I'm a
Coco.
organizer. Our Fuasile. So Thomas.
Anchor
by land now.
or direct you out.
No. Yeah.
Just
Simba.
follow General Thomas. After Vajale,
Can you remove Simba, please?
General Thomas will be to anybody.
Maybe we remove Simba. Simba, your patient is crying.
Remove him.
Your patient is crying. Go and give him injection. Yeah, let's
Wicked people,
land it. Yeah, land it.
land.
Yeah, Prince Daddy. Yeah,
So
Prince
let me
Daddy.
land. I will land it quick.
Yeah.
So what I'm suggesting that we must have a political party that have ideology. Number one, we must have a political party.
Ajale Coco, hold on, please.
Yes.
What do we really mean by ideology? Is it their manifesto? But what they stand for?
The ideology of the party is that what is that party stand for? What do they really? What is their core value? What is the core value of that party? Is it a conservative party?
Conservative, or socialist?
Is it a socialist party? Is
Yeah.
it how do you describe it? The ideology of democratic.
Do we have any ideology in Nigeria, Ajale Coco? What is APC?
What is the ideology?
Of course we have ideology. Of course
they
we
don't
do.
have ideology. So
they do.
The only party that
is
I know
a mixed ideology. Mixed ideology.
Okay, Ajale Coco, have you landed yet?
It's Prince Ideology Party. So, ideology number one. Number two, transparency in the running administration of the party. Nomination funds should not cost nothing. And the party must be so firm that nobody must pay anybody a dime to vote for him, either during the primary process or in the general election. Did they pay you to come and vote in Scandinavian country to you live? Or do you think that they pay me in America to vote?
Ajale Coco, we are Nigeria now.
Because you are not very important, and they don't so whether they pay or not.
I have to come in. I don't want you to pollute the mind of these people.
Okay,
let's with all the propaganda.
I think we should allow Boboyi to talk now.
So that if you don't have a party like that, you can't have a government that will work for you.
So my brother.
If you don't have a party that carry all these elements I just mentioned,
You can't have a
You
government
want
that
to
will work
fix
for you in
everything
that
across
country.
board, not just one. That's the thing. Don't fix. Don't think we should have one coming up. Fix it. Put laws into make sure that everybody is forced to go into what you're talking about. You cannot bribe during primaries. You must have your fix that problem for everybody. Don't just say once you stand up. No.
No, understand. That is what I'm saying for all
can
the
I take a
political
spot real
parties.
quick? I know it's a
Yeah,
turn.
For all the political parties.
Ajali Coco, let Prince go. Yeah, Prince Daddy. Hold on, Folly. Prince Daddy. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Folly. You see, I don't even know where to start. But anyways, to the point about they don't pay a dime for a form in America, it doesn't matter. The point I'm trying to make is there are still millions and billions of dollars that follow these politicians. So you're making an argument that in America they don't pay for a form and they do in Nigeria. It's to me it's irrelevant. It's the money in politics we're talking about. I just told you about this lady, Nikki Haley, the Republican candidate. At the end of the day, she spent over $100 million trying to get the ticket for the Republicans. Okay, so do you think that money just came from nowhere? It came from somewhere. Special interest, people that she has to. At the end of the day, she won. She has to placate to. She has to do something for them. That's how politics is played in America. So don't discount the in Nigeria they pay so much money for the form. Therefore, no. That's not the way it goes. If that was the case, why every year, every 4 years, they talk about trying to curb money in politics in America? Because it sways the votes, it controls the politicians, and we know that. So the way politicians are controlled in Nigeria, so too they are controlled in America. When it comes to ideology, well, the problem is that, look, you guys, I think Remy said it earlier, you're not allowing democracy to actually develop, form, and become a robust democracy in Nigeria. Because
but Prince Daddy, how long are we going to wait? How long are we going to wait?
No. Well, to the point, see, I don't know if in the earlier show, I talked about how the military has always been part of our democracy. We've never, until 1999, if I'm not mistaken, that we've had up to 23 uninterrupted democracy. But from the beginning, right after the independence, we've always had the military breaking democracy in Nigeria.
Yes, you are right. Yeah, you're right.
Okay,
yeah.
So all the time that we could have used that opportunity as a country to work out all the kinks in our system, by now, truly, maybe we would have gotten to a point whereby we have ideological parties. But we've not gotten there yet because we've always had interregnum of the military and the interference in our democracy. It takes time. See, you guys want to be like America's democracy overnight, which is unrealistic and unfair. We need time to gradually develop. See, democracy becomes robust based on the constituents, based on the voters, because eventually, if it's gotten to that point, Nigerian electorate they're beginning to demand ideological position from these parties. But nobody's talking about that right now because we're all concerned about power. We're all concerned about food and agriculture.
I have a question for you. Let me ask Prince Daddy. Let me ask Boboyi a question.
The Remy coming. Yeah, Remy has been trying to come in. Yeah, go on, Simba.
Prince Daddy, what you are just saying now, how do you think we can address it? Because let me tell you, the mindset of an average Nigeria has to change. I think that's part of the solution. People go into politics.
The citizen.
The citizen, yes.
Yeah.
The people go into politics, they see it as a business. They see it like a job. They see
to make money. Yeah.
To make money. That is the primary aim. You understand? If that mindset, we need to change. We have to change the orientation of our people towards politics. Everybody.
Well, that is true. That's what we're trying to get to, and that's why it's not strange that the politicians always use the money and the economic
both electorates
to control the
and
people.
the candidates. They are all doing it for money.
See, as our politics continue, democracy continue to grow. Okay, if it grows in tandem with our economy, that will also help our democracy. There's no doubt about that. Because when people become truly independent, okay, truly independent and free thinking, then they're more likely to demand more and demand quality from their leaders. But
Prince Daddy, how do we? Because if what you are just saying now, our people has to be developed first for them to be at least financially stable. You understand, to some extent,
right?
So that
Yeah.
that if we still maintain this kind of poverty that exists in our land, we are joking.
That's why they use that as a tool. That's why it's one of the tools that the politicians
the
use.
next question is this. The next question is this. Then, with the way we are running our government, how are we going to achieve that? Liberating our people, empowering our people financially, so that they will not even be looking at all this small money that they use to save them.
Simba, mo ń gbádùn ẹ lálẹ́ yìí gan o. Mo ń gbádùn ẹ gan o.
Ilé ìgbádùn
I'm
náà
enjoying Simba this night for the first time.
In fact, for the first time that we're enjoying Timber.
Guys, as bad
I'm
as you like to
enjoying
blame,
Simba this night. This night is a change. This is a new Simba. This is not that old Simba.
Ajani Koko, hold on.
As you
Are
like
we
to
sure,
blame,
Prince? Are we sure this is Simba? Maybe it's another person.
Simba is getting it already.
as
So
much
I'm
as I
waiting
like
for
to
them to
blame
join
the
us.
internet and social media, as much as I like to blame the internet and social media,
Don't
even
join them,
though you know,
don't join them.
even though you know, we have this group of people they call the obedience, right? Even though we have this group of people we call the obedient, they tend to maybe abuse the use or the purpose of the internet or social media. But I tell you today that the same social media or the internet is going to be a tool to help us perfect our democracy. Because now, based on the information or what people learn out there, they're more likely, to put pressure and demand more from their leaders. So the internet, the social media is going to help us also, because now, due to information dissemination and information being available, okay, I think people are more likely to be educated, even though many of this, and we can tell it's actually happening right now. You see all these young people or people that are novice to politics saying things they don't know nothing about. But at the end of the day, what they're saying is building critical
young
mass.
people that are not given education. Is that what they're saying?
But that's the point. What it doesn't. What they're saying though is building critical mass.
Young people that are being, pushed into poverty. Young people that have no future in their country.
It's a tool and it's helping. It's going to help our democracy.
Okay, can I come in now? President,
You're breaking up, Coco. I couldn't hear.
Remy, let's hear from Remy.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I will look at it from three factors. Number one, everybody, politics is local.
Remy, hold on before you go on. I think we always shine away from poverty in that country. If there's still poverty, we'll still have this politician having the mind of people in their hands. Prince Daddy, can anybody bribe you to vote in America? Can anybody bribe me in Australia to vote? How much would you want to give me?
Maybe you won't collect it, but they do bribe. See, that's the thing. See, you have to understand, when you're doing comparison, it's very important to understand what you're talking about and the context in which you're talking about it.
But what I'm saying, you will not take it.
No, you can talk about you and I, but there's a lot of bribing in politics here in America. There's a lot of bribing, a lot of it.
Tell us the bribery. Tell us the way they are bribing.
See, unlike in Nigeria, whereby they go around with nylon bag of gari and rice, okay, to the poor people. Okay, here they funnel billions of dollars through what they call the non-profit organizations. This non-profit, though they don't pay these people a lot of money, they go out there in the community and influence the voting of these constituents in different ways. And they get the money.
How? Tell us, give a sample. How they influence. Tell us.
Okay, for example, if I don't know if you saw the documentary movie 2000 Meals. Say, for example, the Democrats, the party that you belong to, they approach a nonprofit, say, hey, try help us get out the votes. So they give that nonprofit, let's say, $1 million. Okay, good. That nonprofit goes into, let's say, the poor community whereby there's poverty. It's quite clear, the ghetto, whatever you want to call it. There's poverty there. And they go there, especially, for example, in this past election, whereby they did a lot of mail-in voting. They employ people, number of people, to go out there in the community to canvass for this envelopes, for this mail-in ballots. A lot of people go there, actually door to door, believe it or not, and knock on people's door and ask them if they have the envelope that's not returned yet, and they offer them to give them like maybe $20 for the envelope. Some they pay, some they don't pay. Those that they profile that they can take the money, they give them like chicken change or $20. They take their vote. They go around in doing that as part of the expense to canvass and collect these votes. What they're doing in reality, it's illegal in many places.
What are you saying?
Okay, probably maybe.
What I'm saying is quite clear that you don't know what I'm talking about because you don't know. You don't know it.
Hold on.
You don't know what I'm talking about because you don't know. If you knew, you would be asking me that.
This is a country of law. You can't knock on the door and telling people like,
yes, they do. They do. I'm telling you what they do.
Hold on. Telling people, oh, take this envelope and vote for us, and the opposition party.
No, I didn't say that. Even though they do that, I said they collect the envelope. They give them money and collect that mail-in ballots. They collect it. And they go.
Mail-in ballots is part. What are you talking about? Mail-in ballot is it's a right. You can vote by mail-in ballot. That doesn't mean that they
okay. Let me tell you. Okay, this is how it works. For those who are trying to corrupt the system, this is what they do. For you to hold on, for you to mail out, hold
on. Good morning, Carol. It is illegal. Can do, sir. Sir. I do, sir. Yeah. Boy, people are paid to go and canvass in the United States.
You're a bad man.
They can talk to you about their party. All the parties have people that do go out and canvass. But it is totally illegal to give someone $20, $2. They will arrest you in America.
Thank you very much.
You talk like America is so foolproof. I'm telling you about corruption that even documented, that's on record, on video.
And
this is nothing new. Anyway, it's been going on for such a long time here. So
let's complain it. I'm enjoying Gary. Don't mind Simba. Solution.
Let me come in here, please. First and foremost, Nigeria is not America, and the politics is local in every country. So you cannot be comparing America with Nigeria every time. It must stop. We copy their system, and we are not practicing 100%. And that system does not suit that country called Nigeria because of the current expenses are too large. Now, for me, I see that the political terrain and our election have improved from 1999 to 2023. In 1999, everybody voted as they like. It's all rigged. 2007 is all rigged. But for the first time in the history of this country, can you stop laughing, Baba Jaliko? I beg you.
Ẹ̀rín ló máa ń dùn yàn. Ẹ̀rín máa ń dùn yàn.
I like the passion. Continue, please. That's the truth.
Please remove that from the platform, please. It's disturbing the flow of the platform. Please remove
This last election, for the first time in the history of that country, I'm not talking about who won. I'm talking about there is accountability. Very easy. Places that we used to have 2 million votes, how come they can only master 700,000 votes? Places that we used to have 500,000 votes, how come they can only garner total vote 300 or 350,000 votes? There is accountability now. This past election have shown that we have started to evolve. It needs time. Democracy needs time to develop. The greatest democracy in the world, India, it takes them more than 200 or 300 years. America, you are talking about, it already takes them more than 100 years to develop their institution to today. Even till now, they are still disputing the last election.
Remy, we know 2027 will be better.
So I think to me, these are my own personal.
Their mistake. Hold on, please. Their mistake in 2023, they will try to perfect it 2027. If anybody tell me the last election is not one of the best, I don't know where the planet the person is living. If opposition can win in the territory of the ruling party, can you do that before? Come on now. So continue, Remy.
So to me, I see several solutions. Babati talk about primaries, and I like what the Supreme Court have done. The primary is the sole responsibility of political party. If you do your primaries and do not do it very well, it has caused some of these political parties to lose their position. Example, Zamfara State. And the recent example is Plateau PDP. They lost all their national state assembly members when they go to court of law. It's a good lesson for most of these political parties. So that is why they now canvass that once you have a primary, they are begging their contestant not to go to court of law. That means we are involving. People we must reason about. I know that it's not easy. And when we talk about money in politics, I bet you anywhere in the world, if you don't have that money, how can you cannot just be conversing with word of mouth every now and then, or just the party ideology or your own ideology. Even if people believe in you, you also have to converse for money for you to donate to you, because you have to travel from one place to another. If you don't have the money, how can you go to Enugu to go and campaign? How can you go to Kaduna or Sokoto to go and campaign?
Remy, one candidate, they said he's flying private jet all the place. I don't want to mention his name.
After collecting donation all over the world,
after collecting donation all over the world, how did he get that money from?
We don't know. You know they keep CC, but there is money to private jets now. So what I'm trying to say is this: if political party they didn't get their heart together in their primary, they'll be thrown out, even if they win the election. It has happened because there is precedent, which I think is good. Babati, I understand you, but you must also understand that Nigerian policy is different from American politics. And you also have to think about the electorate itself, the people, the voters.
Remy, please hold on. Folly, I muted you because there is noise coming from your side. If you want to interject, just interject, please. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
Remy,
we have
go on.
to think about the people, the voters themselves, whether by act of our leaders or our government policy or people themselves. We are find ourselves where we are today.
Chief Remy, they are followers. Most humans are followers. When you do what you need to do, they will follow your direction. It's my point. So you cannot wait for them to change their minds. You have to find a way to force that change. So that the average human being is a sheep, they are followers. So once you do the right thing, they will fall in line. Is my point.
100% good point. But how do you go out there to convince them or to follow you? It's another.
Then fix the primary system. Make it bar that if somebody tries to bribe anybody, people collecting bribes. No. Please. Hold on, please, Remy.
Let me quickly finish.
Don't make it one way where you say somebody bribes somebody for vote. It's illegal. Make it illegal to even collect that bribe. How about that? Make it a two-way trick. Even being paid for to vote is
I
illegal.
asked you a
Do that
question
too.
before. I asked you a question, and you said in Nigeria most times they bribe. But I want to let you know it's not only about giving money during election day that they bribe, whether primaries or normal election. Before that primaries, they already bribe a chunk of people, whether in kind or in cash. You
Thank
might
you,
not
Remy.
agree to
People
that.
bribe electorates even years ahead. Sometimes.
Years ahead.
So what I want to say now is that what I want to say is very simple. Unfortunately for Nigeria, our literacy level or exposure level, because when you talk about a country, you look at people in that country, how do they sit down to analyze things themselves without even people convincing them? That is why you guys in America, because the literacy is very high, and then you guys are exposed to a lot of things. You can see it through all the candidates, and you can pick your choice. But in Nigeria, one majority of people still thinking about what I want to eat, or I'm still looking for a job, and somebody now throw crumbs to you, you will quickly follow. But when the economic situation improves,
Remy, if you don't mind, I want to contribute to this matter. You see, one thing is this.
No, Ola, no. We are paying $10 now to talk. So pay your $10 first.
Is it US dollar or Canadian or Australian dollar?
No, US dollar now. Come on.
Or Zimbabwe dollar.
No, Liberian dollar.
Why,
Remy,
Remy, why can't you make it illegal? Or make
Wait,
it
Babati can contribute.
Babati, ó dà pọ̀ tí mú nǹkan lálẹ́ yìí, ọkàn sọ̀sọ̀kúsọ ni, Ọlọ́run.
Please remove Simba on the platform.
Yes, I've get the order from above. We're removing Simba.
You see one thing.
Ola, let's hear from Ola. Ola, you have been quiet all through. I think you are sleeping. Or you are listening.
I'm not sleeping because they bully me out now. Folibi and Ajade go bully me out. That's why I just decided to keep quiet.
Let's hear from Ola. Yeah.
So the thing is this. Bribery, sometimes it depends on the way you look at bribery. We have legal bribery and we have illegal bribery. So the bribery we talk about today.
Yes, illegal bribery.
Can you see Tinubu supporter now? Can you see how they are defining bribery?
Which one is legal bribery?
No. Let him explain now. Let him explain. Illegal and legal bribery. Let him explain. Everybody, we keep quiet. I mute myself too. Yeah, let's hear it. Yeah, Ola, go on.
You see, what separates legal bribery and illegal bribery is this. Because illegal bribery is well pronounced by the law. But the legal bribery is what you call, I'm trying to do some kind of social responsibility, like the type that Abiola used to do. I give these school buses, I give all these things. When you know that in 20 years' time, you are going for an election, already what you are doing, you are bribing ahead in the name of being a philanthropist. So, when people are doing all those things with the intention of what they are going to benefit later.
Sorry for cutting you. That's what you just said. Fayose has been giving them water in Ekiti. It's called it spotlight or something.
Right on spot. Continue.
See, because myself, I play politics at the level of student union, so we know all these things. So that's why I'm saying there's no sin anyway, because you know your strategy. Now, when we say government bribe, people think, government will be giving you to. No, there are some policies they intentionally do to gain people to their side. You understand? The Nigeria is only different that because we make it raw. We want to give it to you raw when you are doing that. So that's what makes that of Nigeria so disgusting and make it illegal bribery. So end goal of you being a philanthropist or being a social responsibility is that you want to achieve a favor. End goal of illegal bribery is that you want to achieve a favor. So the only difference, what makes it different, because there's a legal pronouncement against a particular one. At the end of the day, both are to achieve the same thing. So now, in the ideal world of Foley and Ajale Koko, they just want everything to be perfect before you start. If Ajale Koko and Foley were to be assisting when they were manufacturing aircraft, up to now, aircraft will not be flying because it has to have zero safety issue before it can fly at all. So in their own ideal democracy, there's nothing like they call continuous improvement. That's where the problem is. What we have today, by the election of 2023, we can never compare to what happened in 2003 when Obasanjo was saying it is do or die affairs. By the election of 2023, you were unable to import people from Niger Republic, from Chad to come and vote because already we were able to capture you. The only reason they are saying the election failed in 2023 is just because it didn't come towards your expectation. Because because human being, it is normal. Even in Canada, as we speak today now, some people will give F to do what they will cause in even in Canada we are talking about. I'm not even talking of Nigeria now. Because you can never certify any group of people. So the solution is
let
this.
him finish.
So my solution is this. Whatever we have now, already we're on the solution already. Like I said, this beavers, honestly, is a very good solution. He has solved a particular problem. Even though some people want to kill that solution already by saying, oh, this thing is not good. They don't. Okay, next time, don't worry. If that will cause noise, we won't even let you see from the portal again. What about that? What about that? Or we won't let individual be able to, or we can integrate the beaver directly. The beaver will be updating without manual update. The beaver will still be, everything will be automated instead of human being updating that. We can keep improving. Then at the primary level we are talking about, see, we can't allow everyone to just get to that place because we are going to have a very chaotic situation. Even me, as I did so, when you get to that level, to me, I want to go and test my strength now. Just imagine in a party now, we are now have about 5,000 candidates coming that, okay, vote for me. What are we going to achieve at the end of the day? It's going to be something that is going to be chaotic. So the thing is this, people that want to go into politics, they start early. Oh, Foley B brings someone. I have someone in my community, they can't pay school fees. I give school fees. I show my face. I've been doing that for 10 years, so I do. Oh, this guy, they want to give back the next week. Okay, I organize a program. I put the program on ground.
We come out to contest.
You understand? That means I've been doing my own bribery 10 years ahead. Oh, that's
I would
nice
like to
guy.
speak
Oh, the
after
guy
all.
who listens to us, all those stuff. See, we are not going to get a perfect situation. We will continue to edit. So at that primary we are talking about, what you can do is this: everybody should pick his own this thing, go and register with the party and get involved in that local party. And make sure you talk enough to make it enough to gain support for whatever you want.
Register your own party.
Ola, please, I would love to come in since you keep on mentioning my name.
Not conclude. You have to wait for me to
come. Now, because you are actually leave me now, that's why I'm mentioning your name.
Please, let me. I allow you to talk. You know, I've been here for how many years now? I didn't say anything.
Just allow Ola to talk now, so you cannot.
Okay, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Let's hear from Polly. Polly from Nigeria. Network went off.
Babati. You know, we have a perfect law in place when it comes to our election. We have a perfect system in place when it comes to Nigeria's election. But what we don't have is the participants who are already boycott the laws and the system that we have for our elections. These people they have become more bigger than the system, and they have the system that back them up. These people control INEC. They have the money. They have the thug by their side. They have the security forces by their side. And they also have the system under their palms. So if you're talking about the primary, and I will tell you, last electoral reform, the instruction given to them is let everybody have their general primary, not even candidates, not even what's it called? What are they calling them? Delegates. But do you know these people, they will just come in. You people have gathered. They will just make a fake course. The one that happened in my home territory, that's what I'm talking to you. I mean APC primaries. And people have been gathering to come and vote. But they will just delay them for like how many, like for like 2-3 hours. They will tell them it has been cancelled. Before you know, people will leave the scene. And in the next like 10 to 20 minutes, we just see some people gathering themselves again, doing some video. Before you know, they voted. This is how these people did in my streets. So that when we are talking about the solution of our problem, we should be thinking, what is it in for these people? Why are they doing what they are doing? Why must you even spend more than your salary to get to a position? These are the problem. If not because of the mind of going there to go and look, go and collect, go and continue doing the corrupt acts. Why will your salary is 1 million naira in a month, and you are going to spend 4 years, which means the whole money you are going to earn for the whole tenure that you are going to stay there is 48 million. It's 88 million. And during that period, you spend 1 billion naira to get to the position. That should tell us something, that these people are not willing and they are not ready to go and serve people. An initial stage where governance is being introduced to us as people is because we have resources. We have things that all of us
Yes.
Same old rhetoric. Let me come in now, please.
Hold on, Remy. Hold on, please. I stopped him because of something. You will come after him. Yeah. We have a progressive and Biggie at the background. Guys, we are 10 on the screen, and the 10 people I have here, they are very.
Just put me in the background for them to come into.
Yes, then I'll bring you back. Yes, the 10 people on the screen, they are very strong view. Everybody's active, so that's why I didn't bring you in. So, but I'll put you in the background. I'll bring you back then.
Maybe Bishop is no more there. You can hack him.
Who is that?
Bishop is no more there. You can hack him.
Bishop, are you there? Bishop, yeah, I know you will be listening later. I'll put you in the background. If you're back, just tell me in the private chat. I'll bring you back. So I'll bring progressive and Biggie on the screen. So I'll put Babati. Yeah, I'll bring Babati back. Yeah.
Ask Ajale Koko whether he's there too.
Ajale Koko is here now. Oh, you don't know that. Ajale Koko is here now. He's taking on back some.
What is now? What is Jepada?
Ajale Koko is okay. Yeah, go on. Follow me.
Ajale Koko bá ti dákẹ́ bá oúnjẹ òní oúnjẹ náà náà máa jẹ tiwọn.
So the problem we have here the problem we have here is not the law. The problem we have here is the caliber of people throwing themselves up to come and vie for position in Nigeria. And these people have all what it takes. They control the money, they control everything. But where I think all of us here need our own duty and our role to be played now is how can we change the mind of so-called the people we call electorates. Because these people don't know the impact of somebody governing their environment. They've made them believe that once you elect somebody, he's actually going there to go and become rich and richer. So themselves, in their mind, they are thinking, voting for you, they are doing you a favor, not doing themselves a favor. So when you are going there, they want to collect their own money for doing you a favor.
They'll be expecting returns.
They are seeing themselves as if they are doing you a favor, and they want to collect their money before you even get there for doing you a favor. It's we that we know the impact of governance in our society and in our life that we need to creep into action and make sure that we continue, as those people who are actually penetrating the system, we should be playing our own role as well to make sure we educate and sanitize the society and the people that is voting.
And
Okay,
the number of people doing that. Hello.
Folly B, I just
Yes.
give you a chance, and you are taking all the minutes. I only have 2 or 3 minutes and then you can come back. Can you let me
All
talk?
right. All right. No
Yeah,
problem. No problem. No problem.
Actually, electorate have a right to pick whoever they want to vote for. The problem I see in Nigeria is that we have different kind of elitists in Nigeria. Some elites, they are good about criticizing. They are good about saying the only one. They are the only one that knows everything. But they dare not put their head in the ring because they will tell you, actually, politics is a dirty game anywhere in the world. You have to have that one at the back of your head. People will mislead you, whether legally or illegally, anyway. And in Nigerian context, they fight with everything they have. Maybe because the benefit attached to all this political position is very attractive. Maybe we have to look about the benefit, maybe cut it down. But in terms of having quality people, we have a lot of quality people in Nigerian political terrain that have had important position. But what I would just say is that people should come together, form a party with a good ideology, and find a way to talk to people. Because I have seen all these lesser parties, their leaders, the way they are communicating to Nigeria, it's not the right way, it's totally the wrong way. They are even worse than the political party that are ruling. They don't know how to pass their message across. They come around very egoistic, very proud. They think, oh, I'm holy. You should vote for me. I am the right guy for you. That is not the way politics is being played. That is the mistake they are doing. And if they continue on that trajectory, they will never win any elective post in Nigeria. You have to how to people, how to sell your idea. It's not you come along and saying that, look at all of them, they are all thieves. I'm the only one here. It's not done that way. Whenever you step your feet into politics, you are already a dirty politician because people have something against you. There's nobody that is bad. All these
Okay, let me say this. You know, we are talking about the process of our electioneering, this thing. Now, we are choosing the candidates. We have to look at what are the impediments that they used to have in actually carrying out their function. In a situation whereby, you know, one of the major problems we have as Nigerians is that we are not patriotic to our country. People have more allegiance to their tribe than the country. They want more allegiance to their religion than their country. Do you understand what I'm saying? They have more allegiance to their region than their country. So in a situation,
sorry, I want to quickly comment. That is not true. I think the Nigerians' allegiance is more to their wallet, to their bank account. It's nothing to do with their.
No, we are talking about that one. I'm just expanding it. Progress.
When they tell you they're doing.
I'm listening. Simba, can I come in now?
Let me finish. Let me.
Simba, finish it. Yeah.
Let me conclude. Now, in a situation whereby we now have problems, let's say, okay, somebody is corrupt, but for the fact that he's a Yoruba man, or is an Igbo man, or is an Hausa man, Hausas will not see it as an issue, or Yoruba will not see it as an issue.
Never.
If we want to punish that, because let me tell you, all the problem that we have in Nigeria is because there is no deterrent to anything that anybody does. And in a society where you don't have punishment for doing any ill things, there's no way you are not going anywhere. We always view everything in the prism of religion, ethnicity, tribalism, and whatever. So what we supposed to be speaking about now, okay, we can talk about the electionary process. Okay, you elect, even if you elect a good leader in Nigeria today, somebody who has a good mindset, his hand will be folded. The people will he will not be able to achieve anything, because people will, even before he start working, some people will already start working against him because they don't even like him, because it's not from their tribe. because it's not from their religion, because it's not, so they will not see anything in an objective way. So how do we solve this? If we don't eliminate all this, and then like what Progressive said, also, we are more selfish. Everybody is just looking for what they will eat.
What to get, what to get.
What to get.
What to get.
So
that is it.
how do you, those are the problem. If you like, go and bring George Bush, bring Kilton. He will achieve nothing in that country.
Simba, what I see is this: my generation and generation after me, I'm sorry, we cannot do it. Because we are already being corrupted one way or the other. Maybe the new president now, I don't know whether it's going to be or the next president, whoever is, we have to, the new generation from 2 years.
But Remy, hold on, please.
It is true because the
mindset. Hold on. You are talking about the new president. The one that just came in is still new. Why can't you?
What I'm trying to say is very simple. Look at our generation. I don't like complaining. I like solution, as Babati always said, because we cannot be complaining every day. And I know that Rome was not built in a day. And my generation, maybe my generation and the generation after ours, maybe we have to have a big sacrifice. But unfortunately, personal interest supersedes national interest. So the present government of today have to start reorientating those ones that are already under 5 years old. We have to do that national orientation because when you look at all these big countries, look at Japan. Japan, their kids start going to school at age of 4 years old, and in the classroom they share the work among themselves. There is no class captain. They teach them to be patriotic. They teach them their own culture and tradition, how to hold their country more higher than individual interests. We don't have that one in our country. Everything is that from 2 years old, you want him to be good in math and English. And you want him to be, so you can see the way they are training their own children. The same thing here. It's all about holding your country in high esteem, teaching them to be patriotic at age of 2 or 3 or 4. And they will continue to do this one. But we don't have that. Are you telling me the generation after us that they are thinking about how to blow? And now that Nigeria, you see that hangout is not a big deal anymore. I can do whatever I like. So we have it's a big
Remy. Remy, sorry for cutting you. Let's hear from the new people that just come in.
Okay,
Can do outspoken progressive. Then we have Biggie. Progressive. Are you ready? To go into the conversation, or do you want me to? Do you want to free flow, or do you want me to give you the topic? Yes, I said. Do you want to free flow, or I should give you the topics?
Yes, so I'll just talk more about the candidacies and the primaries and issues like that. So, some of the problem that we have is the complexity of how the system is organized. So, what am I trying to say? In a situation whereby the elite, when they want to take power, they will pivot to senatorial district, religion, it's our turn. So but
it's my brother, it's my sister.
So we the followers, to say, we should not be playing those politics with them. You understand, Thomas? So what we when they come up with issues like that, we have to hold them accountable to say, no, let the most competent among you come out, and then we will select which one we want. So, but they use this language to rig the system. They use it to seek favorism, because in some cases, if you don't micro zone, it doesn't get to their turn. So they will push so hard for micro zoning, so that they know that as the smaller it gets, the bigger the opportunity.
Yeah,
exactly. The bigger the opportunity for them. So all of these things are strategies.
What do you think about? We have been talking about primaries. What do you think about primaries? The candidates, sometimes progressive. we always focus on the big picture, which is the general election. We don't have power on about the premise of the parties. But why can't you focus more on the primaries?
Yeah,
that they
because
should bring. Progressive. Sorry for cutting you. I'm telling you, I said it before election, and I'm still repeating it again, and it's still going to happen 2027. Anybody PDP or APC picked I said it in last election, even 1.5, 2 years before election. Anybody APC, PDP picks is going to be your president. There is no doubt.
Yeah,
so
sure.
why can't we start from Why can't you start from the primaries to make sure they give credible candidates? Because if the primaries progressive, PDP and APC, they have 50% chance if they choose their candidates. That is how it's going to be. I don't know, maybe PDP will still be strong 2027, but the last election I said it. So why can't we start from the primaries? They bring credible candidates. So what do you think?
Primaries is the affairs of the political
politics, of the political party.
So the question is this now: how many of us participate? How many of us are members of political parties? How many Nigerians have registered to become members of political parties?
So you are a devil if you are a political party member now. They will say, "What are you doing there?"
But then that is the only way. That is the only way you can participate to change the structure from inside out.
That is it. So, you are right.
So if you're not inside, you're not going to be able to influence what is happening inside. So the only way to influence what's happening inside is to first of all become a member, join them. So but the thing is this:
card carry member. It's not mouth. It's not mouth member.
Thomas, let us be honest with ourselves. Right, let us be honest with ourselves. 90% of the people that come online to tell you this, that if they become a member of a political party today, and one aspirant come and give them $10,000, they'll take it and just keep their mouth shut. Okay? It's true. The same people that come on YouTube, TikTok,
especially Foley B. Where's Foley?
If one aspirant just squeeze that money in their hand like this, even 10,000 is too much.
We take.
They will take it and just close their mouth, and then what has happened there is that the system they become
Have you taken one before?
They become victim of this. They become victim of the system.
So if you have taken one before, don't generalize it. Don't think that everybody is like you. So
progressive. I said that I gotta go say, have you taken one before?
No, he was talking to this guy that talked just now.
No, it's you. He's talking to you.
Progressive. Sorry. Progressive. Yeah. I want to take this. Look at people like Ruben Abati. He was a spokesman to Jonathan or
Jonathan.
No, to Goodluck Jonathan.
And he was also the deputy governor to Kashamu Barado, the person they said accused of drug in Ogun State gubernatorial election. And they lost. And the way we criticize the politicians now, it's like he never even had any position in government.
Did you not see his picture when he was in EFCC custody with a singlet and a short knicker there, like looking like some ego?
Yeah, they just pardoned him. He collected a lot of bribes. You see, it's very funny.
He collected his own share of the Suki Gate.
Yeah. And when he talk now, and I don't see people just, I think, oh my God.
So this is the problem with us as people.
It just pretest, okay?
As a people, we have to first of all understand the context of the word poverty, okay? So look, some people in that country have money, and then you wonder why they still steal money. They have so much wealth, and you wonder why are they still stealing more. It doesn't. Our behavior when it comes to corruption, it needs to be studied. People have to take it to the university as a course and study it, because it's almost like it's unprecedented what we do in that country in terms of corruption, because it doesn't make sense. And the only way these things can stop.
No, see, the progressive. What is happening in our country is not as if it's not happening everywhere, but in other countries, they make it more manageable. Okay, look at it from this angle. I don't know if you're in America or you are somewhere else. I live in a city of about 1.6 million people, or let's say 1.7 million, right? But we have our system of governance within our own city. We have mayor, we have our own bylaw, and we divide everything in such a manageable way. As we have provincial law, we have federal, and we have the one that applies to us. So the thing is, at various levels, they are implementing all those law, rules, and regulations that will make everybody behave very well. Policing, for example, if you overspeed, you know what is going to happen to you because radar is there to catch you. You understand? So, but in Nigerian situation, we have a situation we put everything, we over centralized. Now, where we don't even over centralize, I don't know how to call the one of state. We over statalize. Let me just borrow that grammar and create a new grammar for that. So the thing is this: when we were operating local government system, things were very okay. You know, when we are talking of restructuring, this is the type of restructuring I want.
Things were not okay. Okay, things were.
You want to create another country? What do you mean by things were okay?
Things seems to be.
Was
it looks
better.
to be okay. No, hold on one second. It looks to be okay because hold on one second. Things at that time looks to be okay because the level of corruption was not as bad as it is today. That was why you think it was okay.
No, the corruption was there. The corruption was there.
That's what I'm saying. It was not as bad as it is today. Okay, look, before I left Nigeria, I remember there was an issue with one local government chairman.
No, progressive. I just want you to sort this issue of this ideology, why we are more corrupt. You see, when you say in democracy, they say power corrupt and absolute power corrupts. The more you push to certain people, the more you concentrate power around some people, the more likely you are going to have corruption, and the more difficult you are going to be able to implement and create something that will benefit people. So how do you when the most power is in Abuja, then how do you start pursuing people? But if your local government, if you have a rule within your local government or within your ward that will be able to deal with you, then you've already broken that into smaller unit that make the enforcement and implementation easier. But when you are now bringing a very gigantic pool of a bureaucracy, it becomes more difficult. Okay, what we are doing in Nigeria now is that you have a bank of 12,000 people. An MD of the bank want to control everybody. You don't want to trust your ED to even have some level of manager, to even have some level of a team lead. You don't want to have that. But you want to have one big manager somewhere that will be managing people.
So what you are suggesting now is if we decentralize, it will curb corruption. Is that what you are suggesting?
See, this grammar we use sometimes, all the dangerous grammar. You can never eradicate corruption, but you can always reduce and minimize the negative effect corruption will have. You understand? So the thing is this: when you are an organization, maybe you probably be medical director or one of the officers before. The thing is, if you don't delegate more to your subordinate to manage, and you want to manage everything, what we are having in this country is what we are going to have. That is why in this our environment now, if you are saying, I manage a team of 20 people, they won't believe your resume. They throw your resume around that you are a liar. Because when even some vice president of a company will not even manage more than even 4 members of a team of 5 members to make the team more manageable. But we have the type of bureaucracy in Nigeria that one person want to manage like 2,000 people, 3,000 people, 5,000 people. So how will you even know what they are doing under you? These are just basic leadership and organization structure that we are failing in Nigeria. But when we talk here, we say we are terrorizing things. But look at how people govern around. They break the thing down. There is no business of states with what is happening in Ado-Ekiti or Jauba. A state has no business there. It should be the business of Ado-Ekiti local government. Now, you can even break it down for the person that within the world to even have some level of control. Those are the kind of things we are talking about.
Listen, I think hold on. Can I quickly just say something? I think you're talking about governance, right? We're talking about
Yeah.
corruption. So look, all those things we say, a lot of them, right? We understand that the more you take governance to the closer to the people, the more the people benefit. But we are talking about the attitude, the actions of people who are supposed to take this governance to the people. Like I was trying to explain to you earlier. Don't forget, there was in my area where I was living then. There was local government election. We elected local government chairman. We elected ward councillors. So there was a time when one of the local government chairman had an issue. They had to kick him out of office. You know politics. So they appoint a caretaker chairman. Brother, look, within 6 months, the amount of property this man built, you'll be shocked. You will be shocked. A caretaker chairman, interim chairman, within 6 months, only God know how many houses this man was building. So at the time, people were saying, it's the chairman. People were hailing him, but he was stealing from the people.
But the progressive, ask yourself a question. Why was that not possible under UPN government? Have you asked that question?
But this is what I said. The level of corruption at the time was not as bad as
which UPN of 1979 to 1983.
It is
that you're
not
talking
really
about?
because see, they broke the thing down in such a way that you could even monitor, you know who to face. But it is when military started cordoning everything and started dashing out to some people, to their cronies. Okay, 1 million is meant for people, and now maybe out of that 1 million, the military administrator now take 950.
You know, Ola, hold on.
Exactly what happened there.
Ola, don't let us just be. You have been economy with the truth. I passed through Akintola's house that was built before 1960 in Ogbomoso. I was marveled that how could somebody build this kind of house in probably 1950 something and is still standing the test of time to today. Where does he get the money from? We tend to pretend as if the corruption that we are talking about started today.
No, Simba, you are correct. That's not even what
I listened to a clip made by Abat Macaulay as far back as 1945, and was still talking about the same thing that we are talking about today, 1945, even when we are still under the British era.
Even when you read Quran, when you read Bible, you will see corruption there. That's not even what I'm saying. Okay, even Judas.
You know, the only thing I agree with you. You know, let me tell you, I mentioned some things earlier, some of the problem about that we have, that is not even making us to make any progress. That's not making us to even punish people that failed in our country, like religion, ethnicity, and tribalism. If we can decentralize and everybody is managing their own resources, I think we can eliminate that one to some extent. And I think it will be good for us. Because if you are in the northerner, you will not be seeing everything from even it will eliminate that of religion. Because if we are in the southwest, you know that at least we will be a little bit more homogeneous in terms of.
Okay, let me tell you something that happened in the late 80s when IBB was there. You know, that time it was the local government that was still paying teachers. Now they now had this former military man that was the chairman there. He would take the money to the bank to yield interest. But you know what? Because people knew who to face and they know the family house, people gathered on him that, Oga, you have to pay this money. People took action because they know where to go to. But if that big man was to be in Abuja, it becomes very difficult. You understand? Because that man, for example, that chairman now will not have the security detail of a governor, but they know it's within there. They know the family. Immediately, people raise voice like this. The man just did the right thing because you know you are living with the people there. So
I don't know if you guys remember Tafa Balogun was doing that well. He would take the police money. and be collecting interest and not pay them for months and months and months and be collecting interest.
Exactly,
Yeah, but
man.
a
Exactly.
lot of governors were doing it as well. A lot of governors. That's why you see some
So
governors back, the
progressive.
governors
What I'm
from
saying is this.
1999. Some of those governors from 1999, a lot of them that had a lot of they had a lot of salaries. They were owing a lot of salary when they left office. That was what they were doing. They would just take the money,
So
put it.
it's not as if people were not stealing during those UPN we are talking about. After all, why did Buhari get excused to
Peter B was the
overthrow
master
the
of it.
government? You understand? But what we are saying is this: the bureaucracy we see. Okay, governor now, for example, they don't want to release the local government money. How do we define that? Those are the kind of adjustments we need. We don't even need to be saying be sharing money. We want to say local government be contributing. Now, take care of your locality. Bicycle tax, the tax you collect from the market, all those the tax from the farm, everything. Local government.
You see that
Local
thing
government.
you guys always. You see that thing you guys always say. It's not. If we want to practice it to the letter, right? It's not going to work in Nigeria. Let's be honest.
This thing was working before progressive.
Oh,
We are saying
No, let him explain why it will not work.
That was when we had a sensible, that was not politically induced.
But it worked.
Hold on now. Let me make my comment, please. Just let me make my comment. That was when we had a sensible, not politically induced, bordered local government. This one, they've sliced all the local government to the point whereby some of them now, they are just bush. You go to some places they call local government. It's all village. Look, you can say, yeah, they have farm, they have this, they cannot generate anything. Let's be honest with ourselves. They cannot generate.
They cannot generate. Let them cease becoming a local government. Let them stop assessing money. That's exactly where I'm going to. Because
So
the military people wanted to use money.
Our local government was very big, so because they merged, like not that they merged, the way it was originally created, you have them big, so it's much easier for them to fall under a situation.
No, the progressive, you are not getting me. Because I've just told you where the problem came from. Because some people wanted to be stealing money, after cornering the money, they are using small money to shut people mouth. Now, what we want to say is this: we have this geopolitical region. Okay, the National Assembly, they are pushing for unicameral system now, right? Assuming that in terms of the same way we can push in such a way that, okay, whatever that is going to be the allocation will be the responsibility, let's say, of the geopolitical zone. And geopolitical zone, we have a way to be working with the federal government. So let every geopolitical zone go and create as many local government they want to have. If you like, create 1 million.
No, that one. Look, that is the problem. Look, this is what they need to do.
I'm just trying to make an analogy now.
Let me explain. What we need to do is not create more local government. Instead, for me, reduce the local government and create more wards.
I'm not saying, I'm just giving an example. Give the responsibility. I say, if anybody wants, I say, don't make federal governments, don't give. Look at this. Do you know why the state governors are resisting direct money to the local government? Because that is politics. The federal government can hijack the local government under the governors, and the governors, they love power. They won't accept that.
So you're not giving them power to create local government. Then how are they not going to be the one in charge of the local government if they have the power?
No, Ola, you cannot give somebody power to create when he's not even the one generating the revenue.
Exactly, or the one funding it.
No. Get me right. It's like you are not getting me right. See, all the city, municipality is under the control of the provincial government, right? So, but the province now, if you want to create a city now, if you want to do some other things now, you have to go through the provincial government to upgrade your status, all those stuff. But you know, the situation in Nigeria now, when you go back to the situation in Nigeria, the only reason the northern part of the country we have more local government than the southern part was just because of politics of how to take your money away from you, right? Or to have some kind of political advantage. But what we are now saying this time around is this: eliminate that problem already, because it was one of those problems that lead us to where we are today. Eliminate that problem. allow every region, Western region now, for example, was just working with the federal government, but the Western region that time, Southwest, the regional government will do whatever they feel will be okay for their region.
We don't operate regional government at the moment, so we cannot.
It's just an example. Don't make it as if I'm making it a hard-coded. It's just an example. I'm saying the federal government should take its hand off of saying you want to be giving local government directly their money or you want to be doing this. Even if you need to create extra local government in that country today, let it be that the regional government,
in as much as the region are not the one controlling the resources and funding those things, it will that be a chaos.
No.
Okay, how do you fund those things? If you allow, let's say Southwest, you allow them to create more local government, who will fund the local government?
It's not a must. They must create no more local government. I say if they now want, because you are not
okay, they want. Let's assume, because there's no one of them that will not want.
Farabale. When they created local government in Nigeria, the military people, they created it just for them to be able to access money from the central. That's the reason some people created it.
Exactly.
But now you say the federal government, okay, you are no longer creating it now. Let all these affairs be under the regional government. Let them do. So it's not a geopolitical zone. Geopolitical zone will be the one that will be sharing money directly with the federal government. And let the geopolitical zone now agree within themselves how they are going to. So the idea of creating 1 million local government to go and access money from Abuja will stop.
But how do you distribute money to geopolitical zone? Based on how do you determine that? How do you determine that?
Go by how are they doing it in the 60s? In the
in the 60s, federal government was not the one distribute. Each one of them are generating their money. They just have a certain percentage that they contribute to the federal level.
Exactly, that's exactly what I'm saying. Let us go back to such kind of system that they will generate the money, and they will not contribute to the federal. Instead of the military government creating local government just to be stealing money from the federal. That is what I'm saying. Stop that kind of kangaroo system. The northern region, if my memory is not failing me, they didn't have more local government than the southern part before the military government arrived. It's just because of
your example is
even that time when we are practicing regional government.
It's not based on the current
situation. There was no local government.
Make your example based on the current situation. Or say maybe if you say we should completely change the current system, exactly. But if you are making an example, it has to be based on the current system that we have now.
No. We have to. Okay, are you saying we are resistant to changes, that we don't have to change?
No.
Because the current system is not working and you can't change it.
No, we are not resistant to change. I'm just saying, like what you are saying, we are not there. So we are somewhere.
The progressive. While I was growing up, like I said, we used to have farm settlement, cluster of farms. We used to have we call it the katakata. You know, katakata is from the word caterpillar, tractors that we use to go and help people within those clusters of that farming, and that the local government was efficient. And when the road was not okay too, they will use it to grade your road. And they will do something, because I remember that time when they were distributing some like Gamali, is it Gamali 20 and
Gamali 20, yes.
Gamali 20 and 40, all those stuff. I remember. And I remember all those pako, we call it pako that we used to do all those in those days.
Even the sprayer that you back that you use to spray
this thing now. So what we are, I will call it fari. So what I'm saying is this. What was working that time, the local government we have now, they are no longer doing all those stuff. They are just there as just a channel to just collect money. And why do you think the northern part, that if my memory is not failing me, that didn't have more local government than the southern part in the 60s? How come all of a sudden that they have so many now? I'm not saying that instead of the federal
was there local government during the regional government? I think it's provincial government
council,
that we have.
They call it some like council, council area. Those are the
no local government.
You say a person like me now that was born in the Mushin municipal, you understand? I know. So the thing, allow whatever every region, let them structure themselves the way they want. That will be like what Tinubu was trying to do, like creating some kind of development center, all those stuff. Let the region go and do that. But now, the region should be able to coordinate, geopolitical zone should be able to coordinate their area for economic activities. So whatever you are bringing to the center, you agree, okay, we want to be giving the federal government 50% of it, or maybe 25% of it. And the remaining one, they should share among themselves. Unlike now that it's the federal government that want to share your money for you. That's the problem.
So,
Okay,
Ola,
if
Ola, sorry, before I'm going to leave, so I just want to quickly say something to Prince Daddy if he's still there. I heard you guys talking about ballot harvesting earlier on. Yes, it does happen in the United States.
Thomas, sorry, Progressive, is Thomas there? Can you want to come back? If you are there, you can bring him in.
So ballot harvesting does happen in the United States, but the thing is, you don't pay people for it. So it's almost a way of helping people to submit their mail-in vote. So some people, especially the elderly people, sometimes they're not able to go out of their house to go and post their vote. So there are people that goes around to collect those votes. But the thing is, the vote had been cast, sealed in an envelope with their signature in it. So the fraud that happened in those ballot harvests in I think there was some that happened in that Florida area. It was the Republican Party members that were involved in it as well. So yes, it's not illegal to cast your vote in that way, but you don't pay. People don't get paid for it. It's just what political party does to kind of help to get the vote out as well. That's it.
Hey, Progressive, you're shifting the goalpost, but at least unlike Angelico, you acknowledge that there's ballot harvesting that goes on. And
yeah, but it's not illegal.
See, this is the problem. It's illegal in some states. It is illegal, and there's a difference between ballot harvesting and going and trying to go from door to door to collect people's ballots, okay, and help them mail it in. It's not, each state have their own laws, and I know you know that. Obviously, Angelico didn't know that, okay. And it's not an issue of a Republican, because most of the illegal balloting that happen in the Democratic dominated areas. Okay.
No, that's not true. A lot of the prosecution that has happened under this have been with the Republican parties, people who work for Republican parties and who are canvassing vote for Republican parties.
Well, so it's strange you say that. This is the first time I'm hearing it. It sounds like you watch too much CNN. This is the first time I'm hearing that.
No.
It's always been about.
I've never watched CNN.
It's always been about. It's always been about most of this illegal stuff that goes on. It's always been in the cities, in the major cities that are mostly dominated by the Democrats. So it's amazing why you're talking about it's a Republican thing. This past election and ballot harvesting in some state like California, it's totally legal. And California,
it happens in Florida as well. It happens in Florida. Who won in Florida?
Well, if it's legal, it's not. It's fine. Okay. Well, obviously, there's more.
Democrats are the ones that actually stop the ballot, like Baltimore and stuff. They're the ones that do that all the time.
Exactly, but see,
yeah, it happens in Florida.
Why
legal in Florida to mail in?
Why did they bring the border? It's for the elections. They're gonna read them. They're gonna pump up the votes, the numbers. That's the whole.
Who's gonna pump up the votes?
Democrats.
How?
Do you know how this? Do you know what mail-in ballots? Do you know how do you know how it even works? They're gonna run up the numbers.
Mailing, but even Prince Daddy knows how it works. But you know how it works, but you just don't want to. You want to try to bend the look. If you are not an American, how are you going to vote? even some people who are even Americans that have been to prison, I've seen them being prosecuted for mistakenly or wrongly voted because they thought they could still vote, but they got prosecuted for it. Let alone somebody who is not a United States citizen. How is he going to cast the vote?
Well, they can cast the votes when in the major democratic dominated cities, they're not asking for ID or any form of identification. That's how you're gonna do it. Okay, and that's why you people, progressive, always fight against ID
Yeah, but how do
verification
you
of
get the
voters.
ballot how do you get the ballot sent to you in the first place if
No,
you're not
no. You
applicable?
see, you go to the voting location, okay, and line up and say you want to vote, plain and simple.
Yeah,
And you
but
don't have to present
you're
your
gonna have to
ID.
show something. You're gonna have to show
That's what I'm
something to say
telling
you are
you.
a citizen.
That's what I'm telling you. You people always fight against, and you still fighting. You call it discrimination against black people or minorities. But the reality is that that's the tactics they guys are using. So you yourself don't even know that they can vote without ID. You guys fight against it all the time. It's strange to you, right?
No, look, voting without ID is different from ballot. How do you get your ballot in the first place?
And I'm telling you that it's not. See, obviously, in the state that you and I live, you get your ballot. Okay, you get your ballot, but in some states, that's why
No, Prince, you
it's very
don't
it's.
vote,
Hold
but
on, let me finish.
how did you
It's
get the
highly
ballot in the first
sophisticated
place?
in a way. See, that's why the voter rolls are corrupted. Okay, when the voter rolls are corrupted, you can go to the election voting location and say you want to vote. If you're a human being standing on the line and you say you want to vote, if you get your million ballot or not, doesn't matter. You can go in there and vote. You can go in there and vote without
You
an
know that is
ID.
not true, man. Come on, you know it doesn't work like that. You can't just go and say you want to vote. If not, everybody will vote.
That's what you guys are
I just
working on.
told you that
The,
People vote
the
without
question I want
ID.
to ask Prince Daddy, didn't you have voters register?
That's why I just see. But me too. I'm learning a lot of things here. I'm telling you that election here is as corrupt as Nigeria. I'm telling you, we have a voter register, but Progressive Party, they call it Democrat. They're all criminals. See, these people, they corrupt the voter rolls. What they
Prince
call
Daddy,
what they call
I
the
don't even
voters
live in the
roll.
United States.
It's
I don't
it's a
even live in the
least
United
it's
States.
it's a least. Oh, you don't.
No,
No.
so Prince Daddy, you are very valid, Jerry. People may not want to see these are what this thing they've proven all those people all those things even in the great academic environment within the United States of America and outside United States of America. The researches are the confirmation are there everywhere. See, there are corruption in the Western countries electoral system because sometimes we don't understand how those corruption because they were perfectly executed, cunningly and using some kind of government resources and government framework to execute it. So it now becomes
What are you talking about now? What kind of conspiracy theories are you coming up with
it's
now?
not conspiracy theory, the progressive. I'm sure what I'm talking about, honestly.
You
See,
cannot be
the thing
sure.
is
You cannot be sure if you have not seen it or participated in it. How
But
can you be
but
sure?
yeah, you are
did you
progressive.
hear what
You
I just
talking
said? I said it has
progressive. You're
been
talking with so much
proven.
confidence
Okay,
about American politics, but you don't
okay.
even live
See,
here. So
I've said it here and I will
I
say
don't.
it
I've
again.
told you guys before. I don't have to live in the United States to understand how the system works.
well,
Progressive. I said it
and
in
you're
here
right,
before
and
and
you're
I
absolutely
will
right
say
about that.
it again.
You're absolutely right about that. But if people that live here are telling you, like me and Baba T, try to explain things to you, there you are arguing against what we're telling you, as if you know what we're
They
talking
don't,
about.
when you guys are consuming propaganda media, how are you supposed to tell me something for me to
So, which media are you consuming?
what are you
Where do you
talking
get your sources from, or your information
Uh,
from?
I did.
CNN,
No,
and
no.
CNN,
Fox.
I watch.
exactly.
I watch. I used to watch all different media. I used to watch CNN, First News. But the thing is, I'm more before now. I used to go. I used to watch a lot of TYT, the Young Turk. So for me, yeah, I understand you're going to say, oh, that's a left wing media or this that. No, but the thing is, it's a balanced
Well,
journalism,
see,
balanced media.
you're biased. Even the way you talk is quite clear. But again, you know a lot of things about the politics in America is quite obvious. But when it
Okay,
comes to the
okay.
granular level, you don't seem to know, and we try to
Emi
tell you.
Emi Lokan. Emiloko.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good
Good morning,
morning. Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah.
I have a small confession to make. Really, the reason I came to Lagos is to get initiated into my APC membership. So that was the main. So I'm not shaking here too.
You did not join Labour Party.
No.
You don't
It's a
join
wombe. It's a wombe. Capitalist me.
You want to join the loser.
Obi
The loser.
is a capitalist now.
You not labor in vain, no.
Don't labor in vain.
In any event, I think Foley holds this space very well. I think the mindset of people like Foley, with with their party system,
Aluta Continual Party. Aluta
yeah,
Continual.
it is what is going to take. But at the same time, I think enough people they have alluded to the reality that from the 10-year-old to the purported 71-year-old, it's going to take a next generation to get this thing done. That's just the reality. I'm interacting with people, and from 10-year-old, if you send them message, don't even think about the change. If you give them 1,000, if you give them 1,000 to go and buy 200 naira something, they will. I mean, they will. It is in their mind. It's automatic that they're supposed to keep the change. But me, I collect my change. Even if I'm going to end up giving you 5,000, I want my change. I
No,
want my
even
change.
if they want to give you the change, they'll be looking at your eye, see if you will say keep it.
Yes, maybe keep it. Yeah.
Yeah. But my thing is, give me my.
Can do. So I'm right. The generation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is going to take, and it's not.
Can you give us the solution, please? We know the
Yeah,
problem.
no, that's the solution. And it's not because I don't want it, but the reality. I said something about a high rank alpha that was visiting my dad 3 days ago. That my dad said, if you went to mosque and Tabaloki, whatever my dad mentioned, and on the way you met this one man that they said had a room full of money, and the man said, Senior Alpha, come and collect 2 billion out of it. Alpha said, Ọlọ́run ti gbàdúrà nìyẹn.
There you go.
I also want to share something with you guys. Do you know Buala? Everybody know Buala, right?
Daniel Buala.
Do you know that when he crossed to PDP, they gave him new Prado G, that biggest one?
Kékeré nìyẹn ìyẹn ló fi ṣe welcome party.
What I want to say that look at all those who that cash out in labor. They cash out with a mansion, buy luxurious cars.
Even Obinko is flying private jets everywhere now.
Cash out big.
Okay, look at the ones in the Senate and in the National Assembly. They're all cashing now. They're not even looking at anybody.
Keep quiet.
So even Obi, and like some of you rightly said, like someone mentioned Nikki Haley. You see, I believe and I support what Baba just said in terms of, at least if you're going to charge for the nomination form, be it local chairman, be it governor, be it president, even if it's going to be a fee, it should be nominal. Yes, people are going to need people to donate money to canvas, for TV ads, for going from state to state. So that is, to me, that is not part of the corruption. Yeah, the people that are donating to any candidate anywhere in the world, they have expectations. And you that they're donating to, you know that there are constituencies that you have to provide and produce for. If you want to call that some degree of some form of corruption. I would not argue it. But what we're talking about here is for someone to go and pay 100 million or 40 million to buy a form. I mean, anybody?
Let's
Yes,
ask
sir.
this question. Let's say they put the money at 5 million. APC say 5 million for president candidate. Do you know how many candidates will come out? What is 5 million to a lot of Nigerians?
But is it possible? Remy, is it possible for INEC? Is it possible for INEC to put a seal on how much a party can collect from
INEC
it?
cannot do that. Constitutional review can
No,
do that.
those are party politics. I don't think it's INEC that.
Because the parties are independent, they determine how much.
Take money for their campaign and the rest. So sometimes
Exactly, they use it to raise money.
Yeah, sometimes some people
so
buy that form not because they want to be president, but because they also have special interest. Maybe if you become the president,
it's an investment now. It's an investment.
Like Pastor Bakari, Ola's pastor.
Yeah. 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 You know, it's a venture capital. You know what venture capitalists. You know what they do. You invest here, you invest here, you invest here. You already know it's only 30% that's going to be successful. So that's what the Bakaris of the world are doing. But all jokes apart, my reality and the reality that I see is that it's going to take another generation. These people, whoever these people are, they're not going to just live for you. I mean, I came to this realization about 15 years ago. Whatever, no matter how brilliant you as an individual might be, no matter what resources you have, scholarship that you had to go to school, these people had enough money to send their children to the best of the best schools. So when a minister for health is needed, it's going to be their children because they can meet you at your level in terms of education, in terms of exposure. When a minister of Kinikon is needed over there, commissioner of something in Ado Ekiti or Abakaliki, they're going to be their children. So this, in my reality, I don't deceive myself. Is that is not going to happen in this generation. It can't. The people are so strategically placed all over the place that you can't fight City Hall. You really can't. So that is really the follies of the world. I understand. I understand their mindset. I understand how much their heart bleeds.
Sorry to
Yes,
interject you.
sir.
People like Foley is also preparing himself for political posts in the future. But unfortunately, it's not in the right party. That is the mistake for now.
Yes.
Because he's helping his community.
Yeah,
What are you saying? It's not
He's
in the
also
right party.
positioning himself. It's so simple.
What do you mean that it's not in the right party?
Remy,
So
kí ló dé tó fi jí
people
bàbá
that are
Jálẹ̀
not
Kòkó?
what do you mean that because it's not in APC, it's not in the right
Can you
party?
ask Foley, Baba Jálẹ̀ Kòkó, how many votes did Baba Yin Sowore to get in local government? Tí Foley to vote.
And he doesn't get votes. Ṣebí ibi tẹ́ kó vote yìí sí, ṣebí òun ló ń fi ojú yín hàn ìmọ̀ yìí. Look, you guys are just deceiving yourself. Listen to what Kandu is saying. Listen to what you don't.
And it's not going to fail.
Listen to what Kandu is saying.
I listen, I'm trying to tell the end game of what also. Now. I know
the statement is just made now.
Baba Jálẹ̀ Kòkó, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Why do you think people don't see good leaders? Our people. Why do you think that they choose to follow people that are not helping them?
Why do women pick bad boys? You get,
Look,
you get the point.
Yeah, that's another topic. We'll get there.
The same
Well,
thing.
the truth is what BT said earlier on. Most people anywhere in the world are sheeps. They're followers.
Yes.
Whether you want to go back to Hitler or Ceausescu in Poland, Gaddafi, most human beings anywhere are followers. And if you find someone telling you about doom, they will follow. That's what they do. It's only about 10-20%, that have any original thoughts. So that's just how it is anywhere in the world.
Can do. You see, yes, I agree with you in totality on that note. But another thing is this. I mean, leadership matters. When the leadership are not doing right, followers will never do right.
Yes,
So,
sir.
followership will never do right.
Hey, Baba Jale Koko, that leader that you are talking about will not come from heaven now.
ṣé ṣọwọ́rẹ́ ni leader tẹ́ ń sọ kó máa bẹ́tà àwọn ìdókòwò ní.
Ṣòwòrẹ́ ló bí gbogbo inú. Ṣòwòrẹ́ ló bí gbogbo inú. Ṣòwòrẹ́ ló bí gbogbo inú. Let me tell you this.
Showore is a leader, but it's not the type of leadership we are looking for.
You will not get there if you don't follow.
What do you mean you will not get there?
Let me tell you this. When Showore took his campaign to some people, and they were saying, "Oh, APC have been here, they give us money, this or the," Showore told them, frankly, I'm not going to pay nothing. Need láti máa fapá jánu máa fẹsẹ̀ jọlẹ̀ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ political matter Nigeria. Look, what we are saying, if all of them practices that Showore's ideology or the way to hold on now. If they are acting in the same way Showore, acted by not bribing anybody, by not selling form to, party, by not selling party nomination form to anybody, and they don't take bribe and they don't pay voters, Nigeria will be better off. Because what you are going to see political party with ideology. You are going to see the party that will work for people. You will see the people will vote for the right candidate that will get to the position of power and work for the people, because he never bribed his way.
So, but only I can say that the rhetoric is, why are not people not voting for your show or another candidate from your party? Why are they not picking them ahead of other parties? At least other political parties like Accord and the rest.
Because people like you.
Why don't you even do one seat?
Hold on now. Hold on. Because you see, evil people in other party, evil candidate that bribe people, that pay their way to power, that convince people like you, like they are the best, and people like you support them, even though you are well educated, even though
they are better than your show.
Hold on. Even though you live in the best country in the world, or one of the best country in the world, where things are done right, you still support.
Are you comparing Showore with Tinubu or comparing?
No, it's not doing that. But quick question. you said things are done right in the West. You think the average American will not cross that, will not jaywalk, or will not cross that red line if there was no repercussion? It's because
He
they
will.
put law in place.
It's a repercussion that stops
Yes,
him.
because they are willing to do it. That's my point to you. Human beings are like their followers. Once you put things in place and you enforce it, they will follow. They don't have the mind of their own. So when you keep saying that we should wait for them to change their mind, they should change the way they reason, that will never happen. You have to force them to do it.
When you have bad people, evil people that does not follow the law, that hold on.
What happened in 1983 when Buhari and Diagbon came in?
People behave now. They started behaving like they started lying.
You're actually
but Nigerians are shouting. They said they don't want them.
You're actually agreeing with what Baba Ajali Koko is saying. What happened in 1983 was a good leadership, and the people followed.
But what was the response of the people? They were forced,
followed.
but at the end of the day, they jubilated when that same military regime was overthrown.
Look, let me tell you this.
They said ìjọba tó ní wá lára Ọlọ́run ti gbé wọn kúrò. That was what they were saying, because Nigeria were used to doing things on the way we wanted it. Nobody want to be regulated.
Because what they did,
exactly, I agree with you, Babati. Wọ́n fẹ́ change àwọn èèyàn yẹn already àti change. Wọ́n ready. Irú àwọn bàbá Jálẹ̀ kò kàn pariwo lásán ni. Wọ́n ready.
Òbókò ni wọ́n máa kó fún every morning mẹ́fà. Be normal. You are going to do the hair.
See, so, let me tell you this, Simba. You see why people jubilated was because Buhari Idiagbon did not what they failed to do was that they did not allow justice to take place where necessary. What I mean by justice to take place where necessary was that they took everybody, all the politicians, they took everybody as if everybody was guilty of corruption. Everybody.
Don't paint what is not.
Those that are guilty and
all of them, they were thieves. They were thieves. Oh, it's only that they have labels. Let me tell you this. I remember that time in the old Oyo State, Bolaige. I remember what Bolaige did in 1983 to win his second term. He distributed.
Did not win second term. Now, what are you saying?
I said what he did. I'm not saying he won. What he did to win. That's what hear me well.
What did he do?
He distributed guns. I can remember that time. What? Believe me, guns, Ibn. Do you understand? My father was one of the people that even he marked to be killed that time, because my father was a staunch politician in my village. You understand? Those people perpetrated evil.
Was doing MPN.
MPN, exactly.
Oh, and yet MPN defeated him, right?
Yes, so
MPN that rigged the election.
MPN won.
That's not the point.
When they rigged the election, what of the voted? Was it not rigged?
When they
for the fact that he arrested all of them that time, because the notion that time was that the Nigeria politicians were not performing well. You can see the level of corruption that regime.
Did
Do you
Bola Ige
understand?
not perform well in your state?
Or Bola Ige, you want to tell me that Bola Ige was not corrupt?
How was Bola Ige corrupt? Tell me,
Oh,
how was he corrupt?
oh,
Or Baba
let me tell you
Jasin was corrupt. Baba Jasin that they took to prison was corrupt.
See,
Or
the
Ambrose
word corruption is
Ali that
broad.
did not build one
his
single
broad,
house.
exactly.
Hold
Ola.
on. Ambrose Ali that had no house of his own. That one was corrupt.
No, see,
I mean,
Ajanegoko.
that was the mistake he made.
No, see, Ajanegoko, the word corruption is broad. So I don't want to venture into that place. Truly, Bola Ige has his own shortcoming, but his shortcoming will look considered one acceptable. Of course, compared to what we see today, we will say, okay, acceptable.
The level there, yes, is
but the problem we still have as Nigerians is what exactly we are still displaying now. Even as of now, we were even trying to celebrate Idi Agbon and Buhari that they were criminals. You understand? They were supposed to be in jail, and we are still celebrating that. We even see what they do as right. The question here is this: do they use Koboko to tell us how to drive here without overspeeding? No, they are not using Koboko. Just overspeed. Radar will catch you. Nobody's arguing with you. The bill will come to you. If you like, don't pay. You will see the consequences.
But Ola, you
do you
know what? Do you know the measure they have?
If
Do
you
you
don't
know?
let me lie, you won't get where I'm going to. If you don't
ṣé
let me
wọn
lie,
fi tipátipá máa wọlá tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ ń sìn láyé democracy ṣé wọn fi tipátipá gba mọ́tò lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ sìn láti gbé wọn lọ́sẹ̀ àbí what are you saying?
You won't even know where I'm even going to. Do you know where I'm going to? Do you know where I'm going to? You don't know. The question is this: a leader will put a system in place that will maintain orderliness. Awolowo action group or whatever, UPN, they put a system in place that ensure that everybody benefited from free education without anybody sidelining the processes. That is why we are talking of leadership. Now, if you have some leadership today, there's a way you can eradicate corruption. Everything is systemic. If you don't put the right system in place, then people will not perform. So what we have today is this: Buhari came, and Idi Agbon came, and they are just doing koboko. Can they sustain that? So why is it that what our leadership are doing today is what is not sustainable? Koboko. So, okay, everybody will be like Idi Agbon, right? And Buhari. No, it's not going to be. But do something that even any
why did you Ola why did you talk about only Koboko? Because I could remember that time they put some laws in place, decree. If you do exam malpractices, they have certain number of years you go to prison.
Don't we have laws today? Are you saying we don't have laws today? We have laws. So where are those laws?
Hey, what the difference between then and now is that they allowed those laws to manifest. But okay, now, yes,
I ask you a question, Simba. Why is robbery not so rampant in Lagos today, despite the same police that are corrupt are still the one man in Lagos? But the bank robbery in Lagos has reduced. Why?
But because they made it difficult for them not to be able to do it now. It is difficult to rob
and escape. Is too populated now. There is no way
it's difficult for them to escape.
Yeah. It is difficult to escape
because of
now.
population. Simba, let's just face this fact.
Too much traffic. There is no way. Lagos is not the way it used to be, where you can grab this thing and run away. Speed up.
Something easily. Working, but we're just trying to depreciate it so that they can suit our narratives. That's not the point. There was a time that during the Obasanjo period that they caused some robbery gang, that the robbers have to confess that some DPOs were giving them target for the weekend. You understand? But what Lagos government did today is this: they even rule the police into making those things difficult because they equip them in such a way that, okay, we give them the system that will work for you. We equip you with armor personnel carrier, everything. Okay, you station yourself in such a way that if an armed robbery gang will escape you, you will have to answer for it. But the government didn't just put them down without doing the right thing. Okay, Lagos State today, because we say we are talking of Tinubu, because approach of Showore and Peter Obi, they are looking like that approach.
Don't go to this Lagos State in pay armed robbery, Jare. In place, you don't answer the practical thing. Population, I think, traffic will not make it easier for them to escape.
A Lagos State government to make everybody look on Google, corruption, it was free.
Corruption, see? Do you know what is going on in Do you know what is going on in Lagos? The kind of looting that is going on.
Hey, Ola make comparison, yo. He's making comparison.
See, our Ajali Koko àti àwọn Sowore wọ́n ní bó ṣe ń short èèyàn down wọn ò ní kẹ́kẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀.
Agídí tí ò ní jẹ́rìí kankan ṣe náà yẹn má dá wọn lò.
So the thing is this, corruption ṣì ń lọ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́, but there's a difference between the corruption gbà tó jẹ́ pé ẹ̀rí 100 billion lẹ̀ ẹ̀dẹ̀ 100 billion to the extent tó jẹ́ pé 500 million péré lẹ̀ máa rí tó jẹ́ pé inú 500 million yẹn ẹ̀ tún máa san bí another 500 million láti sanwó salary. But this guy got to that place. Did he eradicate it? No. Over corrupt. At least allocate it for we know that nobody is corrupt. But our leadership ní àwọn elite kí náà máa ń ṣe ni pé wọ́n máa ń reduce corruption. Wọ́n máa concentrate for àwọn ìwọ̀nba làwọn lè jí gbogbo ẹ̀ tán. So what Tinubu did in Lagos is this: it eliminated corruption for all. Even
stop it! Or just don't even talk about this thing anymore. Don't even just talk about it, please.
Okay.
Or eliminate what? Don't even. If you know the kind of looting and corruption that is going on in
Lagos State,
don't even say it. I don't know. I don't know if you have people there. We have people there and we know what is going on, but we can't be saying it.
That's not what I'm saying.
Stop corruption.
Okay, Ajali Koko. America lewa nísìnyí wọ́n ní immigration system ó yẹ perfect tó ṣé àwọn yóò tí ń káwọ́ sókè ṣé àwọn yóò kí ń gba bọ́dà wọlé ṣé bí American system ṣe bó ṣe perfect tó ṣé àwọn police ṣe wà ní ìgbà wọ̀nyí ṣé kò sí police corruption ní Lagos ní America. America allow it.
Yeah, one allow it.
So because the system is so perfect,
yes.
America
allow it. America only one.
Àwa ti wà lóko àti ṣe ti rí iṣẹ́.
Ọlọ́pàá bá rà dáhìn lọ́wọ́ yín láàrin ìgboro nísìnyí wá gbó lọ́wọ́ yín wá ní kankan lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ fi ṣe o. Àwọn ọlọ́pàá ní wẹ́pọ̀ lẹ́gbẹ́ dání sí tán bá rà dá lọ́wọ́ yín o.
À ń roko ní gádì wa.
Tán bá rí lọ́wọ́ yín láàrin ìgboro sórí ọ̀tọ̀ náà máa ń sọ.
Ìyẹn ló ń pè ní iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ ní iṣẹ́ ilẹ̀ wa.
Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ ni
nǹkan tí mo sọ ni pé because I'm privileged to work with technology and I know over time how we use technology to reduce. Nínú báńkì tí mo fi ṣiṣẹ́ wọ́n ń ja olè private in fact tí máa gbọ́ wọ́n ń ja olè kò ń ṣe olè bóyá ají 1,000 olè several millions olè tó lọ billions on jà and that's a private banking system but we have a system at least to reduce. So tí máa sọ pé a lè eliminate corruption, I have a background from where that I'm referencing. I have a background that I'm referencing. Okay, see, there are some organizations to help me. One suffering can bribe that bad Jawa. But these people won't bribe with you in the sense pé we create intermediary to help me. Oh, we are giving this to contractor. We are not selling directly. What for bribe nìyẹn? Because they will tell contractor pay the way you sell it in Coco. So the thing is, you put a system in place to reduce. When you say you want to eliminate, I'm wondering how you want to do the elimination totally. Because I've never seen. Okay, look at even what Christianity and Islamic we preach to you today. They pay, I want you to buy deshe or to buy pekini o. Then, despite the fact that everyone suffering, this is what you told you one rumbo, but don't she pay our question right? It's telling you something that even right from the foundation of our religion, everything we believe that corruption is not possible to be eliminated totally. What you can do is to always improve and reduce waste. So that's why the sigma, what you can do in the system is to reduce waste. You cannot eliminate. So why you people are celebrating the like of Idiagbo is that you believe they are doing the thing. Okay, the question is this: what's the value of what you are doing that you cannot sustain? That's what I'm telling you. Okay, when Tinubu met salary of Lagos State at 600 revenue at 600 million every month, and they were using extra 600 million to pay wages of using overdraft. How come that since he has left that place now, they are not going back to that system? Because it's sustainable. But we show sustainable. So that's what I'm saying. A log system in place. Overspeed. Okay, Emma water regulation. One thing you are full production. If you are supposed to renew your license, if you do not renew this, can you have to capture? I send the test that you pay penalty on that. So thinking about the capture when you're come out is a penalty. Why is the law? Those are the kind of deterrent we are talking about. So if you can do, if you see how people are responding to deterrent, to suffer financial losses immediately without anybody, without any human being interfering, they are doing the right thing. Look at this passport system. Listen, look at what they are eliminating now. Okay, 1 year airport, listen, you won't be having contact with human being. That is how government leadership is.
Ola, we are at the backstage now, or what is going on?
We are not at the backstage, we are at the front.
Where is Thomas? There is no more Thomas. So.
Ola, I told you now. After hours, they need to give you admin stuff now, so that.
Available.
No. You can have.
We backstage. We are about almost 8 hours now. 7:59.
Bóyá Thomas bá gbọ́ á lè gbé wa lọ sí backstage kó náà kó máa gbọ́ báyìí wọ́n máa gan yẹ kó ti jí náà bóyá bàbá yẹn gan ti lọ club lálẹ́ wọ́n á sọ̀rọ̀ bóyá ìyàwó ẹ̀ gan wà lọ. So what I'm saying is this: ibi tí a ti ní deterrence in Nigeria. Okay, look at Ogun State. Owó náà fi ń gbowó lógun state tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n kì í revenue but ìgbà tán lọ gbé e-transact àti interswitch tán bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí gbowó fún wọn kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ owó tó ń sọnù táwọn èèyàn ń gbà àti àwọn kìíní yẹn gbà òun wọlé sàkáǹtì wọn.
That was Kemi now. Kemi Adeosun when she came. That was what she.
No, baba. Under kìíní náà ti ṣe o kí n tó kúrò Nàìjíríà mo lo kìíní yẹn now. Under ló ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Baba T, because I was.
But Ola, that speaks to my point. You brought in a system to force you to do the right thing. But so my argument is, we must wait for people to do the right thing. That will never happen. They will never do the right thing. You must force them to do the right thing.
I'm supporting you. That is exactly what I'm doing. Okay, look at gbogbo àwọn eduport àtàní nísìnyí. Ìgbà tí mo wà ní bank payment system. Ìgbà iṣẹ́ mi ní IT department wa same payment system on deep pẹ̀lú. Ní bank ìmọ̀ ẹ̀dá bá ṣe meeting. They will be forcing us that will be creative because it's quarterly appraisal. It was doing some innovative things. Abesin push a solution. See our tertiary institution. Abesin push. Our push a solution to our government agency here now because interswitch they are to switch. Our allow payment processing all those stuff. Most websites, our university did not in only in our banks no push one. Now, because when you see collect your money from the bank, you see use bullion bank to carry it. The bank will go to you say, why do you even need that? You can pay this thing online. So when you do not pay cash to all those bosses, kilo shele, owo ti won ji yen won original because our boss and me ma gba owo. One create two type of ticket, two type of receipt. Number of them are the same. How they look original? Because when they were going to check that receipt, one they pay original, but owo yen oni pe ninu account. But this time around, they say, okay, the problem is that you are not even paying with this thing. You will be paying online directly. Online, all the money database integrity is very consistent compared to anything we have for Kilo shele. Institution, in fact, all of a sudden, all disappeared because everything is now online. It's just for you to say, call banking. Even if your account manager in the bank and editor inside tobacco loot, they connect with IT because àwọn tó manage bank application tí o bá kọ̀ láì díjọ́ tán bá ti máa audit system yẹn wọ́n máa rí discrepancy yẹn. So when you look at all those stuff, people were forced to do the right thing. Ó mọ̀ ṣe pé a system bó ṣe pé kẹ̀kẹ́ ìmáa dédé jí láàárọ̀ pé okay o ọlá o ajálẹ̀ kòkò you will be doing the right thing. Okay, here I've said it before. Wọ́n á sọ pé highway speed 110. Gbogbo àtàjọba wà lórí kìíní bóyá à ń blow 150 160. But immediately tá bá ti rí radar níwájú pé ọlọ́pàá wà bẹ́ẹ̀ all of a sudden oníkálùkù àwa sí 110 straight away. That's how you
Ola, I'm just wondering why is it difficult for Babangida to understand what you are saying?
Because it's a Showore man.
Because they keep saying
deliberately refuse to understand you.
You must force their. This is the point. You must literally beat Nigerians need Bankere into submission to do what you want. That's all. But they must. Their hearts will not change. They will not do the right thing. It's not going to happen.
That Showore's practice, Nigeria will be better off.
Let's move on. After on your knee.
Èmi ò tiẹ̀ wá mọ̀ èló náà sọ fún one man fún campaign tó ń ṣe everyday lórí Òṣòwòrí gan.
Ẹ bèrè lọ́wọ́ ọlá èlò lọ sọ fún ọlá pẹ̀lú gbogbo campaign tó ṣe.
Ajá èkó kò ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ní patron ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn àti patron.
A máa sọ pé Tinubu ṣe kinní kan ó ṣe gbá kan ó eliminate corruption níbo ti lé corruption bàbá àṣàlẹ̀ corruption.
Mi ò sọ pé ó reduce corruption.
ẹ jẹ́ òyìnbó ni kinní yìí o. There's a difference between eradication and elimination.
Ó yà mí lẹ́nu o.
Bàbá.
Ó eliminate ó eradicate.
Eradicate ni kò eliminate.
Okay.
When you say eradication, it means you reduce.
Okay.
Elimination means total.
So bóyá òyìnbó yẹn dẹ̀ wá
achieve ọ̀kan ní méjèèjì.
Ṣẹ́ni bàbá Awólọ́wọ̀ Ọlọ́run dáríjì mi o, I could be wrong in my assumption. Awólọ́wọ̀ gan jalè.
Ó jalè kò sẹ́ni tí ò jalè nínú wọn náà. Ẹ lọ wọlé Bọ́lá Ìgè ní Ẹ̀sà Òkè. Kẹ́ lọ wọlé kẹ́ wá wo iṣẹ́ kí ló ṣe tó fi kọ́lé ẹ̀.
So àwọn jalè
Bọ́lá
tí
Ìgè
wọ́n
kọ́lé ẹ̀ nígbà kò kọ́lé ẹ̀ ó kọ́lé ẹ̀ kó tó di gómìnà náà kó ṣe ìgbà tó di gómìnà ló kọ́lé ẹ̀ yẹn. So bá a ṣe máa tọ́ pé iṣẹ́ ò ló ṣe ẹni tó jẹ́ pé international lawyer ni. Ó dẹ̀ jẹ́ kí la fẹ́ pè is it not kí ló ti máa ń pè àwọn tó máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ linguist àbí kí ló ti máa ń pè wọ́n I don't even know. Orúkọ ló máa ń pè wọ́n náà.
àbí èwo lè fẹ́ pè wọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ yìí tẹ̀ bá tẹ̀ pè wọ́n báyà mọ̀. Bọ́tí kan tá a ṣe à ń sọ ni pé kò sí àìdí situation. Eléyìí tó yẹ pé à ń celebrate ìdí àgbọ̀n náà wà lẹ́gbàá pé kìíní yẹn ẹgbàá bí báwo àwọn tó yẹ kán wà lẹ́wọ̀n.
Wọ́n celebrate.
Celebrate wọn don't misquote people. But mo rí ṣé problem ọlá ni pé ṣé ní gbogbo ẹni tọ́lá bá ti hate bó ṣe hate Buhari.
Ó hate ìṣòro rẹ̀ pa.
No. In fairness, mi ò hate ìṣòro rẹ̀. Èmi kàn believe pé. Ọlá ṣe ìdí àgbọn ṣe àwọn Buhari àti ìdí àgbọn ṣe nǹkan fún Ọlá nígbà yẹn tó àfẹ́tọ̀ Ọlá drastic so kò sí kankan tó directly yẹn ti gbà so kò sí kankan tẹ bá mention wọn báyìí gan ó lè gé yín lórí. ṣebí nǹkan tá a fi mọ impact governors nìyẹn ọmọ tán bí ní 2000 nísìnyí àbí 2010 tó bá yín argue nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ láyé
let me ask Simba something.
And if you can remember, Simba, you know what they were even doing then? The Idiagbon and Buhari administration. Idiagbon always comes to the media every month end to tell us the progress report of the administration. I don't know if you remember.
So Edison, can you hear me?
On the air?
I think you cannot hear me.
Facing the TV.
No, we can hear you, Babati.
I don't think you can hear me.
Simba. So
yes, I can hear you.
Idiagbon at the month end, once in a month, they will come and tell us the progress report of the administration, what they have embarked upon, the level of achievement, and the way forward. And the way they are running the economy, strategy that they are embarking upon, and progress they are making. And they actually achieve
They wanted to make us to be self-sufficient that time. I remember they banned importation of a lot of things. But that one does not go well with the Nigerians because we are so used to we are used to foreign things.
And look at, as far as back then, you know, they were looking forward, they were looking towards Brazil and other developing economy, how they can work together. You know, can remember technical breakdown component, this thing, they were agreement they are trying to reach with Brazil so that we can manufacture
aircraft.
And,
yes, I remember. Yes, aircraft. Yes.
See, and not only aircraft, even buses like passenger buses.
Those Marco Polo buses.
Marco Polo, thank you.
Yeah,
those Marco Polo buses. You see, they are doing some things too, and
you know, Baba Jelikuku, let me say this. You know what Ola is doing is one of the problems that we have in the country. Once we hate somebody, you understand, no matter the good that person has done, we close our mind to it. We will never see it. And that is what some of us are demonstrating.
I won't succumb to blackmailing. See,
you say blackmailing.
It's going to be net benefit.
Number one, say
no. It's going to be net benefit. It's going to be net benefit. What do I mean by net benefit?
So I think based on what we've said on this platform tonight, Nigeria just needs military. If that's the why can he not hear me when I'm talking though?
Me, I can hear you, Babati.
I can hear you, Babati.
Okay. Look, Ola, as at the time, who is speaking? Somebody speaking.
Babati Losoro.
Oh, sorry, Mo Bo.
Ongo Soro Mobile. Okay, but I'm saying that like you know we are like once you know, I'm being serious now. So, once you know that Nigerians they are the way they are.
Buhari and administration when they came.
Baba Jewoko or Babati is still talking.
Oh, is it? I can't hear you. I don't know why I'm not hearing him.
Okay, so okay, you can continue. You want to go in, go out and come back. You can continue your.
Okay. So remember, look, when they came in, Buhari, Shagari. Oti run economy. Economy. The economy was like minus 50%. That was the GDP of Nigeria, minus 15%. And these people brought it up to, as at the time they left, it was 5%. 5% in Kotowa from minus. So they were able to build the economy within 2 years.
You know, they spend only 1 year, 7 or 8 months now.
1 8 months, yes, you're right. 1 year, 8 months. When they build the economy, but you know,
economy will not build it now.
All the GDP is there, you can look at it now. The GDP from where they came in and to where they left.
Baba, novice. I'm not a novice when it comes to economics. So
okay, the economy, how do you measure? Is it not part of the element that you look at to measure the performance of an economy.
See, Baba.
The productivity capacity of
when I keep telling you, we are going to destroy middle class. That one is even enough signal to tell you that the economy was bad.
How did they destroy? How did they destroy the middle class? Let us know how.
How did they do? How will people destroy middle class? When your
No, because it's not the first time you are saying this. We want to know how they did this.
What makes you a middle class? Your income, right? Your income, your household income makes you a middle class, right? And the type of job you do that gives you. Now, when you were buying something, right? Your salary could take care of you, but suddenly you are now living in an economy whereby you have to already borrow food for the salary you have to earn. You borrow food ahead from the salary for the backlog of your salary, and you could no longer do what the middle class will do. So when I finalized it there before that the outcome of what Buhari Diago regime represented was what led us to SAP, Structural Adjustment Program. So all this revision.
No, it didn't lead us. It was Babangida that was trying to inject some corruption and bad economic policy.
Not our economy. Retrenchment. Retrenchment was aggressive that time. People, you know the level of retrenchment in Nigeria economy that time. Now they were retrenched, including teachers. You know what it means for people to be retrenching teachers and help workers. So wait now. So when you start retrenching teachers and help workers in an economy, you understand the implication. So when I say these people destroy the economy, I know exactly what I'm talking about. Now today, the escalation now, our technical school no longer exists. Whereas I have uncle that went through our technical school that was even proud to even be he was proud to be an industrial welder with Ajakuta then than becoming a teacher later in his life. You know? So the thing is this, as at that time, you could still access car loan that will give you 504. But by the time these people were leaving, 504 was even out of reach. Even if they gave you that 5,000, they are wasting your time. So it depends on how individuals, because like I said, it's easier for me to be able to go deep and see what happened because it affected me directly. And coupled with the fact that at least I still have little knowledge of economics and how things should run. Then not only that, and I have access to data of what happened during that time. So when people are telling me all this kind of imaginary Buhari that on our economy ran, I can't get
it's not imaginary. There is
a lot of abandoned projects. Even in as much as we want to say we were in debt that time, a lot of abandoned projects that were creating jobs for people, they stopped. When they stop abandoned projects that were creating jobs for people,
how would they fund the abandoned project? Those projects that were
okay, Simba, Farabale. Now, when this guy canceled the contract of Lagos State, even though Lagos State paid money, they pay money to cancel that project. Tell me what benefit and what debt reduction was that one for Lagos State? Because probably Lagos State would have
that was a bad
level they had like this as far back as 1985. You understand? They pay money ahead, you are losing the money, and you still pay penalty upon the money. Does that make economic sense? And the job was supposed to create job for people, and they lost the job. People that
the only thing I could see during that regime was that they didn't enjoy any international support. They were against the West, and so it was as if Nigeria was isolated. Yes, that was what happened that time.
Simba.
But how can you then? How can you?
Just a minute. I will keep quiet. 30 minutes. Now look at our universities around. I can give like at least 30. A lot of abandoned projects. You go to FUTA, you see abandoned project. You go to Federal Polytechnic Adoekiti, you see abandoned project. You go to Obafemi University, you see abandoned project. You go to University of Lagos, you see abandoned project.
Why will you wait to
Farabale.
Everywhere, even my own university. Then They
I'm just telling
abandon
you.
the permanent site of our
Question is
institutions
this,
and the teaching
including those
hospitals.
that were giving us job, they abandoned it. And these people during their period, they started
But
destroying the
the
investment that the
issue
life
is
of
this:
Awolowo brought. They started, that
you
was the time they
cannot.
started
How can you
destroying.
blame? How can you blame a government of 1 year, 8 months for all
8
these
months for
problems?
the whole problem.
Or for abandoning a project.
Guys,
we
you guys
have
should give Babati
and
time
we
to
have
speak now.
record
Guys, been
that
trying
tell
to
us
come in all the
the
Babati ò
time.
mọ̀
data.
ìgbà tá à ń sọ yìí, ọmọ kékeré
The
ni kò mọ̀
data.
ìgbà tá à ń sọ yìí.
We have
Babati
data
will
that shows that
probably
the
Babati is
GDP,
that damn Baba
the GDP in
Ó fẹ́
you
gún mi
know,
lẹ́jẹ̀ ni, ó
You
fẹ́
guys
gún lẹ́jẹ̀ ni, ó ti fẹ́ lé mi kúrò platform látàárọ̀. Ó kàn fẹ́ gbọ́n tó sọ náà ni.
the GDP.
Anyways, I have a question for our geriatric patient. Why do we platform like that? The young one. And geriatric that by ARP carding. Say, like, do you think that we need to go back to the military era then? Since we don't, that's our reality. Man, born or at the end of what they live. So if that is true, then we need iron hand. Maybe some kind of quasi military.
You know, we don't need military. We don't need military. No. But Jaleko is not talking about me. What we need something like a Chinese model of democracy or Singaporean form of democracy. That's what we need.
Yeah, give Rabbi.
Exactly. That's what we need. Let me tell you what is happening here. When you look at the people here, they are
something like what Abacha was trying to do, right?
Exactly. You know, here, the people here also that you talk about the Middle East, they are disobedient too, but they know the consequence, and nobody will look at you once you are caught. Let me tell you, if you are corrupt here, what they will do is that if you escape, they will carry your family member, they will carry your wife, carry your children, go and put them in prison. So, and when people, and that is the deterrent, and that is what is actually make people to behave very well. But in our country where everything is free for all, once somebody is arrested, then you say because it's Hausa, because he's Igbo, it's because it's Yoruba.
They say you don't have fear of God. You don't believe it. Look, it's a Christian, it's a Muslim, this, it's that. It's much. These people, look. Imagine, I remember there was my sister was trying to roof her house, and then she ordered for this roofing. The guy that helped her to select the color, like when you make a completely different color choice, and this guy went and buy a completely different color, like it's not even close. And my sister went mad, saying never, she will never accept it. Oh, mama, please. It's devil's work. I don't even know. I thought like the excuse was so stupid. Oh, if you go and report him, he's going to lose his job. Oh, please, for the love of God. Oh, mama, are you not a Christian? They start to bully you for your own for their own mistake as well. For their own mistake.
You see that country, to get better, we have to restructure that country. If we don't restructure it, there's no way it's going to work, because it's going to continue to get better. I mean, it's going to
get worse.
Get worse, because you see these people in charge now, they have their own structure. They have people they are already line up behind them that will succeed them. And those one, they have some other people that will succeed them as well. So it is going to continue in that order, turn by turn order. And turn by turn order that will not work for the people, but only themselves. So, because it's an arrangement among themselves, this is the way we are going to do it. So, until we restructure that country in such a way that the resource control is not going to be in the hand of federal government anymore. It's going to be at the
state or regional level.
Yes. And we don't need two big party. It's the idea of uniting Nigerians, and when we have this party that a unity that all count across Nigeria. No, it is too expensive. There is no way it is possible for a candidate or group of people to win across Nigeria easily without having heavy funding for that project. It requires heavy funding. And where are you going to get such funding? You must surrender the power of those people that will bring out the money to fund.
May God bless you. And that's why you have to dialogue with bandits, you have to dialogue with kidnappers, with thieves, with so many people.
So many people.
A governor was seen. I think
so many people.
It was taking pictures with the bandit leader that had AK-47 in his hand. A governor.
Mm-hmm. Yes, now
of a state.
You see?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What if we now get the military that now happen to be someone with mindset of Buhari? Because we just talk of military.
Buhari,
I'm even serious. It's a mindset. No, see, I'm damn serious. Okay. Let's assume we have leaders that have mindset of Buhari. The mindset of Buhari is not being, don't look at it, just look at figuratively. Someone that believe that Fulani is a global citizen. I want to create a grazing route for Fulani. I want to destroy Land Use Act. Don't forget that as bad as democracy is, as bad as is, Bukola Saraki and Senate, they stood against this man. Otherwise, like I said, they would have created the Ruga near Ajali Kuku's place and Simba place too. So it's just a matter of maybe in the next 20 years now, they want to become Omonile, they want to get their Obatu, they want to restore them everything. So when we talk of military,
so when Bukola Saraki was not there, when Ahmed Lawan was there, why did he not create the Ruga?
Baba, at least they stopped. The people were sensitized already.
Saraki was just looking for
cheap popularity.
Yeah, he was just looking for trying to save face.
That's good. Even I know Ogunjalumi are not those who I know that they didn't want to. I don't go that kind of argument. When we see facts, sometimes we just want to divert it. Let me concentrate on my point. My point is this: if we have leaders with the wrong mindset, that everything about him is all about this ethnic group, that want to favor his ethnic group, like someone that created that Kaduna that created that situation. You understand? So when we say this thing, we forget that when it is military, you don't have control again. He's going to implement everything upon you. If we say Yoruba,
don't say we don't have control. We don't have check and balance.
Check and balance. That's what check and balance. So the thing is this: if we are homogeneous in our population, if assume that the entire land now is like Yoruba land now, and we have a military man, that is understandable. But when we have someone that Niger is his own his loyalty belongs to Niger, and you want that person now to rule over Igbo, to rule over Yoruba, to rule over Jukun person, to rule over. That's where the problem is. We are not even looking at that complexity. Even after we've seen what IBB of this world, when we've seen what Abacha of this world did, and we are still saying we want the military. You understand? Like I said, if someone born in 2000 as in
but Ola, we are not saying that we want military now. We are not saying
the same about the progressive want military.
No. Ola to your law.
I think what they are trying to say is that I think that we need our civilians to enforce our rules, our laws, regardless of this religion or culture or tradition or tribe or whatever. Just enforce the rules. If you enforce the difference between this Western world and Nigeria is that look, if you beat the traffic, if you beat traffic, they will force the rule on you. There's nothing like please or I beg. No, it does not exist. They will enforce the rules. That's all. If we
You know, program. Let me give you, for example, here in Saudi Arabia, you know, the highest killers of people in Saudi Arabia is motor accidents because they have good roads. You can see hundreds of kilometers ahead and they can speed too much. You know what they do? They put cameras along the road everywhere. So there's no way by the time you are moving like 10 kilometers, you see what you have to slow down. And that one has actually reduced the number of road traffic. And once you are captured, before you get to your destination, you just see that the thing will flash on your phone. It's already reflecting on your account that you are owing like 1,000 riyal, 2,000 riyal.
So that is, we need to the rules have to be enforced. If we start to enforce our laws, when people break, no matter how minute, how small it is,
Progressive. Somebody
enforce
will
the
be
law.
selling furniture on the rail tracks. They ask him to leave and he'll be doing a giddy. They should give me a shop. They should relocate me.
No, look, you pack the furniture, you pack the furniture, and you lock the man up. It's simple as that.
But you will see some people who say that is the only means of livelihood that he has. Why can't they give him low things? Why can't they do this to him?
Yeah, go and do it in a safer place. That's all. Do it in a safer place.
But
do it in
the sense of they feel like they should give that, like somebody's that real thing really disturbed me. Progressive. People will be selling on the rail tracks. They say they should leave. Maybe in a week somebody now dies. They will not blame government. Look at the way government. The same people, they will not blame government for being irresponsible.
Yeah, government need to look. If we start to enforce our laws, make sure.
They say, because it's from the east, it's because it's Igbo. They are traveling.
I watched a video on was it on X or recently where it was in Lagos where there was this police vehicle. I think it was police vehicle trying to drive against traffic, like one way. And this guy stood on the road. I said, never, you have to turn back. He said, never, you turn back, I don't care. So you now see that just the action that those guys took in that place, that side of the road was free for those cars that are going the other way. But the other side where you have traffic, everybody stays in that traffic and move accordingly. Okay, those guys were able to clear the other side of the road and have one free lane. But so what guys was already doing was that because that side there was traffic on that side, they were not jumping on the other lane and just drive one way, like animals. Just start driving one way.
Okay, the progressive. Let me make an example now. What will you prefer? Putting some people at immigration office to give people koboko, or Bumi Ojo putting his application, you sit down within your room and you fill your form you fill your form for your passport and the thing delivered to your place. Which one will you prefer?
No, I'm not. I would never prefer a military government anytime. No, I don't.
No, because the thing is this now. What Bumi Ojo is doing now is this. Number one is creating a situation whereby you don't need to visit that office. Visiting the office creates a system that will cause the immigration officer now start making you uncomfortable, so that even so, you know one thing about our people too, we are too fast. We want to do things quickly too soon. Because we are there now, it's either you use money to influence those people, or those people they create a situation whereby you are going to pay their money, right? But now when you are doing everything online, do you know how online all those apps were supposed to use?
All those things, what Ojo need to do is completely separate passport office from immigration. Okay, we look.
No, wait. I agree with you, but I'm still talking about processes, because the processes.
I know.
The
only way that process will make sense now is completely separated.
It doesn't matter whether they're separated, but what I'm even saying is this: you are the boss of that place. and you said, okay, every person within that place must process at least 300 passports every month, right? And people are applying online, and you are able to pull data, even as busy as you are as the minister, if you want to check, because you already have some kind of dashboard that can give you productivity. I'm just giving an example that how people are productive. Even by running queries, you don't even need to check yourself. Okay, who are those people that did less than 300? Bam, on Excel, bam, you're ready. Under 20 seconds, it has given you the report. The thing has given you the report. So what I'm trying to say is this: you put a monitoring system, number one, to make it difficult for even the civil servant or public servant to hide. And you don't create an avenue whereby they want to profit to make an extra profit from what they are being paid for. You understand? You eliminate that. Okay, people, you don't go to that office again. You understand? So when you reduce interaction between human and the money that government will be able to generate, then you've resolved the problem. That's what I'm saying. Now, if you go to the office, oh, guy, we are going to help you. Okay, give us more change. The money that's supposed to go to the government, they collect it and pocket it, right? They give you whatever they want to give you. But you are eliminating everything. So what I'm saying is this: when people are saying Nigerians are not doing the right thing, human beings are not supposed to do the right thing all the time. But the leadership, visionary leadership, are there to force them, to guide them to do the right thing. It's just like you give birth to a kid now. How will a kid know how to do the right thing? But the adult that understands the society, is the duty of the adults just to mentor the child to blend with the community. That is what the leadership is there. But you don't do this thing by expecting, no, you see the way your papa they do. You are supposed to be following you. It's not every time. You have some kind of enforcement. So what I'm trying to say is this: as much you look at the reason why people are corrupt, because there's a contact between someone that is willing to make people corrupt and someone that wants to get himself enriched through corrupt means. But we are now separating them now. We've already created boundary. You know what it means now for me not to be traveling to Ottawa, because if I want to travel to Ottawa now from here, we are talking of something like coming the return ticket of about $700. But now, you see, when I'm going to that place, $700, probably I will get an hotel and I'll be staying maybe on a nice, so maybe I'll be staying for a day or two. It's costing me 1,000 already. So there's tendency that if I get to Ottawa, if that person knows that I'm coming from Calgary, he wants to see whether I can get $200 from me. And just because I'm under pressure to go back to work, I may be forced to give that $200. But this guy said, no, you are even going to do everything from your home. I'm not only saving that $1,000 again, I'm already saving another $200 that I should be even pay that corrupt officials. Now, if that corrupt official will not do his things, it can be monitored that, okay, Ogbeni, we gave you this kind of, how come that you are not producing? Okay, if I say you don't need that job, you are fired. Those are the kind of mechanism we are talking about. Before, the mechanism is not there. Everything you use a manual. A manual, you can easily manipulate manual. But when you are using software that is no longer under your control, only because you are outsourcing the software, the solution to people that they are ready to expose you, it becomes difficult. Those are the things I'm talking about. Why do you think our police are still corrupt in Nigeria today? Because you put them under pickup. Everybody just carry the AK-47. Nobody is monitoring their gun. But any day you decide to give every policeman maybe their vehicle to be patrolling, and you put some kind of lock that when they want to bring out their rifle, that you will see something that will activate it, that even if the police, the DPO is not even looking at something, but you have some central control that will look at, Ogbeni, why did you even bring your rifle out at this point? You were, okay, your car was supposed to be at this point sometime, so why is your car staying at this point? You understand? When you have that mechanism to monitor people, and people know that there will always be consequences, people will change. That's exactly what I'm telling you. But I expecting everybody to change without someone looking at mechanisms that will force them to that change. It's impossible. Because even in this environment that I work in the warehouse, do you know people will come and they will clock in. and they go back to the vehicle and sleep. I'm saying this thing that I'm saying. It's what I know. It's not what they told me. So one day like that, we now run a report. When we ran a report now, we saw some people, they will come as early as 4:30, but they won't be doing job because there's something we call talkman. That talkman is what you use to pick order. So every order you pick, the thing will document it. The thing will document it. If a picker on the floor is not doing the job, once you stay for 5 minutes, it's going to alert the team lead that some resources are not working. The next thing is either you go to the eyes and see that those people are not working, or you page directly, you mention the name of those people that are not working. So by having those mechanisms, you already know. And they have target that if you don't meet this target, they give you first warning, second warning, the third warning, you are fired. And some of them that even did some kind of insurance shady thing that because they were claiming money from insurance for what never happened. Everything appeared on that system. And the management, they managed to fire about 40 people from that warehouse just because you have something to track them. So it simply means that they were undermining system in Nigeria too. They are undermining system here. But the thing is this: you have a mechanism to monitor these people, and once you get them, you are able to enforce. But in Nigeria, if you don't have a system to monitor, how do you enforce? So, to me, we have to do those things. That is why when I talk of restructuring, those are the kind of things I want to see under restructuring, not just resource control. No, a lot of things, monitoring.
I totally agree with you on this issue. I think we have to put technology in place, so many measures in place to checkmate people. People need to be controlled. If you just allow for free for all the way we allow it, and we can't use people to monitor people. You need some technology. If not, people will just be taking advantage of it. They will compromise.
And you look at the blue line. You know it's electric. Simba, you know it's electric. They said that rail line was vandalized when they shut it down for only one night, just for repairs. One night they shut it down. Somebody went there and vandalized it. I said, so why can't you just put that story out there? How that person was arrested and dealt with. You put it in the media so people know not to do that. So people said, look at that red line. I saw it now. You spend so millions of dollars to do this, and you can't even ask them to leave. We will call the bank back. It will be 10 or 15
exactly what you just said. Now let me give an example. In downtown, in my city here, so we have a bridge. So that bridge, it's just like they do that in like a tourist attraction. So they use glass, very expensive glass. So some idiots will go there and they will break that glass. And the police will just announce, okay, if we have people that can give all these things, they look at evidence, they didn't get evidence. Okay, they spend over $1 million. No, I think over $2 million actually, if I remember, to put it back. And those idiots again, they allowed for some months to pass. They went there again and broke it. Right. The third time, they were not that lucky because the government now knew the exact thing for them to do. Not only did they put camera there, they put camera there in such a way that to have this IoT, Internet of Things, and some kind of sensor that when they are seeing some kind of strange behavior, all those stuff, the police are already alerted you. So they are already alert the police. So as you are even trying to say bang, bang, bang already, you've already seen police that is coming with bicycle. You see some people that are coming with a power bike, and you see some that are coming with a car. Already they know, because that's what they can do, right? To monitor people. So now, even for people to even be stealing the ratings, we should have some kind of monitoring system, because assuming that you've already loaded train and the train is just moving, you don't have something, God forbid, bad thing, and
it will delay.
So by now we should have known the type of country we are. We should not be joking with everything.
Ola, it was not the same thing that was happening in the bridges that they are constructing. They use a pipe, iron pipe. Then Fashola has to change to brick because people are actually cutting those iron pipe to go and use for their own this thing. So as I agree with you, we have to put measures in place. We have to understand the kind of environment we had to put things in place so that people will not be able to vandalize anything.
Simba, let me give you an example. I was watching one of these construction sites on YouTube, and they were talking about how to properly construct for each population and the behavioral patterns of people. So and that surprised me. Like I want engineers abroad in some of the civilized countries, they study when people leave their house, how they drive, when they drive, they will not. So during their construction, that's the way they will build that road because ultimate behavioral pattern. And one of the things I picked up from that video was some of those high speed people are walking on the part of the highway. So the way they built that road did not allow for pathway for it to even walk. So what a factor behavior into the way they construct. While we will build roads, we will build bridges, and we will still leave ways for people to walk. We don't block it out. So you have to study your own people when you are building, when you are constructing. So that is on the part of government as well. The way you build also matters.
No, yes, you are very correct, Babati, but let me give you one funny thing. On Tommy land, you remember there was a time they were cutting all those all those pipe there too. The question you want to ask yourself is, for a person to even try that on Tommy land, it simply means that they would have parked the truck there or whatever.
But in like people will now come and say, it's because of poverty. No, it can poverty.
No, it's poverty now. Poverty ló máa mú kéèyàn lọ máa gé irin. Ṣé irinṣẹ́ tó máa fi gé irin lórí Tommy land ṣé poverty nìyẹn? Mọ́tò kan náà máa fi gbé. What type of poverty are you talking about there? A poverty is not an excuse for all those things. O lọ jí búrẹ́dì nísìnyí, poverty nìyẹn. Bóyá o lọ sí oko lóko, o jí iṣu oníṣu, poverty nìyẹn. Even though it's not a good excuse, right? But o gbé mọ́tò, o lọ sí di transformer àdúgbò, o jí transformer àdúgbò gbé, o ní poverty ni. Wàá lo àyàbò, wàá lo crane láti gbé o. You say na poverty. O lọ gun òpó náà, o ká wáyà. O ní poverty nìyẹn. What type of poverty is that? So everything cannot be, lies cannot be just formed against the poverty for everything. Everything cannot be poverty, honestly. Because all this mechanism we need to monitor people that we are talking about is going to create jobs for people too. Now, do you know why all those monitoring mechanisms, we don't even need to bring people from overseas. We have Nigerians that are so brilliant that we provide these solutions. You understand? Babati, between you and myself, Babati, if you want to build camera solution for monitoring, 3 days, Babati, you will build a camera program that will be carrying out surveillance. 3 days.
They will see the camera.
Like what they did to me.
I will tell you why they won't steal it. It depends on how you deploy it. If you deploy a camera that will raise a because how many cameras are you even going to deploy before they are going to steal? You look at a particular area, you now say, okay, you deploy about 10 cameras. So before you even see that camera, right, the camera must have captured you. Okay, let me tell you what we did while I was in the bank on ATM. Before 2007, when we implement ship and pin, when people clone your card or mark stripe, they will go to ATM to withdraw. Immediately we were cashing them through, there's a solution we call ICAM. We were cashing them. We will see their picture where we show it to the card owner. I know this. So we were able to trace the person that perpetrated the fraud. It got to a stage, you know what people were doing? They were covering their face to the machine. No, it didn't start from covering their face. Initially, they were blocking the ATM with their hand. Once they will block the camera. You understand? So when we do that thing, when they withdraw that thing, you won't know the person that withdrew. We move to the next stage. What next stage? As you are opening the kiosk at the ATM like this, it don't take like about 2 or 3 of your camera, chala. All right, you won't know because it's not using flash. I will still go to that place, I will still block. But we will still catch you because he already took your picture. I was able to trace the time with the time of that transaction. We were catching them again. People went in advanced mode. You know what they did? They started covering their face to the point that masquerade. When I say masquerade, not necessarily traditional masquerade, people were covering their face to come and steal from ATM. You know. Now, when they started covering their face, you know what? We moved to another level. Is if the camera cannot see your face, the machine will shut down. I won't allow you to withdraw money.
Withdraw.
So those are the kind of illustration. Now, there was a guy.
Ola, hold on. If the camera can't see your face, it will shut down.
It
will not disperse. It won't disperse money to you.
You won't be able to put your card. You have to.
Wow, that was too wise.
No, see, because I was directly involved in that job, and
so that means technology, everything can be done.
Exactly.
Most things can be done.
Most things can be done. Yeah.
I know, Simba, let me tell you something now. There was a guy that was using a card. He will go to Adeola Odekuden. This guy used to use some kind of e-transact card, and he will be withdrawing money. He will withdraw money from around 12 a.m. to 2 a.m. because he has a way to reset the card, and he kept withdrawing. How are we going to trace this guy? You know what we did? We have to develop an alert application that, okay, immediately the guy is there. Once he put in that card like this, it will just alert us. So we'll be able to send the alert to the police. I call police that time. That's how we're able to catch this guy. You understand? So what I'm saying is this: you must have a system to prove that this is the crook that is doing this thing. So, but when you don't have that system in place, I'll just be talking. So when I'm talking about this, is just because all these systems, they're actually cheaper than we think about, because so many Nigerians are so creative. Our guys if you give this guy opportunity, I swear, you will create close to thousands of jobs with all those young guys that, they went to school, they didn't, they are graduate and not employable. It's a lie. I find it difficult to believe that we pass through a computer science in Nigerian school that you won't be able to code. It's a lie. You may not be like all those gigantic people like with Microsoft, but that you won't be able to code at all. But it's a lie. It's just like he went for electrical, he can't join wire. Which kind of school will not know? So as bad as our environment it is, we can still make use of whatever we have. We can always improve. But when there's no political willingness to do those things, Emma, we are talking in charge of dependent power, Lagos State of power and parastatals. Not because one young girl lady that time. But some people, they are engineers, Nigeria, school Nigeria, they don't know anything. Who told you? Who told people that bad news? So to me,
even those Cowrie card was made by Nigerian students now. The Cowrie thing.
I'm telling you.
So they do make stuff, but we need more of innovation step way, because you can force people to behave differently without even them knowing.
Exactly.
You know, Babati, our people are very innovative. Let me give, for example, now because of the cost of fuel, now we are not using solar to power our pumping machine for fish. Fish farming.
Let me find this video because I saw something. There was this guy from Benin in Lagos. I saw the video on YouTube. She power battery con, and this guy powers 14 buildings in Lagos. He powers 14 flats in that compound with his battery stuff, and it's two batteries. One will take one charge. The way the guy set it up, and he built it himself with batteries, and he's getting paid for that in Nigeria.
Babati,
Babati. Let me tell you this. It's not as if that they went and bought all this. They couple so many things together to make these things work. Do you understand? It's not as if that the technology come from one foreign country. In fact, you know this grinding machine, that electrical grinding machine, Ola.
I know.
Tá máa fi ń lọta nígbà kan yẹn tó máa mú táwọn ìyá yẹn máa fi ń lọta tó jẹ́ electric. That's the guys are using this. That's what they are using to power it now, and it's working fantastically well. Believe me.
You know, I had this opportunity to pass through both Polytechnic and university. Let me tell you something. You know, one good thing is this: when people say, "Oh, Nigeria this thing," as some of our guys that were in the mechanical engineering department that time, some of them built a lot of things like cassava grater, like their own grinder. They did a lot of things so with local materials. You understand? So you know, why are those guys not taking all those into commercial level? Is simply because nobody someone that's schooled in the kitty, for example, now that you see we're even looking for how to pay his rent. And you know, a lot of things will go into forcing people to be creative, because you have to look at the end means that, okay, even if I do this thing, am I going to sell? Okay, like me now that build application now, will I just sit down and be writing code when nobody's going to buy? If I've written 100 codes and nobody is buying, tomorrow I won't be motivated to even write anything. But if I build a code now and I could just sell for 1 million, in fact, everything I'll be thinking is, okay, how can I become Dangote? Okay, I want to sell 1 million times 1 million. I will double up. So what I'm saying is this. Okay, when I did my project, I did battery charger. You understand? I did battery charger. And another colleague did the inverter. That guy that did inverter doubled up on inverter. I don't know as of now, but as at the time I know, that inverter was what that guy was using to make his own money.
My own engineer, the guy that I'm still using up to today, I've been using his inverter since 2004. The guy construct local inverter that time. We use it. The only problem we used to have that time, because we use all those normal battery, car battery. Before all this, now the new batteries started coming, because that one doesn't last. And then the guy used to manufacture local stabilizer and all those things on his own. The guy is a millionaire. I can even say he's a billionaire now.
You know,
and he's still in Nigeria.
Guy now. I know all those things. You know, when I was going through my electrical, I did my.
And if you see, if the guy English, he cannot even speak good English. But what is in his brain? What is in his brain?
So the thing that's the thing. Okay, like when I was in Nigeria now.
Ola, we have to take it to the background. It's 9 hours. Let's take it to the background. Yeah, we discuss much in the background.
God bless you, Nigeria, for
God bless everyone. Yeah, you guys are very amazing. Comment section. We see your comments. Yeah, everyone. Yeah, thank you, everyone. We catch you some later tomorrow. Sorry for the Daily Faro to me that was
what happened, Thomas?
The network was really bad. Where the guy
let me quickly tell you what happened there. The submarine cable that link that is providing services, at fault. So they are still working on it. So when the submarine cable now get problem like this, automatically the bandwidth, the internet bandwidth or communication bandwidth will get reduced. So people around Ghana, around Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, and some part of Sub-Saharan Africa, they be having some kind of internet issue. So that's
no wonder. Even yesterday, I could not connect with my wife, or even on just to do video call. I couldn't connect.
That is what happens.
They've been battling with that in Nigeria, and that is understandable. And he even sent voicemail to he sent voice notes. There's nothing we can do about that. So we reschedule him for another day. At least he's a man of his word. He will come back, and this is not really his own fault. It's the internet. This is what we can't help. So thank you guys. We'll reschedule Dele Farotimi and we will inform you guys and when it's coming back. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice weekend. Yeah, take this. I don't have
When the
any.
weekend has already ended.
Which ended?
My own weekend has ended today now. I'm
Simba
is a very selfish person. He doesn't care about that.
Yeah, it's Saturday now. Which weekend ended?
Sunday la wan bẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣẹ́ńbì. Sunday is our own Monday now.
As our
own weekend starts from Thursday.
bí mo ṣe bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ yìí mò ń try láti host application ni omi o in fact mo ti ń bá yí látàárọ̀ aago mẹ́ta ló dẹ̀ ti fẹ́ lù bá mi yìí.
Ṣebí ìwọ ti jágbọ́n tiẹ̀, you are self-employed now, so you are exactly.
Working from home. Thank you, everyone.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's see Peter Obi.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house then, when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne.
Wait, this guy, is that not ridiculous? Is that
Èmi comment lórí ọ̀rọ̀ kìíní ẹ̀. So is he actually playing on the intelligence of Nigerians or what?
Simba, don't 47,000 square miles in Singapore, 80 million square miles. I
love the video. This guy is he's paying for fuel.
He said himself. They cannot buy fuel unless it's inside the vehicle. You know what he's even saying is against the constitution. That means carrying cash. He's putting government money in his own pocket.
Come on now.
So how will he remit that?
I didn't buy car for my kids. I did the governor. No, they're your kids. Buying car for them is not cool.
That is a lie, Babati.
I don't even know.
None of my child have a car. That is a lie. That's a batter lie. Peter Obi is a billionaire or millionaire. No, Babati. Are you telling me Peter Obi child they can't afford to buy a car?
That's my point. That you should buy them a car.
No, Babati, forget. Don't they go to school? Are they not?
Who is it trying to? You see, as a politician, you must have flaws. When you appear too clean, too holy, that means you are hiding something. Even Obama going in flaw, everybody, you must have a flaw as a politician. When you come across as some kind of sin, that way you have no flaws. That's what is always done.
No, you don't want it perfect. Babati, I always play this at the end. I just listen sometimes. I just live. This guy said.
I thought you said you are going to background. Put us at the background now.
Oh. Let me finish it.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house then, when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter Obi, I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, now. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No? Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No? But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't? Why? It must be an omission.